Words of the philosopher Themeth. I felt wretched. More drained than I had ever been in life. I felt hollower than any cloud of vapour should. It was small comfort that I had come to my senses and realised the error of my self-indulgence. 4 times I had tried to vacate my spot, only to stagger so much I decided the attention wouldn't be worth it, and went back to rest in my hollow. The first and second attempts were feeble efforts that took me halfway down the alley and back. The third time, a blind old woman had come out to offer me tea, not realising I was a ghost. The tea had looked more like whale oil to me, so I declined, and she went back to banging and crashing about her tiny hovel. On the 5th attempt, with Pointy offering meagre encouragement, I finally made it to the street. I say encouragement. It was more mockery than anything. He still preferred to sulk, and so did I. It was all I felt good for that day. Speaking of days, one had already passed me by. The second was gradually slipping into evening. I would soon be stuck in the night once more. I aimed high, managing to climb a zigzag of steps onto a flat roof so I could look above the endless warehouses. My eyes roved over the fanged horizon full of towers large and small, curved and twisting. Some were needle-sharp, pillars for the sky, others fat and bulging with questionable renovations. I looked for one as sleek as Araxes. It was a sight I had first fixed in my mind while traipsing home from Vex's shopping challenge. It was like finding a needle in a pile of needles, and it must have taken me an hour to spot it. When I did, I stumbled over the rooftops like a bow-legged street urchin, aiming for the nearest washing line. After absconding with a set of trews tied with rope and a tunic I could charcoal a black feather onto, I went back to the boardwalk and set my feet to a new path. West. Back to the widow we go, I muttered. You've come to your senses then, I see, Pointy replied some dozen busy streets later. His voice echoed around my head even though I had no skull. I looked down at his obsidian pommel, finding his carved face a flat line of discontent. I held my hand over it, as if to hide from his disapproval, and saw my vapours swirling as if trying to reach his grip. I quickly withdrew. And you've found your voice at last, I said. Your foolishness made me doubt your sanity, never mind your senses. I've hung from the hips of madmen before, and I refuse to do so again. Pointy had clearly been working on those words for some time, so I gave him his due. Grudgingly, of course. I'm not mad, just desperate. There is but a fraction of a line between them. And what happened to your dreams of a glorious final few weeks? Of taking another body for a ride, until the widow decides to melt your half-coin? Choices, Sword. I have few. The realization had come to me like a headache after a night of hard drinking. As always in Araxes, it came down to who held my half-coin. Running won't solve anything. Horrocks may be my master, hold my coin, and be as untrustworthy as every other beating heart in this city. But she's the closest thing I have to freedom. At least she doesn't keep me in a cupboard or make me fight. And no matter what the old bitch has planned for me, I have my freedom in writing, hidden away in an alcove in her tower, and if not, then now I have the power to take my coin from her. I'll take my chances. What about your would-be employer, this Etain, and the Empress in waiting? No, a dead end, pardon the pun. What is it they say? Better the daemon you know? The Empress in waiting would destroy me when she was done with me. And what about the cult you were so interested in? The thought had crossed my mind after learning they preached about the betterment of ghosts, but Araxes' hatred against them was far too prevalent to be just a misunderstanding. I had no trust in them either. The call of the dead gods crossed my mind again, rearing like an errant cobra as always. I stamped it out, unwilling to face the guilt of doing nothing. If Horrocks found out I'd gone to the cult, she'd melt my coin quicker than a goose can shit, I asserted. Until I had my half-coin in my hand, that was all that mattered. I could haunt the fuck out of the cult then, if I fancied it. Why are you so interested in running all of a sudden? Pointy sighed. It came to me this morning, the 7th tenet. Shades keep no property. The widow won't let you have a sword. I growled, drawing a look from a fellow ghost in the street. All you have for me are problems, Sword. Besides, I'm counting on Horrocks to owe me a favour. Pointy's voice trembled, though from what I didn't know. Would you gamble your own soul in such a way? Yes. It was a half-lie. I could have argued I was doing the same thing, but I had the power of haunting, and the fact that Horrocks needed me. I wagered she had little use for a talking sword that would no doubt irritate her to the point of smelting within a week. I don't believe you. And that's your choice, I reminded him. Feeling a new kind of wretched, I added, We can say you're a gift from Busk's household. I'd recommend maybe not talking, however. I doubt I'll have much more to say to her than I do to you. I shrugged, tugging his hilt further around my backside. Fine, I said. Be the inanimate, unfeeling object you are. You wanted to come along, not I. The sword said no more and left me to my journey. I wound my way on a diagonal path through the central districts and into the main core of Araxes, where the daylight became scant between the long and crowded shadows of towers. I kept my eyes fixed on Horrocks' spire, to the southern edge of Araxes' centre. My pace quickened with every flagstone I put beneath me. I watched the light of the widow's home twinkle as though I were a ship and she was a port. Though no storm chased me, I moved like there was, like a child running home across the steppes with rain lashing their back. I was eager for the safety of a tower, and to hold my writ of freedom in my glowing hands. Horrocks would no doubt be suspicious of my escape, and so I started to work up a story in my mind. So wrapped up in fiction was I that I failed to see there was indeed a storm on my heel, one in the form of a very large ghost, clad in polished steel plate. It wasn't until I stepped into the road to avoid the crowds of a bazaar and saw my path blocked by a sweating Annie Jezebel that I realized. She was staring directly at me. I turned away and spotted Danib behind me, standing still amongst the crowds like a rock in the centre of a rushing river. I could have torn my stolen clothes from my vapours. I wasn't 3 streets from the widow's tower, and here I was yet again the object of somebody's greed. And twice now it had been Temsa's. I don't believe it, I yelled at them, throwing my hands to the sky. Is he here, come to fetch me himself? Or has he sent you 2 idiots to do his dirty work for him? Nobody in the street paid any attention to my cries. 1 or 2 ghosts gave me glances as they quickly shimmied past. Others did their best to ignore me. This fucking city. I strangled the air. I itched to run, looking to a side street that ran off between 2 blocks of whitewashed buildings. Maybe I could have haunted a passerby and melted into the crowds. I still felt drained by my last attempt, but I had to try. But as my feet started moving, I saw him. Tor Temsa stood in my path beneath the shade of an umbrella, wearing a leopard skin coat trimmed with feathers, smiling his gold-specked smile and wagging a cautionary finger. What else is there to do but smile? I asked myself and found no answer. So I smiled. At him, at Jezebel, at his big fucker of a ghost, at the whole fucking mess of a situation. If Temsa was confused by my boldness, he didn't show it. His guards swarmed around us until they formed a ring about their master and me. I felt Danib's hand alight on my shoulder, his giant gauntlet warm compared to my vapour. I met his eyes, shining from the gap in his bar-boot helmet, as he laid claim to my sword. I heard Pointy's disappointed hissing in the back of my head. My. Caltro Basalt. Or Jerub, wasn't it? It's a pleasure to see you once more, said Temsa, eyeing my slashed throat. And what do you want with me? I asked, wondering how he knew my real name. It didn't bode well. The stunted gargoyle of a man chuckled. Why, you, of course. I've learned a great many things about you since I sold you at market. He produced a familiar piece of wax from his pocket, a black seal of daggers and desert roses. My invitation. The puzzle pieces slid into place. You came to Busk's for me that day, didn't you? He told you all about me. Astute for a half-life, said Temsa. Seeing as you'd escaped, I thought the old crone already had you back in her tower. Luckily for me, you're apparently a dawdler, but it makes life much easier for me. I should have kept you waiting longer." Temza bowed his head. "Patience leads to profit, or so the Chamber of Trade's motto goes." I growled. "I'll give that limp cock a piece of my mind if I ever see him again." "Busk?" Temza looked around, chuckling. "Oh, Busk is dead, Caltro. Annie here saw to that. I wouldn't worry yourself." The big woman beside me leered, and I shook my head at her. "No surprise there. You can go fuck yourself if you think I'm thanking you, Temza." "No thanks necessary, Caltro. You just have to come along quietly." Although I hated them all at that moment, I also pitied them. They didn't know what they were bringing into their fold, what I could do with a moment alone with them. It was poor consolation, but it was the only reason I was able to smile and open my arms wide. Temza winked as Jezebel looped a copper thread rope about my neck. "Oh, it's Tor, Temza now. And no thanks needed, Caltro. You'll repay me very soon. Allow me to guess. It has something to do with locks and doors." "Astute indeed. This city seems to have given you an edge since last we met. Found yourself a sword too, I see." Pointy sighed in my head. "Wonderful." I let Danib and Jezebel push me away in the opposite direction of the Widow's Tower. I longed to fly at the nearest uncoppered body and haunt my way to freedom again. I doubted I could have achieved it, though, not with copper looped around my wounded neck, and so I held myself back. Instead, I met Temza's curious gaze and returned his wink. "A lot has happened since you sold me, Temza. A lot indeed." A night and a day, and I'd yet to see anything but burlap. Despite my repeated requests, curses, and eventual attempts to remove it myself, the sack encasing my head had stayed on. I was left to mutter to myself, pondering which glorious moron it was that had started the trend of leaving prisoners to stew like old legs of mutton. When the door to my room finally swung open, Hans plucked me from my chair, hustled me a short distance, and placed me down in another chair. I had no idea where. Through the sack, the only details I could discern were that this room had more light in it and thicker, cloying air. It was irritating how perceptive you became of changes to the air when you were pretty much comprised of the stuff. The hands withdrew, and I was left to look around at the shadows and shapes between the crisscross sacking. I felt eyes upon me. Somebody sighed in my head like wind moaning behind a thick window pane. Pointy was here. A fellow who finds his head wrapped in sacking must rely on methods other than facial expressions to communicate his emotions. No amount of scowling conveyed my displeasure and outrage accurately enough. I tried speaking, but the thick burlap muffled me. I had to resort to crossing and recrossing my arms, drumming my fingers, and a good deal of fist clenching. It was some time before my display had any effect. A familiar, smoke-aged voice cut through the silence. "Desack the shade, will you?" The burlap was lifted from my head, and I blinked in the hazy shafts of light penetrating the shutters. Sitting behind an expansive desk, wreathed in wobbly halos of smoke, was Temza. He was dressed in emerald silks from head to toe. His fingers were so encrusted with rings he could have been wearing golden gem gauntlets. At my side stood the ubiquitous Jezebel. I noticed the blue glow about my feet and felt the cold of the monstrous shade behind me. No others stood in the dingy office. If I strained my ears, I could catch the clink of bottles and tankards below us. We were in Temza's tavern. "Been too busy to tend to your guests, have you?" "I've been waiting some time," I muttered. All the smart words and insults I'd rehearsed in the privacy of countless nights faded now that I sat in front of him. "I have, in fact. My third weighing, if you must know. Torbusk had many a half-coin stashed away, and our years of business dealings meant that in his death he owes everything to me," the man gloated. "Convenient, that." Jezebel whacked me around the back of the head with the copper haft of her axe. Now. Temza held up his hands. One held up a smouldering pipe. "As Caltro said, he is our guest, not our prisoner." I nodded to the discarded sack. I think we disagree on the definition of prisoner, Temza. He cut straight to the point. I've met many like you in my time, Caltro Basalt. You think a smart mouth is a shield, and you hide behind it. The problem with men, half-lives, like you, is that you don't know when to stop hiding. Take a peek, Caltro. Put down the shield. You might find you can profit if only you play along for a change. Profit. According to the tenets, a bound ghost can't earn any profit. What are rules, if not just words scratched on papyrus by those seeking to feel better about themselves? Lately I'd had enough of windbags spewing reasons and stories to justify their evils. I crossed my arms once more and waited patiently for the point. I imagine you want your freedom, Temza asked. However did you guess? I must be the only ghost in the city who wants such a thing. He stared at me with the eyes of a dead toad. My anger began to rise. I want back the life that you stole from me. Temza juggled his hands like the pans of a scale, as nonchalant as if he were testing the ripeness of fruit at a bazaar. Some things that are taken can't be returned. Short of forcing the sun to move backwards, freedom sounds a bit more achievable, doesn't it? I hear indenturement is tough, especially under an old prune like Widow Horrocks, or Basque. Tough is one way to describe it. Temza rubbed his goatee, playing the magnanimous noble. Well, Caltro, I can provide you such freedom. No, you can't. You don't have my half-coin. Temza winked. But I shall. And soon. For a short man, the fetid twat had set his sights high. I couldn't decide whether that worried or impressed me. I watched him reach for a pipe and light it with a taper. You'd take on the widow, just for the half-coin of a humble locksmith. The seal I'd found on my doorstep all those months ago slid across the desk towards me. You're too modest, Caltro. Your reputation crosses seas, man. You and I both know you were summoned by the Empress-in-Waiting herself. Such a man must be a worthy locksmith indeed. Bosk hadn't a clue, and yet he saw fit to tussle with the widow for you. She hasn't broken your coin yet, so she must see some worth in you. Besides, I have been busy, Caltro. As of this morning weighing, I am mature of some substantial wealth. An equal rival to Horrocks, perhaps. You haven't been the only one working hard. He paused, and I could see his words brought him satisfaction. He entwined his ring-covered fingers to hide his grin. But in all honesty, I would be knocking on her door even if you had never set foot in Araxes. That old bitch and her tower full of half-coins have been in my thoughts for weeks now. I waited for him to go on, wondering why I felt a measure of anger at his plans to murder the widow. Allegiance had always been a stranger to me, and yet here I was, extending a hand towards it. I see you've learned the value of silence since you were last in the slab. You shouted from the cells for days, if I remember rightly. I see now you're a plain man, so I'll speak plainly. You open what I tell you to open. Do a good job, and when I take Horrocks, you shall have your half-coin and your freedom. After that, you may choose to work with me as a free shade. Earn some profit, perhaps. Turn this trip into something other than a complete loss. He had me there. My ears were well and truly pricked. Work with you, or for you? Temza leaned forwards, digging elbows into the desk. The pipe bowl glowed as he puffed. That will be up to you. I sighed, knowing the next question was a pointless one, but habit drove me to speak. And if I refuse? You can go back into that sack until you change your mind. That's it? No threats, no beatings? Temza looked between Jexapel and Danib, the inklings of a grin on his face. Would you prefer that? No, I've simply grown accustomed to a certain way of doing business in Araxes, I said with an exhale. But if you think I will be a lackey for the man who murdered and enslaved me, then you're sorely mistaken, Boran Temza, or mad from the sun. Very well, the sack it is. There came a grunt from the big shade behind me as Temza arose. Your choice, Caltro. In any case, I'll be taking your half-coin from Horrocks. Shame. I would have let you take it from her yourself too. if only to see the look on that old cunt's face. He paused at my side and pulled several pieces of metal and 2 springs from his pocket. The rest of my tools. Even the pieces Bosk had were there. "These change your mind?" he asked. A strange loyalty to Horrocks gripped me again. I wondered if it was some magic of the binding spell and the half-coin and her ownership of me. Or was it more than that? A sense of honour? I could have laughed. I decided it was less. The only allegiance I held was to myself. Horrocks was just the better option. I bared my blue teeth. "You're a soul trader. No stranger to the markets, right? Here's an offer for you. Give me the sword you took," I bartered, "and then I'll help you." "Caltro," said Pointy's voice, faint between my thoughts. "Those are not the terms." "Well, I'm changing them." Temsa managed to squeeze words between his chuckles. Jezebel was bearing an ugly row of teeth. "Ridiculous. I'm not giving a bound shade a sword. As it was Busk's, it now belongs to me." "No deal, then," I told him. "Counter-offer." Temsa bent closer to me, lighting his face up with my cold glow. "When you have your half-coin, you can have that sword, as a gift for your hard work." I couldn't help but push him. "You're going to wrap it for me?" "Take some time to think about it, Caltro," he replied with a tut. Danib hauled me up with no more effort than it cost Temsa to lift his pipe. His thick vapours and steel plate pinned my arms and pointed me at the door. "I shall call for you shortly," Temsa shouted after me. The ghost muscled me downstairs and into a large room I hadn't seen before. It was sparse, holding nothing more than a writing desk, chair and cot. But it was better than a sack or wardrobe. Danib shoved me inwards and promptly locked the door. I pressed against it, but the copper in its metal nipped my hands. I looked around my meagre surroundings and abruptly realized this was the first room I'd been given since my murder. No alcove or storage for me this time. Whether it was a bribe or an insult, in that I had no use for the cot, I found myself prodding at its straw-stuffed bedding. A clatter drew my eyes to the small, barred window set into one wall. If I stood on the desk, I could stare into the street at ground level and admire the passing feet of the crowds, or the armoured cartwheels, or the hooves of horses and spines of insectile legs. I pressed myself closer, then yelped as the copper bars stung my nose. By angling my head, I could see into the junction that the rusty slab occupied a thick chunk of. With one eye shut, I could stare along the flank of the tavern to its entrance. The press of bodies was thick, but between its ebb and flow, I spied the great lump of Jezebel standing guard in the sun. She held a hand over her eyes, beckoning to somebody. I pressed my face against the bars once more, ignoring the hiss against my vapours. I caught a streak of red in the crowds, a figure with a hood pulled low, head bowed and walking straight for Jezebel. Before I saw them enter, a large shape stole them from view. I heard a scrape of hooves and turned to find a plump and piebald cow sidling up to my window. Her breath was laboured, her eyes crossed and her knees shaking. Flies had already begun to gather about her foaming nostrils, as if sensing an end. I saw the great load on her back. Wooden chests and blanket rolls piled high, all cocooned in rope. The knotted fibres had chafed the beast's belly to blood. The owner was berating her in some dialect I didn't understand. His switch scourged her black and white flanks. With a great moan, the cow sought the comfort of the earth. As she collapsed with a thud, I was sprayed with sand and rank spittle. Fortunately, most of it passed right through me, though I couldn't say the same for the desk below. I looked into her bulging chestnut eyes, buried beneath great swirling horns now wedged against the sandstone in the street. I saw a panic in them, over the fight to get up or lie down. She stared at me through the bars, and I at her. Several pairs of feet gathered around the cow's head, and some sort of argument ensued between the drovers. A honey-coloured boot jabbed her in one leg. A finger hooked inside her foaming mouth. The eyeball I stared at was opened wider by a dirty thumb. The cow's breathing quickened in a last rally of life. She made a struggle to get up, but it finished her. A great hot wheeze ruffled my vapours, and her head thumped into the sand for the last time. She blinked at me, resigned now as I heard the harsh sigh of a blade being drawn. It plunged into the back of the cow's skull, right behind the horns, and twisted with a crackle of bone. The beast twitched once before her tongue lolled out. Her stare had wandered, looking past me and into a void I knew all too well. I recoiled as the cow's dark blood began to pool around my windowsill. One adventurous drip slipped over the wall and drew a straight line down the brick. I edged over to watch the men go on to argue over the luggage that was now strapped to a corpse. The cow's body jiggled as they saw to the ropes, making her gasp in death with leftover wind. I wrinkled my lip. Caltro. I looked to the door at first, and then, as I realized, rolled my eyes back to the cow. Of course, I said. Another visit was well overdue. Who are you this time? The beast's dead gaze swiveled to me. The rubbery lips barely moved as it talked. The tongue flicked around in the dust. Her breath was hot and laboured. Bashed said she had doubts, and you've proven her right, dear. The voice had the texture of the cow blood, liquid, oleaginous, seeping into my ears. And you are, if you must know, dear, I am Hathor, and you are wasting our time. If you haven't noticed, I said, gesturing to my new cell, time is all I have at the moment. Even an immortal knows time is finite, Caltro. One shouldn't presume to know the universe when one hasn't seen more than a grain of it. There I was, being chastised by a dead cow. The corpse bucked again as the drovers cut its load free. The bulging eyes blinked at me, waiting. In recent days, I'd learned that there is a recalcitrant child we all keep hidden within ourselves, even into our elder years. The years never truly change us, nor evolve us. They merely wrap another skin around us and tell us the lie that we've grown. It's not my damn fault. You haven't told me anything meaningful about this flood I'm meant to stop, or the cult you and the rest of this city dislike so much. All you've done is give me some strange power and told me to get on with it. With what? I'm just one ghost, and all recent events considered a pretty shit one at that. What makes me so special that you continue to plague me? The cow sighed. Its breath was now colder than me. Sense is hard to make across such distance, such dimensions. Through flesh. Even now I am most likely confusing you. Yes, but you're doing better than the cat. I'm stronger than my sister and more patient than all my brethren. Yet you are still wasting time. So you said. You had a chance, and squandered it. The cult are still working towards their goal, seeking to ruin what we built. Why? How? The why. Hathor took a moment as the men pushed her bovine body further against the wall. Her white horns clanged against my bars. For our brother. Sesh. That's him, dear. The how is difficult. The river you call Nyx is souring. It will flood the world, turn it upside down. Life will become death, only death. We gods are not dead, but we starve, Caltro. That is why we gave you the power, as you call it, our gift. It is so you can fight for us. What do you mean, starve? She took so long in answering, I thought the goddess had departed. When she did respond, her foaming lips managed to wobble slightly. The sandy tongue flicked at me. For every soul that passes the gates into Duat, we live on, the same as you. The gates were closed how do you say? Day. Sesh killed the boatman and reversed the Nyx. The day we imprisoned him. So it has been since. It has choked us. Choked Duat. Pointy's stories spilled from the mouth of a dying cow. I felt Hathor's panic in my chest, and through some connection, the concentrated fear of her brethren beyond, in a place I couldn't begin to fathom. I thought of the crowded space standing before 5 faded stars, and finally understood its vastness. Perhaps the cult did seek to flip the world. Perhaps I'd been called upon to finish some celestial battle. But as much as that awed me, it didn't change Hathor's words. You use us. Time is wasting, Caltro. I thought of the millions denied heaven, waiting and screaming in the dark, and why the gods wanted them. Not for the continuation of their creation's existence, but for their own survival. They, like the rest of us, had been sold a lie. We are nothing but fuel to you, are we? Sustenance. Not fuel. Symbiotes. I'd never heard such a word, but I doubted its definition would have satisfied me. I felt cheated somehow. Am I just a tool to you, as I am to all the rest? As Horus would say, all men are tools in war. Then why me? Why is this my fucking responsibility? Hathor twitched her head, making the nearby men yell in surprise. The one with the sword was already priming himself for another stab. Would you like me to say you're special, dear? That you're our chosen hero destined to save this world? It would be nice. She wheezed as the men came to prod at her again. I cannot. There are no heroes, only those who do their duty no matter the price. You aren't special. You simply died at the right time. A locksmith in a land of locks and doors sounded perfect. Even so, I knew you were a bad choice, and dear, so far you've proven me right. We gave you a gift, and you took it to the nearest tavern. Be selfish if you want. Drink and whore in borrowed bodies until the skies turn black and the sun bleeds. We have no more power to give to another. We cannot stop you, but you will suffer with the rest of us. In came the knife again, into a spot beside her jaw. Her words came as a faint whisper. Or you can believe our words and do the duty we ask of you. You have no love for your common man? Fine. Seek to save yourself at least. Maybe in the process, you'll save the world you're part of. Ichor trickled from her nose, and that was the last I heard from the dead goddess Hathor. I recoiled from my window as the sand turned scarlet, retreating to the cot. I sat in the shadow of the cow's corpse and watched her blood paint the wall, line by line. I felt like a boy again, bade to sit on the step in silence, meditating on the sting of a belt across my arse cheeks. Duty. Duty was a sharp word for a man who'd lived a life working for himself, taking whatever he pleased. It was why indenturement held such a sourness for me. I'd become the opposite of myself. Alive to dead, master to servant, thief to lackey. I had wrestled over which path to take towards freedom, and now I had 3 to choose from. Temsa, Horix, or the dead gods. A soulstealer, a promise, or fending off some sort of apocalypse. The potential of freedom lay with all of them, and it caused a battle to rage in my head. Loyalty duelled with selfishness, pride with moral fortitude, trust with fear. The hours that followed were torturous.
Temsa watched on as Sister Lyria paced along the bars without expression, watching the naked shades crowd each other. There must have been 100 to each cell. The weaker ones were pressed in so hard they almost merged with their neighbours. Their glowing eyes wandered between the sister's face and the white feather on her robe. Whispers followed in her wake. Blue light flooded the cellar. "Silence!" Temsa struck the bars with his cane. "Never had so many in these cells before," he said to Lyria, "and there is a warehouse that has a key with the cult's name on it." "Is it as full as these cages?" "It's as full as your 17%, that's for damn sure. All spoils from the names you gave me." Lyria turned, face glowing brightly. He could almost see the wrinkles her skin had worn before her death, however many centuries ago that had been. "And the other names we did not give you?" Temsa took a wide stance and crossed his arms. "I'll have you know, enlightened sister, that what I do in my own time is none of the cult's business." "Church." "Excuse me?" "We are a church, not a cult." Annie, ensconced in a corner like a thug in an alley, scoffed. "You are no church," she said. Lyria approached in slow, measured steps, hands clasped inside her vacuous sleeves. If you can be a Tor, we can be a church. The Church of Sesh. Temza shook his head irritably. It was an insulting comparison. The shades we agreed on are yours. Have we any further business? Any more names for me? We may have, once the list is completed in order. That is most important. He waved his hand. Yes, your sister has told me that already, and it is still none of your business if I seek opportunities elsewhere. It is the elsewhere part that concerns us most. Habish, Malek, Armour, Canis, Gore, Horax, Fennel, Boone. That is the order that must be followed. Why? Dominoes fall in sequence, not randomly. These names must fall in the same way. She sighed softly. Why Tor Busk, might I ask? Why such a minor noble? He had something I wanted. What? A new locksmith. He refused to give him to me. A locksmith? Yes, if you must know. One of the best in the city. The sister nodded slowly. Interesting. Temza realised he'd said too much and swiftly diverted the subject. How are you transporting these half-lives? Lyria watched as an extremely young shade, standing barely as tall as her hip, poured through the bars for her red cloth. She did not move away, but she ignored his fawning touch. We had hoped you might have the means to do so. Annie threw up her hands. Oh, you'd hoped, had you? Miss Jaxabel, calm yourself, my dear, said Temza, a smile growing. We can arrange it. At the cost of 1%, of course. Lyria was good at keeping a straight face, but not perfect. He saw the swirl in the vapours of her cheek. He had spent years dealing with shades. He could read them like he could flesh. That is fair, she said, though he couldn't see her believing it. Tomorrow evening? And the following two. I'm not stupid enough to transport that many shades in one go. They'll light up a whole street like a beacon. Acceptable. And they are in good condition? The warehouse shades? A few in the cages groaned in disagreement. Temza yanked a long and toothy key from his breast pocket. Care to check for yourself? Lyria dwelled on that for a moment, eyeing the key dangling before her. No, I have many other duties to attend to. The busy life of a cultist, eh? Temza winked and gestured towards the stairs. Tomorrow night, then, you will have your first shipment. Her sapphire stare became piercing. Trust is being provided in great quantities to a Temza. You wouldn't seek to betray us, or otherwise let us down now, would you? Temza stood his ground as she floated past. I'm insulted you even asked the question, Sister Lyria. Remember, Tor, the list. In order. Lyria paused to produce an envelope from her pocket, one sealed with blue wax and what looked to be a smudge of lip paint. You will need this for Gore. He held her stare until the curve of the stairwell took her, Annie bristling behind him. Chapter 16. Reparations. Secrets holds the desert's plenty, full to brim but seeming empty, and though the sand might look like naught, trust you not to paths unwrought, friend or foe or lost to nether, many ways to fade forever. Older times still walk the sand, and ancient ones still claim the land. Better here 'neath city lights than twixt the dunes on fearful nights. Nursery rhyme from the Outsprawls. Nilith's body jolted awake, but her eyes remained closed. She felt the grit at her fingertips, felt the weakness of the campfire. The night breeze had stolen its heat. The soft wall at her back gently rose and fell. Anoish was dead to the world. She heard the shuffle of sand and cracked an eye open. Only embers remained of the fire, but their faint ruby glow still lit the crags of her face sitting opposite her. For a moment, she thought it was Girab, and then noticed the long, lank hair and a hunch far too crooked to be the bargeman. Slowly propping herself onto her elbow, Nilith's other hand slid to the dagger on her thigh. She'd taken it from the wrecked ghoul camp under the light of morning, once the dune worms had eaten their fill. The scimitar was embedded in the sand near her head. She had also taken another trigger bow from a dead soldier, with 3 bolts stuck in it. Nilith met the woman's eyes. They looked like spheres of grey wool hiding diamonds in their centres. There was something familiar about them, and about her clothes, if a bundle of rags could be called clothing. "Beldam," Nilith whispered. Her hand stayed on her blade. There were more lines in the woman's face and deeper bags under her eyes than last time she had seen her. There was a quiver in her chapped lips. "Aye," she croaked. "How did you get here?" "With better fucking luck than you did. Got into some trouble, I see." The woman raised a shaky hand to point at the bruises still spread over Nilith's face like a faded map. "Have you been following me?" "I have." The beldam must have been short on customers to trail one this far, Nilith thought. "I can't pay you for any—" She was interrupted by a short gasp. "Healing, is that what you want?" Quivering hands dug deep into pockets, and a pinch of dust was thrown to the fire. The embers sputtered, turning green. Nilith pulled the dagger from its sheath as the beldam began to shuffle around the fire towards her. The old woman halted at the glint of the blade as it caught the sickly glow. "What's wrong, witch?" Nilith challenged her, whispering lest she wake the others. Black teeth came to gnaw at flaked lips. "I took too much." "What?" "From you. I took too fucking much, and now the balance is skewed." The beldam scratched at her head furiously, as if a horde of lice had made camp in her ragged hair. "Winds are changing, sands shifting, the Nyx sours." She faltered, looking north. The lights of the distant city were like the coals of countless dozy fires, scattered across the horizon and blurry in the haze. "Life is not what it was for a woman of the old ways. When I saw your gems, your belief, I took too much. Maat dictates I make amends." The beldam's hands clawed at the sand, as if the imbalance she had spoken of had needles that pierced her skin. Nilith's eyes were growing heavy in the green light. Something about the thick smoke wafting from it made her head loll. "You stay away," she mumbled, watching the witch shuffle closer. "I need to get back to the city." Nilith waved her dagger in one last feeble arc before her head met the earth. "Farazah." "Then luck you'll need," came the whisper. "Bones and skin will mend themselves, but balance must be given or taken." Nilith felt the woman's breath in her ear. It sounded strained, sad, lost. Nilith woke with a start, narrowly avoiding stabbing Girab as she reared up onto her knees, dagger still in hand and waggling. "Mercy!" he said, skipping away as fast as his old bones would let him. Anoish whinnied nearby disapprovingly. Nilith caught herself and her breath along with it, and sat down to rub the sleep from her eyes. Girab sat nearby, resting tentatively on his heels. He too had taken a knife from the bandit camp, and it protruded from his boot. "No sign of that falcon or the ghost. We thought we'd let you sleep on. Well, I did. Horse had nothing to do with it. Needed the healing. Some good it's done you by the looks of it." The bargeman pointed a finger, and Nilith probed herself, feeling the smaller lumps and scabbed-over cuts, now clean and greasy with the dab of oils. The sand witch.
Which?
A beldam.
Girab shook his head. Probably bad dreams, your majesty. Desert gives them to you, the nomads say. That's why I stick to the
No! Nilith cut him off, getting to her feet. She was here! She cast around for tracks other than theirs, which the breeze had turned to faint pockmarks. There were no others, no foot or hoofprints for a dozen yards around their camp.
What's got into you?
A woman came here last night, the beldam I met in the Long Sands. She was babbling something about balance. Girab picked at his fingernails.
The nomads also say never trust a beldam, and if you do, then never cheat a beldam.
And just who are these all-knowing nomads, if you please? I cheated nobody, Nilith snapped, looking to the horse instead. Anoish skipped away from her, as grumpy as she was. Perhaps they had all slept through strange dreams. I'm sorry, she said, pinching the bridge of her nose. She wanted something. For her, not for me. Something about balance and mud. She kneaded her brow, trying to recall. All she saw in her mind was green fire. There was silence as Girab pondered.
Sounds like a dream, if you ask me.
Nilith conceded with a huff. Maybe you're right. With no further talk of witches, she and Girab mounted the horse and began their gallop north. Nilith pressed Anoish harder than she would have liked. Pharazar had no need for sleep and had likely travelled through the night just to spite her. Who knew how many miles he had put between them while she had dreamed of old crones and green flames? Nilith explored her body between the movements of the horse. Her legs no longer felt sore, nor did her backside, now accustomed to Anoish's spine. Her jaw had ceased its clicking, and her breathing came easier instead of setting her ribs alight. Perhaps it was all down to a deep and deserved sleep, she thought, and yet she couldn't shake the dream from behind her eyes. Whenever she grew distracted from watching the dunes, she found the beldam's words echoing in her mind. She tried to piece them together, knit them into sense. The winds are changing. The Nyx sours. Mud, Nilith understood better than most. It was what had set her on this path in the first place. But what it had to do with the Nyx, she had no clue. A change in the landscape managed to distract her. Wide streaks of colour began to paint the plain ochre sand. Anoish's hooves met reds, bronze greens, greys, and even a faint blue. As the streaks began to stretch and elongate, so did the dunes. Like the swirl of the ocean meeting a shore, they became regular and evenly spaced instead of the half-hearted mazes they seemed to enjoy so much. Their peaks flattened, as if the wind had eaten away at their height, and the going became easier. The desert knew no true kindness, and what mercies it gave were always countered by another form of hardship. Though the terrain became gentler, fierce winds had carved great troughs between the dunes. No wonder, when they stretched so evenly east to west. The wind had no challenge here, and it raced along the strange channels as if it relished the opportunity. The only respite seemed to come on the dunes' flat peaks, where they could listen to the howl below them and wipe the sand from their eyes. Nilith gave her head a few thumps to shake the grit out of one ear. After ducking into 3 of the channels, she had taken to wrapping her borrowed cloak around her head and trusting the horse to guide them. "What new evils are these?" she called out. She had not seen these in her journey south. Girab, who had barely spoken a word all morning and most of the afternoon, muttered something in Arctian she did not understand. "What?"
"The race ruts."
"And what are they?"
"Roads of sorts."
Nilith teased another answer from him, like a stubborn splinter from a fingertip. "For what?"
You don't know? Nomads, mostly, though they're few these days. Thousands of years old their tribes are. The Wind Chasers, or Jubbub in Arctian, or the Akanzi, the Whirl Treaders. There's the Mirnabi too, though I don't know what it means in common.
Who makes these channels?
Nobody. The wind does, he said moodily, just as the river made my canyon.
Their stilted conversation was paused as they descended into another of the ruts. The wind battered them, threatening to steal their clothes as well as their breath. Nilith breathed as slowly as she could through the cloth of the cloak, and still she crunched grit between her teeth. When Anoish had slogged his way to the top of the next dune, she decided to give him a rest. She slid from the horse's back and shook the sand from her body. It fell from her in a cloud.
How many more of these? Girab shrugged.
If I've offended you, I apologize again. The bargeman's eyes met hers briefly, and he nodded, though his face remained firmly downturned.
Better be a nice barge, this replacement you promised.
Nilith cracked a smile, feeling her scabbed lips split anew. The nicest, she said, around the taste of blood. You'll be back sailing the Ashty in no time. As it turned out, there were 4 more ruts, or so her squinting scrutiny of the striped landscape told her. She saw the sand blowing up from the rim of the next one in great swirls, and huffed to herself while Girab fetched the water skins. The bits of the ghouls' camp that had survived the dune worms had furnished them with enough supplies to reach the city. They had clothing, food, water, weapons, and yet she was still travelling 1 ghost and 1 body short. Nilith stared out at the race ruts, privately simmering, and wondered how Pharazar had fared with them. Part of her hoped they would find him curled up with arms crossed in the next channel, refusing to go on. The other part knew his stubbornness all too well to flirt with such fancy. "Come on," she said, waving to the horse and the bargeman. "Let's clear these ruts before the sun sets." No doubt missing his tiller, Girab took up Anoish's reins and led him on, leaving Nilith to walk behind them and stew. Her eyes scoured the dunes for a flash of blue, but she was disappointed. Before she was blinded by the rushing wind of the next rut, she threw up her cloak and trudged on. This channel was wider than the others, and although the gale was lesser here, it had more time to harry them over the larger stretch. By the time they reached the peak, they were desperate for another rest. 3 more, she sighed. On the edges of the next rut sat a curious collection of stones. Boulders had once lain hidden in the sand, but the wind had uncovered them like thieves in a grain hoard and taught them a lesson in time and erosion. Most of them were pillar-shaped, tall and skinny, yet whittled into odd shapes by the harsh winds. They too were striped like the desert around them. Where one layer was more mulish than the next, it had resisted the carving, becoming flat and saucer-shaped. Nilith noticed others where the reverse had happened, where holes had appeared in the stone. They were completely natural, and yet Nilith's mind tried its hardest to find chisel grooves or sculptor's marks. She felt an urge to run her hands over the smooth surface of the pillars, but before she got halfway, an even more curious sight appeared beyond them. A donkey bearing an enormous and oddly shaped pack on its back rose above the rut. Nilith would have unsheathed her sword, thinking another traveller had snuck up on her, but the beast kept rising, and rising, straight up and with no jolt to its gait. Its legs came into sight above the sand, then its hooves, and Nilith saw there was nothing beneath them but air. Like the rest of the donkey, they hung limply from the great pack. A single rope was fastened about its neck. It was taut, its other end disappearing into the rut. "Girab," she hissed, too confused to put volume to her words. She stared at the canvas and wicker contraption on the donkey's back, examining how it shook and squeaked with every gust of wind. The donkey wriggled in mid-air, hee-hawing mournfully, and as the pack swayed, Nilith saw how wide it was, like the spread wings of a bird. Hearing the braying over the gusts, Girab turned. Concerned shouts rose up from below. There came a ring as Nilith drew her scimitar. She hurried to the edge of the dune, keeping one eye on the donkey hovering above her head. In Crass, there was a saying concerning a correlation between the occurrence of impossible events and pigs achieving flight. She wondered whether there was a flying donkey equivalent in the Ark.
"Nomads!"
Girab called out, hurrying after her.
"Wind chasers!"
Below in the rut, a whole caravan of donkeys had come to a halt. Nilith saw similar sets of wicker wings below, and from above she saw they were a squashed triangular shape. A score of men in sky-blue robes stood around the gap in the caravan where the intrepid donkey had floated free. Nilith would have called it a daring escape had the beast not still been whinnying woefully. Several men had hold of its rope and were struggling to keep it from climbing further into the bruised sky. Others were pointing at the ridge where they had spotted Nilith with her sword. Trigger bows were raised. The shouts became frenzied. Nilith waved her arms and thrust the sword into the sand for all to see. With a sharp whistle, a Noish was at her side, and together they sidled down the dune into the windy rut. The robed men approached cautiously, wearing goggles fashioned of crystal and brass. Nilith immediately envied them. Her cloak was still flapping maniacally about her head. Thick ribbons of blue fabric wrapped their faces. Short horns, rounded at the tips, poked out from their foreheads. Bushes and strands of beards and moustaches protruded through every available gap. They chattered at her in a strange language. It was unlike any dialect Nilith had heard during all her years in the Ark. She was clueless, and instead relied on the common solution to every language barrier, a great deal of pointing. She jabbed her finger at a Noish, at the rope, and then to the donkey still dangling aloft. Twice more she repeated the dance before they understood her, and began to wrap the rope around the horse's muscled shoulders. Somehow they found time to admire his stout flanks and bright eyes, as if he were a product for sale. A Noish heaved forwards as nomad after nomad leapt to pull the rope down with their weight. Their movements hinted of practice, as if this was not the first of their donkeys to develop a taste for flying. Within a few minutes, the donkey was hovering several feet off the sand. Its legs cantered as if it were already on solid ground. One heave later and it landed, promptly beginning to kick at any nomad who came near. They seemed accustomed to this too, and with the power of numbers, the nomads gently wrestled the beast into calm. Girab hobbled down the dune, conveniently late to the party. He held his hands up, intertwined in some greeting. The nomads recognized it and returned the gesture. Nilith did her best to copy it, and broad smiles broke out between their blue wrappings and wiry beards.
"Only the wind chaser men use that greeting. You use this one," Girab told her, joining his fingers together like an urchin.
"Ah!" Nilith performed the new movement, and a cheer went up from the small crowd. They gathered around her, touching her shoulders respectfully. Nilith flinched at first, but at the bargeman's scowl, she allowed it. Her hand gradually left the hilt of her knife. "You speak their language?" she asked, having to yell over the wind. Girab shrugged.
"Some, not much. We've crossed paths before, where the race ruts meet a westward bend in the Ashty. Traded a bit, but like I said, they're a rare sight, more now than ever."
"Why?"
"Your precious city is why. Soul stealers don't have any qualms about hunting them. No respect.
The nomads were watching them swap their foreign words like a ball being batted back and forth. Ask them if they speak common tongue, ordered Nilith.
Shasua Sikri Arcteri.
They mumbled between themselves until one clicked his fingers and ran up the line of the caravan. Shielding her face against the wind, Nilith watched him reach a large wagon, also sporting its own wings, and bow to its door. It was flung open, and a figure in inordinately long robes jumped to the sand. Nilith waited while they came closer, watching their tendrils of blue fabric flail wildly like streamers in a sandstorm. The man walked behind, being repeatedly slapped by the errant clothing. Fashion and necessity had never been the closest of allies. Nilith made the sea urchin gesture when the figure stood before her, closer than comfort, eyes and face hidden behind wrappings and goggles. The gesture was returned, and a female voice emanated from the blue cloth. A long pair of horns sprouted from her temples, sharp and curled. "Travellers?" she asked, turning her back to the wind so she could talk instead of shout. Nilith copied her. "Yes." "Traders?" "No, sorry." There was a collective groan from the group as the woman translated. "Where headed?" "Araxes." This did not need translating. Nilith thought she heard hissing on the wind. Several men slid away to tend the donkeys. "Always city, never deserts. They are drier for it." Nilith didn't bother to justify her direction, but she understood their annoyance. Araxes was like a lantern, drawing moths from far and wide. Except in this case, the moths were people, trade and prosperity. It left little lifeblood for the deserts and dune plains. "Where are you headed?" "Hebus. We have spices and stones to sell." The nomad held up a hand, showing a stone of red carnelian embedded in her palm, bound with matching silk. Hebus was as far east as a person could get without falling off the ark into the sea. It was an expedition that made Nilith's look like a trundle around a courtyard. "That's a long way." "The race ruts will lead us there. Jobub have travelled them for—" The woman paused to think. 30 generations. I do not know the number in your years, but we have spent them walking." Nilith had to say it. "Or flying, it seems. Do your donkeys often fly away?" The woman spoke louder, seizing an opportunity to admonish the other nomads. "Only when wrong packs are put on wrong donkeys, Rerenzi." A man with a patchy beard shuffled away, head bowed. "Wings meant for heavier donkey." Nilith bowed her head. "I see." The woman saw she did not, and waggled the wing of a nearby pack. It seemed so flimsy, and yet when the wind blew, they were as rigid as iron. "Journey very long, hard with east winds. Ancestors see birds follow caravan year after year, floating on winds. Ancestors have idea. They build wings like birds, keep donkey light, sometimes float. That way, donkey don't die on journey, and neither do we." "Ingenious," Nilith said, meaning it. She had already lodged these rare people in her mind, another facet of the ark that Pharazar and his ancestors have let wither and die. Her fists were clenched as she bowed and backed away. While she untethered a Noish and waved to Girab, the nomad woman stared Nilith up and down. "I wish you luck with your journey," Nilith told her. "No, you stay." Nilith's fingers automatically twitched for her knife, but the nomad parted her wraps, revealing a dark-skinned face and a wide, milky smile. "Our camp not far. Evening come fast." She waved her hand towards the sky, which was already darkening at its eastern edges. Nilith squinted at the far edge of the channel, chancing the flying grit. 3 more. She yearned to be after Pharazar, to catch him before he found the next Nixwell, a well that was wetter than the last one they'd encountered. She bit her lip, torn, until the wind chaser put a gentle hand on her shoulder and pointed her towards the hazy lump that was their wagon. It too had wings, 2 sets, one above the other, stunted and pinned to its sides over a curtained doorway. At its narrow head was a team of 3 donkeys, the plain, ground-dwelling type. The stretched skin and wicker of the wagon's frame had been dyed blue and was covered in glyphs that swirled and interconnected, the like of which Nilith had never studied before. "Spells," said the woman nonchalantly, as if magic were as common as souls. In the Reaches, magic was deader than the gods who'd once fashioned it. "Keep the winds straight." Nilith nodded as if she understood. She did not. "What's your name?" she asked as the curtain was pulled aside for her. The stink of perfumes and a smoking brazier met her like a fist. "Mizzy." Nilith." Mizzy touched her horns with 3 fingers and then gestured inside as shouts came rolling down the caravan. It seemed the intrepid donkey's wings had been trimmed and the Jubbub were ready to chase the wind again. "What about Girab?" "Men walk." "And the women?" Mizzy gestured again, impatiently. Nilith started to like the sound of this tribe. A half-circle of women, a spectrum of different ages, watched her as she climbed into the wagon and out of the wind. They were draped in multicoloured cloth, and apparently, the older the woman, the more clothing she was required to wear. The youngest sat bare-chested with a skirt of threads, 2 nubs of horns on her brow. The oldest looked like a small pointy hill of white hair swaddled in a knitted rainbow. She had the look of a ram, with grey horns that curled in spirals around her ears. Every face was uncovered, blank as a new scroll, eyes staring hard. Each of them must have been related in some way to the next. Their features were too similar, even down to the spread of freckles across their noses and cheeks. As Nilith looked around the half-circle, it was like watching time perform its awful dance, from elfin girl to wizened great-grandmother. A pillow was thrust towards her, and Nilith tested it with her backside. It was a lot softer than a Noish's backbone. Mizzy joined her, shutting the wind out with the curtain and a toggle to tie it fast. Silence reigned in the wagon, brooding under its low ceiling, thick like its smoggy air. Nilith was glad when the vehicle jolted forwards. The rattling wheels and howling of the wind took away the silence's edge. The moment she felt the wheels spin freely and the wagon rise slightly, the oldest of the women spoke up.
"Zeretim balam kitish, ferenik kazim jobob lira."
All of the circle besides Nilith laughed. "What did she say?" Mizzy covered her mouth.
"She say you have pretty face. Could almost pass for wind chaser."
Nilith cracked a smile, and the old woman replied with a grin, showing off a row of teeth that looked like a burned fence.
"Zeramir heren lesim."
"She asked if you are hungry," Mizzy translated. Nilith's stomach replied for her, rumbling away.
"Zeramir asta."
"Do you like wine?" Silence fell as the wagon lifted and bounced along the sand 3 times. The wind chasers leaned in to hear Nilith's answer. A sudden and terrible thirst had come over her grit-speckled tongue, though she felt a twang of angst over halting her pursuit of Pharazar. She could push a Noish all the harder on the morrow. She had not seen such charity since Eber and old Fen. It seemed her luck had changed, and she was not about to spurn its gifts. "Does an Arctian like half-coins?" she said, to another round of chuckles.
Chapter 17. Cellars. Who said religion and the gods were dead? I see religion all over. How about the Church of Half-Coins? Is the Code not a doctrine? Or the Consortium and their cult of silver? King Nepa's bazaar makes a fine cathedral. Or what about those who gaze up, enraptured at lofty towers? I see them praising on every street corner. And what of the worshippers of beer, wine, and fucking? What are we if not devoted to our gods? We are at church this very moment. Lift your tankard. Overheard in an Araxes tavern. I stared at the cow, blood decorating my plain wall, for most of the day. It had dried brown in half-formed macabre puddles. All the while 2 words had stuck in my head. A gift. Hathor and Basht's words, not mine. It jarred somewhat with their talk of duty. It was like calling a broom a gift, and then asking me to sweep the streets of Araxes. A gift. I said it aloud to taste the madness of it. Somehow it was bitter in my mouth and set a stir in my vaporous stomach. If what the cow had said was true, the dead gods were merely trying to help themselves, feed themselves more like. They were no friends of mine, and I wanted no part in their duty. My problem was, I had no real idea how to use my so-called gift to my advantage. Last time I had killed a man. I dearly hoped that my haunting didn't require murder to work. If so, it was no gift at all, and the gods could go fuck themselves all the more. I had weighed murder against all the benefits of escaping, and then against all the downsides to staying in Thames' clutches. I had realized one thing was certain. I couldn't stay here for long. I had even less trust for Thames than I did for the cult. Whatever other choices, I explored. The widow was still my best path out of this mess. Horrocks was my mistress, whether I liked it or not. My jaw set and grim, I strode towards the door. What was another step towards darkness as long as it set me free? My redemption, if I was owed any, could wait until after that. I pressed my head to the iron door once again. There was just one guard out in the corridor. I'd heard him coughing for most of the day, and no guard stands with company for so long without a bit of chat. After spending most of my life avoiding them, I knew a thing or two about hired swords. The other truth about them is they're never that smart. It was as if the worldwide prerequisite to be a guard was a subpar intellect and outstanding gullibility. There was a wide hatch in the door's face for plates or bowls in case Thames wanted to hold a living prisoner in this cell, and keep them alive with water and victuals. My blue fingers pried at its cold, rusty steel, but found no budge in it. It had been opened only once, when a shade had come to gaze at me for a time. I thought it had been Danib at first, but the face was smaller, without a helmet, and more intrigued than grumpy. The guard had shooed him away, and I'd thought no more of it. Years of battling locks had taught me many things. First and foremost, that a lock definitely wouldn't open if you didn't try to crack it. Baring my teeth, I crouched down, concentrated, and rammed my fist against the door 3 times. "Oi!" I cried for good measure. There came a sigh and then the thud of a more solid fist on the other side. "Shut it! It's important!" A grunt, and the hatch squealed as it slid back on rusted runners. I pressed myself to the door, watching as a nose poked into view, eyes somewhere behind it, scouring the cell. It took an age for the clank of a bolt to come. I could have sung. "No trick, Shade," ordered the guard as the door swung inwards. Its hinges complained even more than the hatch. Thames's tavern was in serious need of grease, I pondered, as I scuttled along with the swing of the door. This guard was smarter than the usual sort. At the very least, he had been duped by a similar trick in the past. He thrust a hand behind the door, skimming my head. Before his eyes could swivel down to my glowing form, curled like a spring, I pounced. He fell awkwardly, arms flailing at my face. I felt the sting of copper and saw he had rings around each finger. I winced as a fist caught my eye socket. My vapours turned solid where the ring struck me, pain lancing across my face and neck in white veins of light. I sought the guard's throat, somehow wrapping myself around him as he squirmed from under me. He seemed too horrified and outraged to yell for help. Instead, he made strangled grunts of revulsion as my cold limbs encircled his neck. "Get off," he panted. "Bloody shade!" I pushed my forehead into the back of his skull, trying to ignore the blood-gorged louse nestled there among flakes of skin like spring blossom. Think of nothing, I thought, internally yelling at myself to ignore the stupidity of such a statement. I clamped my eyes shut and pressed, squeezing with my arms. I prayed I would not have to strangle him. Nothing, nothing, nothing. As before, I felt something slip, like the pop of an aching joint. At first, I thought his neck had failed him. Immediately, I felt a force rail against me as my cold met a wall of warm flesh. This man's soul was stronger than my last victim's, and fought hard for its body. It battered against me, forcing me out for a brief moment before I drove my concentration into the man's skull like a forge-hot knife. Within a moment, I lay sprawled on the floor, clutching at empty space around my aching neck. All was silent in the cell save for the trundle of cartwheels and idle scuffing beyond the barred window. I smelled my own stink first, a tang of unwashed armpits and nethers. If I hadn't known better, I'd have said the man was already dead and 3 days rotted. For a moment I feared I had killed him, but the beat of a stolen heart said otherwise, as did my lungs. No pipe lover, this man. He had the lungs of a forgotten childhood, when I had run for endless miles through meadows never without breath. That had been before city soot, dusty workshops, smog-filled taverns, and the general ravaging of age. Straining to hold on to the body, I remembered those simpler times, and coveted them. All children are blank canvases, waiting to have life's brushstrokes and splatters spread across them. Some they paint themselves, others are painted for them, some dark, some light, and more come every year, until our self-portraits are one day finished. Perhaps that was why all souls echoed their deaths, unfinished canvases stolen before they were complete. When the man's muscles had slackened under my hold and no longer fought me, I tested my limbs and found them sturdier than his care for hygiene would have suggested. This guard was strong. I wondered whether it was because this one hadn't used a club for a headrest. I put his strength to good use. Dusting off my borrowed clothes and getting to my feet, I slid the hatch shut on the second try. Once I'd gotten used to my fingers and the door quickly after, I remembered the bolt before I shuffled down the corridor. Despite the wax that clogged my ears, I heard the rumble of the slab above me, busy in the hotter midday hours. I shoved the guard's feet toward the first set of stairs I came across, a spiral case that led me up several levels. At the uppermost step, a guard clacked a spear butt and my head snapped up. I heard a crack in my neck as an old but familiar wound dogged me. "Space! What are you doing up here?" I grunted, clearing my throat, and said, "Need to find the boss. Shade's acting up." "Tor, you mean? He put a knife through Olagef's throat t'other day for calling him boss." "I'll remember," I said. I tried to peer past him to see if Pointy lay on the desk or hung from the wall. No such luck. "So, is he in there?" "Nah, down in the cellars." I nodded my thanks, but another knock from the spear caught me before I left. "Oi! You remember what I told you?" I turned slowly, my face torn between a raised eyebrow and a knowing smile. "You idiot. Too much ale is your trouble. She had twins." The man beamed. "2 healthy twins." I was about to congratulate his new fatherhood when the guard tucked his spear into his armpit and grabbed at imaginary and rather huge breasts. "2 very healthy twins, if you know what I mean. Could barely walk after a night with..." "Good for you." I cut him off as I turned away. Cheated of his celebration, he grunted and went back to his guarding. His muttering followed me down the stairs. "Suit your fucking self." I figured the cellars must be where I'd been locked up on my first visit to the rusty slab. The weeks since then had stretched into what felt like a year. I chose down instead of up, and wandered into the dark of the tavern's cellars and tunnels. I felt my bare skin prickle in the cool air, hairs dancing. I shivered at the sensation. It was marvellously diverting. The warren of underground cellars and warehouses Temsa had dug beneath his tavern were winding, and they had led me a merry pattern past the cages of the dead. I looked at them and their woeful expressions, the same as I'd once worn. I spied the highborn amongst them, with their proud cheekbones and marks of torture. One was burned to a sapphire husk. The cages were full to bursting in places, the ghosts twitching as their comrades pressed them up against the copper bars. Temsa had been busy indeed. I'd spent 3 weeks wallowing in indenturement. He had spent them becoming a Tor, and being a Tor in this town meant owning a lot of souls. Temsa had collected thousands in these cellars. I dreaded to think how many more levels he had stuffed with ghosts. I saw at least one more down another set of curling stairs where vats of Nyx water sat between the cages. The floor was freshly spattered with its inky waters. Ghostly hands pawed at me, their owners managing faint murmurs as I brushed through a narrow section and out into a wide dome of a room. My borrowed heart skipped a beat, my own feelings leaking into the body as I saw Temsa standing with Annie Jexabel and a group of her guards. They were busy overseeing the construction of more cages. A gang of ghosts in drab loincloths were supervising the hammering and bolting. They wore leather on their hands, saving them from the copper. "Faster!" Temsa was yelling, stamping his eagle's foot. I noticed with a stiffening of my lip that he had pointy and a scabbard hanging from his round hip. "I need this finished by tonight, you hear?" "Yes, Tor," came the awkward chorus. Some voices hoarse and new, others barely formed. "There you are," said the sword's voice in my head, somehow knowing it was me. "Is this one alive, or did you kill him too?" I nodded to the soul blade and ducked into an alcove, pretending to stand guard. I poked at a nearby cage of innocents for good measure. Temsa was grumbling. "I tell you again, Annie, the slab's getting tight. New accommodations are required, methinks." Was all the big lump of Jexabel had to say. "Did you hear me?" "I did." "Again with your doubt, my dear. You better start trusting me again or put a fucking cork in your complaining, one or the other." He wagged a finger menacingly. I watched from the corners of my eyes, which had begun to sting from the effort it took to keep them under my control. The man was desperately trying to wink. "Magistrate Gore's tower might be just to my liking and more fitting of my new station once I wash his stink from it. I've grown bored of Best District. I shall have myself weighed again tomorrow to seal the claim. A chamber of the cold magistrate, though, Tor. Some might say it's too bold. Starson said he's had the whiff of a scrutinizer sitting in the bar, combing for clues, and after that oaf Olmac killed one of them." Jexabel backed off as Temsa gave her a venomous look. "We have our princess to cover that. Cicine will keep them off our trail," he said. That raised my eyebrow. Jexabel changed the subject. "What's the plan?" "Tonight at midnight, we pose as guests for Gore's party. Enlightened Sister Lyria was kind enough to give us several invitations. The cult continues to impress, despite irritating the fuck out of me." My eyebrows were well and truly raised now. The cultist in the streets started to make more sense. "Is there an invite for me?" asked Jexabel. "Naturally, and Danib too. I've got a few men in mind. We'll take Caltro too." I flinched at my name. "Surely he can wait." "We take him," Temsa replied firmly. "I don't trust that fucking widow. She's a crotchety old bag, or so the tongues wag. Might decide enough is enough and cut her losses with his half-coin. Better I get as much use out of him while I can, just in case." Another grunt from Jexabel. She proceeded to kick a ghost with the copper toe of her boot. It sent the woman sprawling, her near-severed limbs flailing. "Faster," he said, Jexabel bellowed before returning to Temsa's side. "Keeping the sword, then?" Jexabel asked. "I am. Seems a fitting blade for a Tor, and besides it's inordinately sharp." Temsa looked as though he would pull it forth with a flourish, but his hand shied away from its hilt. I noticed the bandage on his thumb. "He tried to sharpen me. I cut the whetstone in half." "Sounds like a soul blade to me." "Nonsense, Annie. Old fairy tales." "Grandfather had an axe like it. Soul axe, I suppose." "Hey, you! I told you to watch the shade cell." It took me a moment to realise Jexabel was speaking to me. Her giant frame striding towards me, finger raised, was my first clue. Why in the Reaches do they have to breed them so big in the Ark? I thought. My body twitched, once again trying to signal her in some way and betray me. I clenched harder. This haunting was more difficult than the last. Jezebel brought her burst-veined nose close to mine, bending down so she could snort in my face. "Well? Heckle's down there. Wanted to swap." Why did I choose such a crass name? "Swap? And who the fuck is Heckle? Don't remember such a man." She prodded me hard in the sternum and I choked on the other man's soul. "Heckle, half-tongue, new man. Doesn't like the door shift." I prattled off some more fiction. "Very nice," Pointy quietly congratulated me. I saw Temser clanking his way over, curiosity piqued, and I grappled for an excuse to escape Jezebel's shadow. I'm sorry, I'll get back up there right away." My body convulsed again, but I turned it into a swift lunge towards the doorway. I winced my way into the corridor, expecting a rough hand to land on my shoulder at any moment. But none came, and I proceeded back the way I'd come. Jezebel's curse of "fucking amateur" was the only thing that chased me, as well as Pointy's voice, faint with distance. "I'll wait then, shall I?" I exhaled only when I was alone, save for the crowded pens of ghosts. They looked on at me, confused and uncaring. They had their own deaths to deal with. My encounter with Jezebel had been far too close for comfort, but her conversation with Temser had been a mine of information. Firstly, the infamous cult were aiding Temser. Secondly, he was going after the chamber, the only pillar of justice I knew of in this godforsaken city. A bold move indeed for a soulstealer, never mind that he had murdered his way to nobility. And lastly, he had a princess in his pocket. There was only one princess, Anne Cicine, I knew of, and that was the Empress in waiting. I wondered whether she knew I was here, locked in Temser's cellars. No doubt she still had need of me, unless she'd gone to that bitch Evelyn Everas instead. Even though I would have likely found a knife in my back at the end of it, the missed opportunity to work for the royal family of the Ark stung me. At least if Everas did get the job, it would remove my competition. I heard a scuff on the stairs, and looked up to see Daneb standing tall at the end of the corridor. His armor was minimal for once. I tried to keep my eyes away from the gaping wood encircling his skull as I cleared my throat, straightened and walked towards him. I even chanced to nod as I passed. He looked at me with his glowing white eyes and scowled as if sensing my wrongness. Perhaps I bulged to him. 2 souls crammed into one body. The guard wrapped around my vapours ached to scream and shout, but I bit my borrowed tongue until I could taste blood and carried on up the stairs. Daneb watched me until I disappeared from sight. I decided I would bide my time, lull Temser into a false sense of security while I picked locks, and pray Horrocks wasn't too hasty with my half-coin before I managed to escape with the damned sword. It wasn't the first time I had entrusted my future to my skills, and I hoped it wouldn't be the last. There was a more immediate issue that lay before me. I had no idea what a live body would do once I hauled myself from it. Half of me thought the guard would be a raving lunatic by the time I exited him. The other half imagined him running off, yelling to Temser of what I had done. Even though there was only a slim chance the soulstealer would believe him and think him sane, it wasn't worth the risk. As a locksmith, I was useful enough. As a pet circus ghost, I was worth untold amounts. I put my hands to my head and scratched at my dirty scalp, racking my brains. I swore they were mushier than when I'd been alive. The guard's less than adequate mind was no help, too wrapped up in trying to cast me out. He was managing it, slowly but surely. I felt myself squeezed, pushed up against his skin. Time was short. I found the stairwell up and heard the roar of the tavern again. An idea mercifully struck. Sane. I needed the opposite. I need insane. Fighting to move my legs as if the guard had read my thoughts, I jogged up the stairs and hovered at the heavy curtains separating me from the busy tavern hall. I looked out over the greasy dock workers swilling their thick beer, the painted entertainers dressed in ostrich feathers, and not much else, the scrapings of the dusty streets wetting their whistles, and the guards staring sleepy-eyed out over the writhing masses. A dirge was being howled from one corner. I set my fingers to my leather jerkin and yanked at the toggles. My hands fought back, reaching away, and it took some wrestling to shrug the garment off. Next came the shirt, and with more fighting, his trews. I left him his boots, primarily because I couldn't be bothered with the laces, but his loincloth I ripped away and tossed down the stairs. Pausing, I stared down somewhat wistfully at the parts my ghostly self now lacked, but then a grin appeared. Mischief always won over the morose. Thinking of feathers and a painted body, I tore myself from the man's flesh, falling from his naked back. The sensation dizzied me, but I remembered to kick out with all I had. My foot caught him square in the back and sent him sprawling into the crowd before his eyes could stop spinning. The last I saw of him before I tumbled down the stairwell was him naked and spread-eagled across a table, drenched in beer, arms flailing like an upturned tortoise, yelling something about a ghost under his skin. The laughter followed me down the stairs, and I landed in a heap with a smile. Uncurling myself, I scuttled back to my cell, hauling the door shut with a bang. The bolt I could do nothing about, but lies I could. With any luck, the guard would be out on his backside within the hour. Alive, at least, and that was what counted. I was no murderer.
Dust. It was a pandemic in the cavern beneath the Widow's Tower. Like a greedy mould, no surface had escaped its attention. On some of the higher rafters it gathered like carpet. Pale piles of it sat in banks by the walkways and ramps. The finer particles refused to sink, hanging in the stuffy air like a stubborn smog. The lanterns caught the motes in their light and painted them yellow. The shades were caked in it. It clung to their naked frames or robes like a false skin, like the fashions of free shades of old, caking themselves in powder to appear alive. It had never worked then, and it didn't work now. The workers just looked paler and more ghoulish. Widow Horrocks stared at the beams crisscrossing the walls, keeping the dirt and rock at bay. She sought patience, calm perhaps, in between the seams and iron spikes. Her eyes betrayed her, slipping instead to the mound of earth that had swallowed a portion of what her shades had built for her. Her great creation listed to one side under its weight. In the hazy gloom of the cavern, figures could be spied, glowing a faint blue as they hurried to clear the cave-in. "That one," she said, pointing to one of the kneeling half-lives before her. The shade winced before the copper whip had even touched him. He cried out, eyes flashing white as the whip lanced across his shoulders. "And that one!" Another pointing finger creeping from her sleeve, another snap of sinew and copper twine, another screech. Khalid kept his whip at the ready, but Horrocks held her tongue. She paced along their line, skirts swishing angrily as she watched them cower. 5 of the sad bastards, and one or more of them were responsible for this delay. They were lucky their mistake had only set them back a few days, and not caused worse damage. If she hadn't already sealed her tower so tightly, Horrocks would have assumed foul play, a spy of Thames's in her midst. As it was, she had only mere stupidity to deal with. "I'll ask again. Who didn't ask for the wall to be shored up?" Silence, save for snivelling and the scratching of blue fingers in the dark dirt. Horrocks took up her crook-like walking cane and prodded each of them in the foreheads. "Who?" At last, a shaking hand arose from the group. It belonged to the Skull Woman. "Your name?" "Bella, madam." "You were the one responsible for this delay?" "No, madam, he was." A glowing finger shot out. The shades in the line each ducked to avoid its damning direction until one alone was left upright. The crippled shade, bent almost double. He had been cheap. Horrocks remembered that about him. He blinked owlishly at her. "You, your name?" "Con, madam, son of Karabi." "Did you cause this damage, Con, son of Karabi?" He took his time to think, then snapped his fingers. "All I did was mention that I once was an acolyte for the Chamber of the Grand Builder. And were you? I was. I told Bella that, and she put me in charge. What did you do for the Grand Builder? I carried scrolls and fetched tea. The half-life almost looked proud. I see, said Horrocks, nodding. She folded her arms behind her back as she paced once more. Her, Khalid, the accuser. She hid behind the stupidity of others when she clearly knew better. The Colonel wrapped the whip around Bella's neck, forcing her face into the dirt. Shall we put her in the sarcophagus, mistress? Horrocks watched the shade struggle and claw furrows in the dark earth. Let's go for something simpler, shall we? One of these new outsprawler punishments I've heard so much about. Bella began to gasp. Her vapours undulated through an entire spectrum of blues as the copper collar continued to burn her. Water, or fire, or both? You choose, Colonel. Aye. Khalid said nothing more as he dragged the shade off on her leash, as a noble might walk one of their fancy miniature beetles. Horrocks whirled on the line of shades. Do any of you have knowledge of building, digging, or the like? She hissed. Con flinched away. She turned her face up to the rafters of the cavern, up to the hundreds of shades that scampered up ladders, down ropes, and dangled from buckets. Glowing ants swarming over her vision, her creation. Horrocks took a moment to admire its growing angles before a shriek tore from her lungs. Its hoarse echoes died along with their frantic digging. They stared down at her, eyes wide and fearful, like chickens hearing the boots of the farmer. It had been a week since Yamek had promised her it would be finished. It was in no such state, and now this cave-in had no doubt cost another week, yet another setback when the sand in the hourglass was running thin. Horrocks let her voice bounce around the darkness. Don't any of you useless creatures know how to fucking build anything? There was a rustle of whispering from a wooden gantry overhead. A shade was pushed forwards and a head popped into view. He was a young man, with an axe head for a face. With skull cheeks and tiny eyes, he looked fearful enough to be truthful at least. The kiss of a whip was always good for breeding loyalty. His voice was tremulous. I also worked for the Chamber of the Grand Builder, mistress, he said. And did you also carry scrolls and fetch tea, half-life? No, I drew the scrolls, mistress. Cranes, docks, high roads. I drew them all. Your name? Poldrew. Horrocks gestured to the great lump of wood and canvas sat between her and a roof that was lost in the dusty haze. Can this be finished in a week's time, Poldrew? She saw the twitch in his cheek. No, he said. No? How long then? I never built anything like this. His eyes wandered off for a moment, seeking courage. I wouldn't want to lie, Tal, but maybe 2 weeks would be more accurate. Horrocks levelled a grey bone of a finger at him. It had better be, she warned, hearing the heavy stomp of Colonel Khalid returning. Because you're in charge now, understand? 2 weeks, not a day more. Poldrew's nodding was so vigorous he almost shook himself from the gantry. I thought Yamek was in charge of building, Khalid grunted. That man is a shade driver, not a builder, whereas this man... She let the Colonel follow her pointing finger. This man is a builder, and he has given me his word he can finish within 2 weeks. You will watch him like a hawk. Are you sure, mistress? I never gamble when the stakes are so high, Colonel. I thought you were a man who liked his card dens. Khalid cleared his throat. I used to be. There's a sickness hidden in cards, and I found it. But if I could interrupt, you have a visitor."
Araxes' eyes flashed angrily.
"I said no visitors."
"Apart from this one, widow."
"Ah, good."
Araxes adjusted her skirts before giving Poldrew one last look.
"It's on you, Shade. Get this done, otherwise Carlet here will have another soul to play with."
The widow and the colonel left, disappearing into the poorly lit haze, leaving Poldrew to stare out into the darkness and meet the countless blue eyes staring back at him. His gulp echoed through the dusty silence. Araxes was wandering her sparse garden when Khalid brought her the spook. The cold of the cellars had put a shiver in her old bones, and she wanted to feel the sweltering day on her face. Good for the wrinkles, she'd heard. Not that she gave a damn. Age was how wisdom was measured, not in looks. Melba Crail strode confidently towards her, as if his performance so far had been naught but exemplary. Araxes put a sour curve on her lips and stared him down into a shuffle. By the time he reached her, his hands were stuffed into the pockets of his robe, and his eyes had fallen to the sand.
"I don't see why you appear so happy with yourself, Spook. You have not delivered what I asked for."
"No, Tal Araxes, I have not. But I have located your locksmith."
"Where is he?"
"In the cellars, beneath Tor Boran Thames's tavern," Crail said proudly.
"Are you sure?"
"As sure as I stand here." Stalking along the beds of plants, the widow regarded the waxy green stems waving at her. She traced her hand across a few before snapping one's neck. She held its bulbous head up to the shade and crushed it, letting its black seeds trickle through her fingers.
"And why have you wasted time coming to tell me?"
"Thames's a wily man, Tal Araxes. He employs no shades outside the confines of his bar, or his warehouses or factories. The only shades beneath the rusty slab are behind bars, ready for market."
"And yet you managed to find Caltro."
"I saw him in his own cell, and it almost ruined me trying to get that far. Breaking him out will be infinitely more difficult." Araxes clicked her tongue sharply. It seemed this was a day of disappointments.
"I am a frugal woman, Spook. I sow my silver only where I know it will grow and blossom. Currently, I don't see anything sprouting from our arrangement but let down and delay."
She strolled a circuit around the shade, staring at the flecks of dust on his cream robes.
"His own cell, you say?"
Crail gave her an avid nod.
"Thames knows Caltro's worth and history," mused Araxes, "and I'd wager that if the Tor is the one behind these murders, then he's not done yet. That means he'll keep him safe. If we push him, Thames may decide to destroy Caltro just to spite me, and at any time that pleases him."
"If the locksmith's worth what you think, and Thames is that greedy, I doubt that."
"Leave the doubting to me, Master Crail, and busy yourself with doing your job."
Araxes stared at the black seeds clinging to her craggy palm.
"Get me Caltro back by any means necessary. I don't care what it takes. Fail me, and you'll think death is a summer breeze compared to what I will do to you."
Crail looked as if he were going to say something, which, judging by the worried curl to his mouth, was most likely an alteration to his price. His finger hovered in mid-air, and his mouth hung agape, but Araxes' glare kept him speechless. All he did was nod, and let Khalid show him the way out. When the colonel returned, Araxes was busy staring into the sky, at the spike of the cloud piercer, just visible between two towers. A pair of thin spectacles, stained a dark grey, balanced on her nose so the sunlight wouldn't offend her.
"Is he gone?" she croaked.
"Yes, widow."
"Thames is far more ambitious than I thought." If you'll pardon my boldness, mistress, I don't know why you won't let me take 10 score of my best men and go knock on Thames's door."
"The same reason he hasn't come to claim Caltro's half-coin in the same way, Khalid. A battle in the streets is worth nobody's time and everybody's attention, and with these recent deaths, the Chamber of the Code is currently out for blood. Never mind the Cloud Court and the Emperor." She scuffed at the cracked earth and sand at her feet, feeling the ridges of stout wood beneath. "It would jeopardize our plan." Khalid took a while to muster the question. Perhaps he sensed the serrated edge to her mood.
"Do we continue without Caltro?" he asked.
"My plan was in motion before he came into the scene. We are simply back to brute strength and surprise, Colonel." At the sound of Khalid's growling, she whacked him with her cane. "We have 2 weeks. Until then, we trust in the spook and see what he delivers us. If not—" Khalid cocked his head as he waited for her sharp mind to carve a plan out of this mess. Horrocks threw him a grin, showing off grey teeth. "If not, Colonel, then you will have your battle after all."
Chapter 18. Magistrate Gore. They say you can find anything in Araxes, even things you didn't know you wanted. Trinkets, craftsmen, silks, spices, furniture, sellswords, weapons. King Nepa's Bazaar has 5,000 stalls, teeming with delights from every edge of the far reaches. Soul markets sit on every corner. Stranger fancies, pleasures of the flesh. Young boy or girl, perhaps? Snefer and Mankare districts have towers of brothels and cat houses offering all manner of delights. Fight pits abound in Dawar, gambling and card dens in the high docks, where the beasts coming off the ships are otherworldly and, yes, for sale. Whatever you desire can be yours in the City of Countless Souls. From The City of Countless Souls, a keen-eyed guide. Temsa came for me at night, just as he'd promised. The unlatched door from my previous excursion had been discovered by another guard. As was to be expected, suspicion was rife on the Tor's face as he swaggered into my cell. He hadn't interrogated me yet, but the number of men watching me had tripled. He seemed to have trouble buying my nonchalant pose, arms crossed and lounging at the back of the stone room. Temsa certainly had taken to his part as Tor. Some Arctian royals would have had trouble dressing so garishly. The grey had been dyed from his goatee, and his receding hair shone with oil. His attire was a layered affair of golden silk, velvet, embroidery, and a few agate pendants thrown in, just in case he wasn't glamorous enough. The rich thread shimmered as he hobbled, playing games with the light. Pointy was hidden beneath those distracting folds, I was sure of it. Somehow I felt his presence in the room, but he had no words for me. "Been up to mischief, have you, Caltro?" Temsa challenged me. I was the paragon of innocence. "I think you'd better start watching who you employ as guards. You have a madman loose in your establishment. He came in here raving about the evilness of shades, knocked me around a bit, then left me to it. Bollock naked he was." Temsa walked closer to me, looked up into my eyes and took some time measuring my lies. In the end, they proved weighty enough to pass his inspection. "And what of your verdict?" he asked me. "Will you continue to stare at these 4 walls, or will you do what's best for your vapours and work with me? I have need of a locksmith tonight." "Based on the late hour, I'd say you have nothing legal in mind," I replied. "If it's legal, it's no fun," my father always said. Bless his soul. "Sounds like a fine upstanding gentleman. Shame he had to go and conceive you." Temsa's talons dug into my uncovered foot, grinding against the stone beneath. My vapours refused to come free, as if he had impaled real flesh. There must have been copper in those gold claws. As he withdrew them, I hissed at the pain bounding up my leg. "Yes or no, Shade? The hour is late indeed. Some of us still have lives to lead." I played reluctant. At the very least, I'd get to stretch my lock-picking fingers. It had been too long since the lockboxes in the widow's tower. Fine, yes. Temza blinked away the surprise as quickly as it appeared on his face. Perhaps he'd been expecting more of a battle. I shrugged. No point fighting what I can't fight, is there? I've had enough of that. Might as well do what I'm best at. At the very least, I could crack some locks while I waited for Temza to drop his guard. Smart, Shade. I clapped my hands together soundlessly. The blue vapour of my fingers intermingled. So, what have you got in mind? Temza bared a gold tooth. An orgy. Excuse me? He took to circling me. No event of mine, Caltro. Magistrate Gauze. The good magistrate has a penchant for holding grand parties in the safety of his own home. Word has it they are very popular with the taws and towels. It's a perfect opportunity to catch him unawares and claim a few extra spoils while I'm at it. Clever, I said, pandering to his scheming. Who gave you the tip? Temza snorted. I have my eyes and ears, living and dead. I knew he meant the latter. The cult. Well, since you're so flush with information, Tor, what are we talking? A vault? A safe? Vault. Like the others I've recently paid visits to, Magistrate Gore is old-fashioned, has no belief in the security of our fine banks. Such a pity. Temza smirked. You're catching on. Thieves think alike. I saw displeasure curl his lip. I am a Tor, Caltro. You're the thief. And it is time to do your thieving. I don't suppose I get any of the spoils. Temza looked about my room like a decorator given up on life. A proper room, perhaps? Maybe one with a decent window? How's that? Before I could get further, he clicked his fingers and the guards grabbed me by the arms and muscled me along after him. Even though it would be temporary before my escape, I'd take a room over a cell or a wardrobe any day. Annie Jexabel was waiting for us in a small warehouse adjoining the tavern's pyramid. The slanting walls were lined with figures in black armour. Each bristled with various degrees of sharp implements. Nearby, covered wagons waited with mules and horses lashed to them. Jexabel was standing beside the monster ghost, Danib. Both were wrapped in silk gowns that covered them head to toe, barely hiding the full suits of armour beneath. They looked like wardrobes with heads. As I was marched along, I idly wondered how quickly my manhood would have wilted after seeing those two arrive at an orgy. Temza headed towards a carriage that was at odds with the rest of the gathering. It was a square box with gilded edges, with classic Arctian swirls and glyphs painted down its flanks. 2 horses had the privilege of pulling it, and each wore a gigantic purple plume on their heads. How the driver could see over them I had no idea. Before I was prodded into the coach by Jexabel's gauntlet, another ghost draped a silk robe around me, one with silver thread spread like a ladder down its front. Inside I was the paltry filling between a sandwich of Danib and Jexabel. Temza sat opposite with far too much space to himself. He draped his hands over his ornate cane and stared at the 3 of us, a smile resting on his face. An uncomfortable grimace hovered on mine. I concentrated on ignoring the solid press of the armour-bound hulks either side of me. The carriage lurched onwards, and I listened to the sounds of myriad streets and their milling people roll by. Araxes never truly slept, but something about its air tonight seemed subdued, as if a fog had settled on the streets. I saw no such mist in the brief snatches of city I glimpsed through the shutters. Just the hooded lanterns of closed shops, and the fleeting shine of blue as shades went about their business. I saw more of them as we swerved onto a high road and rattled over flagstones built upon squat roofs. The going was faster with fewer peasants in the way. I could see why the rich had built their raised thoroughfares. The high road led us deep into the city. As it turned out, Magistrate Gore lived near the core district, far from Temza's lowly tavern. To attack a noble so brazenly in Araxes' centre made him bolder than I'd thought him, and within me a poisonous weed took root. I hoped that he would pull it off. The thief in me respected the challenge, but far too much for my liking. I cleared my throat, scrubbing that weed away. I received a sharp nudge from Jexabel in return. "Keep still," she growled. "Something to say, Caltro?" asked Temza. I groped for some words, an excuse to try and weaken his wariness some more. Thief's banter. This Magistrate Gore, what's he done to deserve a visit from the likes of us? Us. No lines drawn between him and me. He raised an eyebrow. His name was on the wrong list. Whose list? Yours? Pointy interjected, making me flinch. The cults and the princess. I heard him talk of both. As always, only I heard his voice. You're far too curious, Caltro, Temza was saying. I want to know this is not a dead-end job, pardon the pun. Now puns need no pardoning, but I was playing a different Caltro tonight. I heard Pointy chuckling at the Tor's hip. Impress me tonight, Shade, and I will have more use for you. I pushed him again. When are you going after Widow Horrocks? Temza's face became stormy. Leave the widow to me. She still has my half-coin. You think too much of yourself, Caltro. You're not the glowing light at the centre of my plans. You are a cog in a machine much bigger than you know. Your freedom will come at my leisure. I told you I will get your coin. That nettled me, though I kept my tongue polite. You don't need to lecture me on cogs, Tor Temza. Temza sighed. Perhaps I should have opted for a less talkative locksmith. I cut the last one's tongue out, you know. Harder to threaten a ghost with that. I stuck out my blue tongue. Impish, I know, but I was proving a point. Danib moved faster than thought, pincering my tongue with one hand and producing a copper blade with the other. The blade sizzled against my vapours and I squirmed. Temza was sniggering to himself. Is it now? I've been a soul-stealer for 25 years, Caltro. I know how to threaten men, dead or alive. I gurgled, like a nursing infant grappling with my first words. A better locksmith? What about that Evelon Everass? I hear she's the best in the reaches. Release him, Danib. I rubbed my mouth, eyeing the big glowing lump with a sour face. She wouldn't work with the likes of you. At Temza's scowl, I added, whereas I am happy to. Happiness is for the living, Caltro, not for half-lives like you. That put a cork in my unsuccessful attempt to lower his guard. I decided to distract him with my skills instead. I flexed my fingers as the carriage began to slow, an old habit as I had no sinew to stretch, but it immediately brought a smile to my cheeks. I was there to pick a lock, a vault, no less. I could almost feel my old self again. Temza was wrong. Happiness could come to the dead too. We're here, murmured Temza as we jolted to a stop. The driver hauled open the door, showing us a square courtyard, washed orange by 2 torches. They framed a wide door, a half-circle built of layered varnished wood and black iron. I recognized it immediately. A Maxir door, named after a doorsmith history had mostly forgotten. Maxirs were eye-wateringly expensive, designed to grow sturdier the more they were attacked. The harder the door was jolted, the tighter the springs held their bolts, the more the pins rattled down their channels into the frame. I hadn't seen one in half a decade. Besides me, the only way through a Maxir door was to have a key, a battering ram the size of a house, or a polite invitation. We had the latter. Temza swaggered assertively from the carriage, making us wait inside. House guards loomed from the glare behind the torches. No questions, just lowered lances and a statement of invitation or leave. The Tor did not break pace, his foot, cane and talons making an interesting song on the courtyard's sand and stone. He produced 4 envelopes and fanned them for one of the house guards to examine. I watched the man's eyes scan the lettering more than once. After a pause far too long for comfort, he waved a hand, and the other guards formed a channel towards the entrance. Jexabel and Danib plucked me from the carriage and practically carried me to the door. I let them, too busy admiring the Maxir design to care. A small hatch was embedded in the layers of wood and iron. It snapped open and the house guard thrust the invitations through the gap. We were rewarded with a clank and the ringing of greased cogs. The door cracked open, its jagged seams spilling lamplight across the courtyard, and we were ushered in. The starkness of the courtyard seemed to have sneaked into the atrium and the 2 levels above that. Plain marble walls and carpetless steps led us upwards. Only half the oil lamps had been lit. I could see Temza's wary eyes shifting to Danib and Jexabel. They kept their hands straight by their sides, surreptitiously grabbing at weapons beneath their silk gowns. I just looked about, enjoying a change of scenery. Drab though it might have been, it was far more interesting than my cell. Pointy's voice strode into my head. "Are you really going to help him?" "All part of the plan," I breathed, and the matter was left there. It wasn't trust that kept the sword silent, I knew that. It seemed Magistrate Gore had a penchant for theatre. Our small party was left alone at the top of the stairs in front of an overwhelmingly plain iron door. The house guard swiftly clattered down the stairs, ready to greet the next guest. Jexabel growled like a bear with a thorn in its paw. "Feels like a trap." Temza poked the door with his cane. There were no handles, no locks, no features of any kind. "Surely the good sisters couldn't have made a mistake, my dear." Danib had already grown tired of the discussion and set his giant hands to the door. It was a simple riddle. With a mighty push, we were bathed in light and merry cacophonous noise. A sprawling den of revelry and iniquity lay beyond the doors. My eyes, narrow in the glare of the shining braziers, torches and fire-breathers, flitted about, attempting to take it all in. Gossamer curtains hung at random from the domed ceiling, obscuring the true size of the hall and painting the various lewd scenes sapphire, emerald, or copper. Draped in silks that left little to the imagination, crowds of guests swirled between the veils. They were either festooned in jewels and feathers, or daubed head to toe with coloured dyes and sparkling dust. Some wore masks decorated with antelope and beetle horns, others the patchwork pelts of desert cats. The guests danced and capered wildly between braziers and couches, whooping along to the battling melodies of 100 harps, flutes, and moans from about the hall. Miniature beetles, each as big as a wolf or desert hound, were led about on velvet leashes. I saw a brace of monkeys using the curtains as tree branches. Somewhere in the depths of the hall, behind the haze of pipe smoke, I swore I heard a cow lowing. Kegs of wine and beer sat on every surface not taken up by food or fornication. People lay beneath the kegs while others turned spouts above. Others looked on, cackling as the drunkards choked. Golden platters clattered to the marble every now and again, sending fountains of grapes, grit apples, and roast shrews into the air. Laughter and cheers would follow as the strange rain pelted the crowds. I watched a wobbly pudding fly across the hall like a jellyfish plucked from the ocean. It collided with the curtain and slid onto a writhing mass of painted bodies. It barely halted the proceedings. Disturbingly, there were a few glowing figures in that tangle. I was proud to say that this was not my first orgy. I had once stumbled upon one during a heist and spared a few moments with a very forceful lady lest she sounded the alarm. But it had not looked like this. This hive of lewdness was bedazzling, dizzying. It looked as if these people knew an apocalypse was coming on the morrow and wanted to cram a whole life into one night. It was the distillation of all Araxes' love for sin and debauchery poured into one hall. There was no envy in me, no longing to have blood pumping through me so I could dive in. It was closer to horrifying than exciting. The complete abandonment of rules and civilization wrinkled my lip. Had I been in the possession of a stomach, I didn't doubt it would have been turned. Temza looked on with a bored look, as if this was an average night for him. He prodded me with his cane. "They say whatever your thirst, Araxes can slake it." I stepped backwards as two naked men, barely older than boys and covered in grease, sped past us, snorting with laughter. A man who to call obese would have been putting it kindly came shuffling after them, completely devoid of breath. He grinned at us with wine-stained lips and hurried on. I tried to keep my eyes from his bare midriff. "Let's find our magistrate," ordered Temza. We waded inwards, picking a weaving path between the rainbow drapes and moaning piles. Several naked figures clung to Temza, cooing at his eagle's claw. He didn't thrust them away, and instead allowed them to whisper saucy things in his ears. I heard some of the offers, and they didn't sound appealing. Even to one such as me, whose sexual interactions were beyond scarce and usually expensive. The more I watched Temza, the more I could see him enjoying the attention. "The perks of tordom are many, Caltro," he opined, seeing my sideways glances. "It's almost a pity to ruin this party." I caught the roll of Jezebel's eyes and pondered whether there was a crack forming in her loyalty. Pointy grumbled privately. "I've seen some parties in my centuries, but never like this." Temza's naked partygoers were distracted by two men bathing in large marble seashells filled with pink wine. We continued our tour. After much wandering, we found a small ring of men and women in a secluded alcove, propped up on massive burgundy cushions. The group was a spectrum of inebriation. 3 lovers were mid-fuck, yet each was so drunk they kept forgetting what needed to be put in where. One man had fallen asleep between the buxom breasts of an enormous lady, naked but for a silk shawl. I wondered if he had suffocated. There were worse ways to die. Trust me. "Emperor and Code, bless you," announced Temza as he strode into the circle. I was held back by Danib and Jezebel. I felt the latter's breath on my shoulder disturbing my vapours. A few heads rose from their goblets, eyes rolling about drunkenly. "I am Tor Boran Temza. Who might you be, Taus, Tors, or Serix?" "Drunk!" yelled a woman with a ponytail protruding from the side of her shaved head. Raucous laughter came from her fellows. "I heard of you, heard the rumours," another slurred, a large man utterly covered in wine stains and crumbs. His bushy blonde beard had been dyed purple, and his foot was resting on the back of a naked ghost. She was frozen in shape, eyes shut. "Me?" Temza beamed. "You're the... He paused to belch explosively. "Quick riser, ain't you? Watch out for him, gentlemen." A few of the others propped themselves up on their elbows, blinking like stupefied toads, then remembered they held wine in their hands and slurped away. Temza spread his hands wide to the group. "And who do I have the pleasure of addressing?" The man looked around. He jabbed his fingers at the two immediately beside him, a woman busy trying to keep her head from lolling, and a pox-scarred raven of a man. "She's Talbrinia. He's Sherrick. I am a chamber magistrate." After a bow, Temza took a seat on an empty pillow beside him. "Magistrate?" The fat man took his time recalling the answer. "Gore." Temza took up a discarded goblet of wine and raised it as high as his crooked back would allow. "To change." Gore needed no excuse to drink. "To change." He banged his foot on the back of the ghost, and I heard her whimper. I pursed my lips. This man certainly didn't look like he deserved his rank, his tower, or his life. Neither did any of the others, by my reckoning. In a way, perhaps Temza was doing good work lancing these boils from the skin of Araxes. I looked behind me and saw just how many boils there were. The skin of Araxes was pustulant, and it dawned on me then that Temza might kill them all. The game of the City of Countless Souls was a lucrative one when played without mercy or moral. After a wink from their boss, Danib and Annie marched back through the rambunctious crowd into the nearest doorway. Nobody noticed. The house guards standing about the hall were busy grinning ear to ear, their eyes murky with wine. Most of them had somehow misplaced their armour. For half an hour, Temza kept the drunks busy with idle chatter, dancing around vague politics and city rumours. Time and time again, a murderer was mentioned by slurring tongues. Temza seemed to be the talk of the city. "And there was a fire in the Brush Tower, and Rabin knows nothing," murmured Gore, slopping wine over his legs and the ghost girl. Half of it dripped through her, the rest swirled with her blue skin turning purple. "Is that so?" Temza looked pleased. That irritated me. "Nothing, eh?" Wine decorated the floor and the ghost. "Scrutinous are clueless. It's all too suspicious." The Tor had the gall to look sage. "In such dangerous times it pays to keep your wits about you." Through the rainbow drapes I saw Danib and Jezebel sneak back into the hall, keeping the iron door ajar. Their faces were avid, almost thrilled, and their nods sure. Temza had spotted them too. "For instance," he said, "buying good doors and locking them tight." A rumble of agreement came from the drunks. I swear I heard a muffled word or two from between those great bosoms. Temsa got to his feet and tapped his way around the back of the cushion pile, refilling their wine from a crystal decanter as he went. Paying good silver for good house guards. Gore raised his goblet for some more wine. Temsa didn't care where he poured it, dousing the magistrate in the ruby liquid. Gore giggled like a child with a bug under his shirt. And watching who you trust enough to invite to parties? Magistrate Gore's eyes were firmly crossed. As I stared down at him, I wondered if there was some glimmer of realization, somewhere deep within that addled mind. Caltro, I heard Pointy's murmur, deadened as though a hand were clamped around his mouth. With a flash of golden silks, Temsa whipped the sword from his scabbard. Razor-sharp obsidian opened the pox-scarred Seric's throat, spattering Talberinia and Gore with blood. They were too drunk to make sense of it all. The magistrate was still giggling, thinking it was more wine. He even licked his fingers. Berinia was next, her head finally escaping her shoulders. She kept her confused expression until it met the floor. I saw it all too well, seeing as I had been thrown to the stained flagstones and fallen next to it. Danib and Jexabel had cast aside their gowns and drawn their blades. They set about putting them to work. That set the screams alight. Men in Gore's livery poured into the hall, and for a moment I thought Temsa's game was up. But then I saw how they attacked the useless house guards and realized their disguises. I watched with a clenched jaw as they went about earning their silver, painting over the kaleidoscopic scene with red. The guests were caught completely by surprise, drunk and defenseless. Temsa's soldiers had no care for which activities they interrupted. I saw a couple impaled on the same spear, and a drunkard's arm lopped off as he reached for another beer. Those who managed to scramble for the door found their way blocked by Danib and Jexabel's axes. After I saw the second man split down the middle, I had to turn away. Licentious and depraved the party might have been, I was still human, a shade of one at least. This scene was far more disgusting than its previous iteration. The massacre lasted for some time before its horrific music faded, screams dying one by one instead of in concert, cut short with a percussive clang or a thud. Torturous minutes I waited while Temsa looked past me, watching his orders being followed to the bloody letter. I could see the carnage reflected in his eyes, and I had to turn away from them as well. I looked instead to Gore, and shared his horror, growing deeper the more he sobered up. And he was managing it, swiftly. When the last groan was uttered, he found his words. No slurring now, not with a keen sword at his throat. It had already cut away a great deal of purple beard. Why? He stammered. Temsa waited until Danib rejoined them and hauled the fat magistrate to his feet with one hand. The Tor stared up at Gore, his ardour for butchery smouldering in his eyes. A colleague of mine asked me that earlier, and I'll give you the same answer. Your name was on a list. Nothing more. Though with you being a man of the chamber, after seeing the kind of company you keep and because of your sheer apathy over your guest list, magistrate, I could think up some more reasons for you if you'd like. Gore's chins wobbled like the concertinas of a smith's bellows. No. Temsa clicked his fingers, and his soldiers brought forth a well-dressed man whose face was a pale shade of green. He stepped over the entrails and lost limbs, flinching every time his polished shoes came into contact. He looked the financial type. I found they looked the same all over the reaches. It was easy to spot them, for they liked to be known for what they were and how much power they held. No better than royals bearing their crowns. I preferred to see their suits as prisoners' stripes. Their crimes were just rewarded instead of punished. The Tor greeted him cordially, wrapping an arm around him and leading him to Gore. Ah, Mr. Fenwick, my trusty sigil. Are you well? You look thin. Must be all the stress of the banking world, eh? How's the family? The man possessed the voice of a timid mouse. Fine. And may they continue to stay that way. From my spot on the marble, I could see the bile in this Fenwick fellow's gullet rise and fall. I guessed him to be another cog in Temsa's machine. Tor Temsa. My father grows suspicious. His voice failed him as Temsa's grip tightened. Perhaps I should have a word with your father directly, especially after tonight. There'll no doubt be some careful counting to do here. Inheritances, insurances and the like. Dealings with other banks. Perhaps it's over a sigil's head. Wouldn't you say, Russon? Russon bowed his head solemnly, as if he had just physically thrown his father in front of an armoured carriage. On that note, Gore's papers. What will it be this time? Distant cousins? Business partners? Temser stuck out a hand, and Russon sighed as he produced a scroll. People are talking. I've had to get inventive. It'll pass through several vaults before yours. Harder to trace. Fine work. You do your kind proud. The sigil had no more words, it seemed. He nodded, turning greener by the moment. He kept his hand clamped over his mouth just long enough to pass over a reed before running to spew his guts up in a corner. Let's hope your father has a stronger stomach, Temser tutted. Gore stared goggle-eyed at the scroll held before him. One of his hands was released, and the inked reed stuffed into it. Temser tapped the papyrus. Sign. What is this? The magistrate's pickled brain struggled to make sense of the situation. I watched him squirm in Danib's grip. Sign it, and I might just spare you. I will not sign anything. Gore remembered his status as if that could help him with a Serach and a Tor lying dead next to him. Danib? There came a loud crack and a squeal as the magistrate's other hand was crushed in the press of the ghost's gauntlet. Blue vapours curled from the seams of his helmet, and I imagined Danib was smiling beneath it. Gore was apparently short on spine. The reed scratched across the papyrus marvellously quickly after that, albeit shakily. Temser cracked a smile, looking between his minions. Well, that was simple. A man of the code giving up so easily? Doesn't that speak more about this city than my murdering does? There we are, sigil. Russon came scurrying up, his chin decorated with vomit. Temser pressed his cane into the man's chest. Take a tally of every corpse here that banked with Fennec coinery. I want their half-coins transferred to my vaults. Them and any others I can claim without a ridiculous amount of suspicion. You point them out, and my men will pile them up. Jexabel piped up. And the rest? Bind them, take their trinkets, cut their tongues, sell them cheap at market or to the consortium. I hear Calduat's expanding. Tor, my father will never... Russon squawked. Temser jabbed him hard. Tor Fennec won't have a problem, I'm sure. Like you, he had the stupidity to breed. Russon's green pallor faded to white as he was forcibly embarked on a gruesome tour by two black-clad thugs. Temser winked before turning back to Gore. Now, magistrate, I hear your vault is hidden. Be a good boy and tell us where it is, Save us some time. No. Gore's wide eyes scrambled over the dead, clearly trying not to count. It's in these moments that a person has to decide what's worth dying for. What can be given up to save a skin? Gore proved himself a fool, thinking he had a choice. No, you can't have my coins. Temser chuckled as he took a measured step backwards. What do you think you just signed? They're already mine. And see this shade? He's the best locksmith in all the reaches. You are of no use to me. Realization struck the magistrate like a cheap punch. The chamber will see you dead for this, stoned to death at the Grand Nixwell. Temser sighed, looking to Jexabel. Useless threats always come once all hope is lost. Don't you find, my dear? Pointy was a blackened copper blur. The cut was so fine that everyone present shared a look, wondering where the blood was. It chose that moment to flow down his neck and chest, pouring as if from nowhere. I hate my new life, Pointy sighed. Unnervingly, Gore chose to stare at me while he choked his last, as if holding me personally responsible for robbing him. I couldn't meet those bulging red eyes and found escape in Temser's. Ignoring my gaze, the Tor reached into Gore's bloody collar and plucked forth a key on a chain. He threw it at me. Get to work, he roared. Jezebel pushed me, following her boss out of the blood-slick hall and high into the upper levels. Thames's soldiers swarmed about us, pouring down corridors at every level, hammering walls and tearing apart cupboards. They seemed far too used to this sort of work. I heard the clash of more fighting far below. There were still house guards to be dealt with. Thames guessed, as I would have, and found the vault in the magistrate's bedchambers. Some noble folk couldn't help but keep their fortunes close by. It was why many of them never dallied with banks. They couldn't believe they were rich unless they could see and touch their wealth. I once burgled a house where the vault was under the bed, so the man could sleep on his spoils. Once again the men went to work. Velvet curtains were dragged aside, the fake wall was wrenched away. In a short space of time, the gleam of gold and steel lit the room. Thames whispered encouragement in my ear. "Your turn, Caltro. Don't fuck it up." I was shoved forwards despite the fact I was already rubbing my hands together. A small pouch landed next to me with a clink, and I knew it contained my tools. I clutched them to my side as I measured up my challenge. The vault was pretty for a monster. Its face was a rectangle of polished metal, chiselled with all sorts of Arctian history, in which I had no interest. A squat door sat in its middle between two thick golden columns. An array of locking mechanisms protruded from it, overlapping plates hiding the clockwork guts of the door. They were fashioned after the heavens, shaped like stars or moons, studded with amethysts, carnelian, and ivory. "Hello, dear," I whispered to the vault, my gaze roaming over its jewellery. Thames rammed his cane into the marble. "Well, what are you waiting for?" "I'm thinking," I snapped. "Having second thoughts, are you?" This vault was built by Fenris and daughters. Poured stone door with steel outer layer and gold fascia. Two-key sequential mechanism backed up by a combination lock, no doubt with false gates on the discs. Welded strike plates, drilling guards and sealed hinges. Tough, but far from impossible. Gore should have spent less on his Maxir door and more on his vaults. My smirk was not shy. Thames had just folded his arms. I raised the bloody key to the ceiling. The metal frosted at my touch. "We're missing a key, but fortunately for you, Tor, Fenris and his daughters make some of the noisiest vault mechanisms known to locksmiths. Lot of slop in those locks." Stepping over the marble, I bent my ear to the gold near the first keyhole, inserted Gore's key and listened as I turned it. Once, twice, thrice. The cogs beneath the metal plates sang to me like a choir. I left it unlocked and moved to the next, tucking two picks into the guarded keyhole. It had been some time since I held my tools, and my fingers were number than usual. I blamed the hauntings. And yet the steel between my blue fingers felt more solid than anything I had known so far as a ghost. Setting my jaw, I began. To me, it was a battle. My wits against machine and ingenuity, my tools, my weapons. To everybody else, it was a ghost muttering away in front of a pretty door. Thames soon got bored of my tiny movements and gurning face of concentration and left me alone with Jezebel. He and Danib wandered off, eager to explore the magistrate's tower. That was fine by me. I was busy dueling with the door. Left 1, right 3, up and across, left 7. There came a click as the tumblers fell and stuck. I chuckled to myself. Sorry, not tonight. "Tell me you aren't talking to the fucking door," Jezebel challenged me. In my concentration, I had forgotten she was there, lurking behind me, axe resting on her shoulder. I shrugged. Maybe. Fucking fool. I moved on to the combination lock, analysing a series of wheels protruding from a plate carved in the shape of a fiery sun. Number glyphs ran along their edges, and a column of disc-like cogs sat beneath them, trapped behind gold filigree. Who's the bigger fool? The fool, or the fool who follows him? I asked her. It was some old crass proverb that had lodged in my head since childhood. My wisdom was rewarded with a whack, and I bared my teeth at the taste of Jezebel's copper-edged gauntlets. "What's that supposed to mean?" she hissed. "You follow Thames, right?" The hand rose for another strike. "Calling me a fool?" "No," I said, meeting those dark brown eyes of hers. "I'm saying don't be led by one. makes you a fool too. She struck me anyway. Once I'd peeled myself off the floor, I went back to the vault, keeping one eye closed as pains swam through me. I put my hands to the filigree. My glowing vapours trailed over the golden threads. This will take some time. We have all night. I was already too engrossed to answer. Flicking any wheel set the discs in motion, winding down to some clanking resolution before they snapped back into place. I pored over every clank and twang, listening to the heartbeat of the vault. "Why do you work for him anyway?" I asked, once I'd found the first number. Its disc spun once with a clockwork ticking, coming to rest pointing east, as if it were a broken compass. Jezebel ignored me for some time as if my words had fallen on deaf ears until finally, "Pay's good. Killing's good. But why him? Why not some other Tor or Tal? One without all the—" I wiggled my fingers. "Hassle. I like hassle." Jezebel spat for punctuation. "He's smarter than most. Got more balls than any. Look how far he's come. A bloody Tor now, and the more he claims, the bigger my share." I flashed her a sidelong look. "Taken to Tordom quite easily, hasn't he?" The furrow in her brow was gone in an instant, but I caught it and pressed it. "He looks very different from the man who lectured me on death my first day as a ghost. And he wants his own tower now, I see." The muscular lump of a woman pretended not to hear me. "He's got protection, I'd wager. Someone high up. The Empress in Waiting and the cult, and I highly doubted either knew about the other. Temsa must have been wedged between them." Jezebel merely grunted. I paused as I found the next combination, snapping my picks together into a slim file to persuade a disc into skipping a tooth. "Promises seem to be slippery things in this city. Doesn't pay to put your trust in the wrong people." Jezebel gave me a dangerous look. I had plucked a nerve, but seeing her gauntlets clench for another blow, I lacked the balls to go further. I'd sparked the tinder, now to let it smoulder. Clank! The disc fell into line, and half of the golden plates spread across the face of the door rotated. I had shaken the heavens. The last disc was a little bastard, tucked away behind the door's surface so that I could barely see it. I used my file to break apart some of the weaker filigree so I could follow the clockwork back to the number wheels. It took me almost an hour to figure its combinations, and it left me with one solution. I wasn't usually one for brute force, especially with so much work poured into making a vault so alluring. But I was also a thief, and severely lacking in morals. If I needed to play dirty to win a duel, I'd be knee-deep in mud before you could blink. "I could use your axe, Miss Jezebel," I said. "You can fuck right off. You can swing it just right here. How accurate are you with that thing?" "I can cut the nose from your face with it." "Perfect. Then cut the nose from the face of this plate, if you please." She took one swing for practice and another for the damage. There was a whoosh and a clank as the axe head took the corner off the ornate plate in a shower of sparks. In the gap Jezebel had made, I could see the last pieces of the puzzle. I set about rearranging the wheels with my picks, and seeing as I was poised for the killing blow, I celebrated by goading Jezebel some more. See, Temsa might have the balls, but he's got no brawn. Imagine having both. That would make a person a great Tor. Or a great Tal. I managed to duck the first fist, but the second one caught me in the midriff and flattened me against the door. Had I flesh, the stars and moons would have been cutting neat patterns in my ribcage. As Jezebel loomed over me, debating another strike, I raised a finger and placed it on the nearest metal wheel. "It's done," I said. With a flick of my finger, the discs began to whir. The golden heavens performed their rotating dance, and after a great groan both from me and the vault, the door was released from its locks. I got to my feet, clasping my hands as it swung open, blazing gold and copper. This was not one of Horrocks' empty chests. This was a vault bursting with a hoard of half-coins. If only mine had been in there, this moment would have been all the sweeter. "Boss? Tor!" hollered Jezebel right in my ear. I dropped my tools, and as I bent down, she kicked my knees from beneath me and pinned me to the floor. I felt the soles of her boots sizzling against my vaporous skin. Tap-clang, came the cane and talons down the hallway. Temsa soon appeared, eyes wide and full of greed, as he gazed upon the open vault. "Quick work, Caltro Basalt." "You asked me to do a job, I did it," I said, somewhat muffled with a face full of marble. He hobbled past me and into the vault itself. Stacks of half-coins lined tight shelves, bound in papyrus string and inked with number glyphs. He pored over his new coins. Quite the haul. I stared at the other trinkets on the mahogany shelves, a gilded helmet, a jewel-studded vase, and a crystal skull whose eyes called to mine. "Do I get anything for my troubles?" I asked. Temsa sneered at me. "I don't see a white feather on your breast shade. Do you? Annie, escort this pretender back to the carriage and back to his cell." I pounded my fist on the marble. "Cell? You said a room." Temsa prodded me in the ear with his cane. "Next time, talk less, Caltro." "You—" My hopes were further quashed when Annie Jexabel hauled me upright and sent me staggering out into the hallway. Pointy had some words for me before I was out of earshot. "Whatever you're up to, don't leave me with him. You owe me that much." I kept my silence until Jexabel shoved me through the Maxir door, where a number of wagons and a few carriages had arrived. More men in false livery stood about, shaking their heads firmly at several enraged nobles. The guests were too busy waving envelopes in their faces to know they had narrowly escaped massacre. I spied a flash of red in the crowds and saw the glowing, hooded face of a familiar figure. The cultist I'd seen leaving Temsa's tavern. She seemed to be smiling at me. Or Jexabel. I couldn't tell. In any case, I heard my minder growl over my shoulder, and I was stowed in the nearest wagon. 2 guards joined me, sitting opposite with swords drawn. I crossed my arms in pathetic defiance before Jexabel could shut the door. I speared her with a glare. "See?" I said. "Promises are slippery in this town." The door slammed with a resounding finality, and the carriage lurched into the night.
Chapter 19. A Debt. Beetles. You shipped us 4 school riding beetles instead of perfectly good 4-legged horses. Damn things refuse to cross any water, rivers, even a stream, dead gods damn it. I'm surprised you got them on the ships. What am I supposed to do with these creatures, you cretins? From a scroll sent to the Chamber of Military Might by General Hajib in 998. It was dawn when Nilith awoke to a soft pecking at her cheek. She felt the light beyond her eyelids, but refused to open them. My, said a small voice near her head. Somebody got shift-faced last night. Nilith had to use her fingers to pry her eyelids apart. Even the dim sun was enough to scald the inside of her skull. She felt like ants had crawled into her head and were carving up her brain piece by piece. It felt like the little bastards were pulling her eyes into their sockets by their nerves. She had clearly gone mad. There was a bird standing before her, a falcon. Its golden eyes pierced her, and it was talking. "Morning, pretty face. Remember me?" "What the— You're back!" she managed before retching. Nothing came up. "All I remember is a flying donkey." "Don't know about any flying fucking donkey. What did Her Royalness drink then, Or smoke, for that matter?" Nilith slumped back to the sand, chin on arms. She stared up at the falcon. "I don't feel very royal." "Royally fucked is what you are. Now you know why these nomad types call their wine demon juice, don't you?" "Where's Girab?" she croaked. "The bargeman, over there, currently downing a whole skin of water." Nilith managed to angle herself to see Girab standing by Onoish. He'd woken up a different man. Gone was the crooked back and the scowl he was so fond of wearing. He was shirtless, and for the first time, Nilith saw tribal tattoos curling around his ribs like ivy around a pillar. He held a water skin high, half of it missing his mouth and washing the sand from his neck. He caught her stare and wandered across the sand to drip water over her. Nilith groaned.
Morning, Majesty. Falcon.
Old boat person, said the bird, dipping his head before pecking at an empty bottle. How are you not like me? Nilith asked. Girab puffed out his chest.
Ain't the first time I drank demon juice. These are desert folk. I am desert folk.
And I clearly am not. Nilith dug up some reserve of strength and staggered to her feet. I have drunk Dolkfang Medea, tasted fire wine from the northern tribes, even tried the black pirate rum of the Scatter Isles, but never, in what precious life I have left, will I let that cursed demon juice pass my lips again. She tottered towards the horse, who took one sniff of her and whinnied. We have to... Nilith scratched her head, finding a lump and wondering where it had come from. She remembered dancing, or at least trying to dance. What were we doing?
Finding Pharazar.
Shit! The hangover spread its anxiety through her as if her blood had turned to needles. Her poisoned gut growled as it clenched. He could be leagues away by now. Nilith scrabbled around the horse, checking her supplies. Basalt looked up from his idle preening.
Oh, I know where he is.
What?
He can't navigate for shit,
even with the city right there. Keeps wandering east and west. Nilith looked up, seeing the glint of marble and glass that filled the horizon. He's a day's solid ride ahead, nearing the sprawls, but not moving as fast as you with all his zigzagging. Got some beetle with him. Dead gods know where he found that, or how he charmed it into suffering him. Thank you, Basalt, sighed Nilith. The news didn't stop her trying to hop up onto Anoish's back. It took her several awkward attempts, but she managed it eventually. Anoish shook his mane disapprovingly. Girab, there's no time, come on! Nilith shuffled forwards on the horse's spine to give him some room, but the bargeman didn't move. Come on!
I'm staying, he said flatly.
That's great. What? Her neck clicked horridly as she whirled around. The bargeman wiped the water from his grizzled chin, staring south.
Like I said, I'm desert folk. I can't remember a time with so much dancing and singing. I've been alone for too long.
His tone was wistful.
And I ain't made for horseback, nor chasing after dead kings with queens, no offence. This is your battle, not mine.
Nilith was deeply confused and somewhat disappointed, until she saw a nearby tent flap waver and a wind chaser woman with grey hair and curling horns staring at them through the gap. I see. But what about your barge?
Girab chuckled, baring yellow teeth. Forget the barge. Maybe I'll ride the race ruts instead of the Ashty for a time. Won't be long until the consortium own the whole river right there going. Maybe it's time to get back to dry land.
Nilith manoeuvred the horse closer to the man, who held up a hand. She shook it tightly. I would have kept my promise, you know.
He nodded. And that's why I came this far with you. Whatever it is you're fighting for, it seems a good fight, and I wish you well with it. Maybe there's change in the winds coming for the Ark. Good fortune, Empress, he said.
For the first time, he bowed deeply, with true reverence. Nilith lowered her head to him, and after one last look around the wind chaser camp, with its skinny donkeys nibbling at forgotten plates between the blue tents, she spurred Anoish into a gallop. The desert flew by in their eager chase, but she ignored it all, trying her best to forget the pounding of her head and focusing on keeping her stomach contents where they were. She slurped water from a skin between Anoish's strides, but that gave little comfort, and as they charged in and out of the last few race ruts and back into a patchwork desert of greens and reds, the sun began to bake her. She was glad Bazell had returned. He flew beside her for a time, racing the horse, then took to the clear blue to keep his eyes on the distant Pharazar. Or so Nilith hoped. She trusted the bird's eyes. When he swooped back down again, she lent him a perch on her arm. She winced as one of his talons punctured her leather-bound sleeve.
"Sorry," he squawked. "That happens."
What did she want?
"Who?"
My scheming daughter. Nilith had never heard a bird growl before, but Bazell managed it.
"Oh, her. To know where you are."
And?
The falcon winked. "Your secret is safe, Empress. I muddied your trail, kept her guessing."
Nilith took a breath, not wanting to know the answer to her question. What is she up to? Do they still think Pharazar is in his sanctuary? Tell me Araxes isn't aflame.
Seemed normal to me, if you call a shit heap of human effluence and withered morals normal.
They still think Pharazar is safe and sound,
or so it looked. Though there has been one fire, now that you mention it. I saw the smouldering wreck of a tower before I left.
That did not fill Nilith with confidence, and her gut wrenched again. She held up a finger and bent over the side of the horse to vomit.
Bazell tutted. "Fuck me."
"Shut your beak. I think they poisoned me."
"You poisoned yourself."
A moment passed as Nilith gathered her thoughts like herding cats into a basket. Throughout this whole ordeal I have thought of her, worried over her. I left her with my duties, hoping they would distract her long enough. Thought I could busy her with the whining of the cloud court. Nilith winced, feeling dread rear its head.
I've been away too long. Another heave stole her words.
When she was finished, she wiped her mouth. Who knows what she is plotting in my absence?
What did you expect?
From her? Nilith stared at the city, gleaming like treasure on the horizon. I don't know. For her to surprise me, maybe? But her hate for Pharazar and me runs too deep.
Can't that Etain shade of yours keep her in check? Isn't that why you left him behind?
I can only hope he's reining her in, but few things, if anything, can keep a Talon Renala in check, especially Cecine. Not since Pharazar got his claws in her. He and his parents spoiled her, poisoned her against me. It's why she's... Nilith grimaced.
Like she is.
What? Arctian? Bazell clacked his beak, and she watched the wind pester his feathers. I could have done more, fought harder for her.
Failure.
The word stung her then, as it did whenever she dared to look into the past and wonder what she could have done differently as a mother. The past is a clear window, and yet memory stains it with its own colours. Motherhood had been soiled with gloomy tones.
Look, Empress, I've seen a lot of that family come and go in my time, and from what I can tell, she was always going to be her father's daughter, and follow in his bloody footprints. She ain't no child of yours, and I mean that in a good way. Like you say, the Talon Renalas had their hooks in her the moment the Emperor was in you, pardon the bluntness.
Nilith nodded. She had never felt like Cecine's true mother. Cecine had come from her womb, true, but tradition had put her in the arms of nurses and maids instead of Nilith's own, as if an empress was too busy to bother herself with a child. Nilith had tried to tear that tradition down like a moth-eaten tapestry, but Pharazar, old Emperor Milizan, and his wife Hirana had rallied against her, enforcing Cecine's heritage. They had even named her without Nilith's consent. 2 years had passed like that, until the drama of the cult and the murder of Milizan wrenched Cecine from the sunny plains of childhood to the sharp-toothed mountain range of life. Titles, power, greed. She had taken to playing with these instead of toys. Pharazar had encouraged it, while at the same time becoming increasingly fond of his sanctuary, leaving Nilith to battle with their ever more aloof daughter.
"Still with us?"
The falcon's voice made her flinch. "Aye," Nilith said, slipping back into an older accent.
"See? Crass through and through," he squawked, "which is why I'm surprised at this game you're playing."
This was no game. What game? Basalt shrugged his wings toward Araxes.
"Their fucking game. The Arctian game. The claiming the throne for yourself game. Husband sneaks out of his sanctuary to go fuck southern girls, fools everyone, including you. You find out and decide to teach him a thing or two. I get it. Didn't want to say anything before, but an outsider, teaching them all a lesson, beating them with their own dirty rules. All fine by me."
Nilith narrowed her eyes at the bird. "That's not what this is about." His golden orbs matched hers.
"Oh, no."
"No."
"Then please, fucking enlighten me."
They stared at each other, wordless, woman and falcon, each bobbing along to a Noish's gallop.
"Don't tell me you've got something."
He pulled a wry face, looking disgusted.
"Virtuous in mind."
The past month hadn't felt very virtuous to Nilith. It felt a lot like pain and sickness and fear. The desert had taught her a thing or two about virtue, but it was far from rewarded in the wilds of the Ark. Punished even, just like the city. "We'll see," Nilith grunted. "Once this fucking nonsense is dusted off my palms and all of Araxes has heard my words, we'll see."
As the new and sole Arctian Empress, I take it."
"You judge me, bird, without knowing what I intend to do?" Nilith demanded imperiously.
"Shit, you sound just like Ferzar," he replied, looking north. "Maybe there is a bit of Arctian in you after all. Bit of desert dust in those green crass eyes."
"You better watch your beak."
Basalt launched himself from his perch and went back to flapping alongside her. "In all my years, I found there's always a reward hidden in selflessness. Like a charity that gathers alms for the poor, yet paints its ceilings with gold."
"That's not what this is," Nilith insisted. "There will be little reward for me, if any."
"You always this fucking cryptic."
Nilith looked across the dune plains, ever wary despite ridding herself of the ghouls. There was a sandstorm billowing in the west, distant for the time being, and she hoped it would stay that way. She looked north, to where Araxes shimmered in the heat, as if it lay under the waters of a mountain stream. The sprawling edges of the city came closer with every hoofbeat, but to her eyes it seemed to stay still, forever out of reach. Sprawled before it, the rise and fall of dunes and rifts offered a dull path. A few errant roads had begun to appear and coalesce, like tributaries winding out of the desert to join a sea of adobe and sandstone. She squinted. 100 miles to the sprawls, she measured. Another 100 to the tower the size of a Titan's spear, standing upright in the earth, and the Grand Nixwell. Nilith wondered whether anybody would notice if she just gave up now, went back to the wind chasers and faded into the desert. Such thoughts had become more numerous in recent days, louder too. As always, she leaned to the side of the horse and spat what saliva she could muster. "This is a mantle I should wear myself, as it has been this entire journey, maybe years before that."
Basalt laughed shrilly.
"If you're not going to tell me, I can only assume it's because it's risky as shit, or you don't trust me."
Nilith forced a smirk. His talk had set a fresh thudding in her head. She hunkered down, holding Anoish's coarse mane tight. She stared at the falcon, wings
beating the air in rapid yet calm succession, his little body arrow-straight, keen eyes constantly flicking over the horizon. "I trust you." His cackle was mocking. "Trust is overrated. I don't need you to trust me. Just keep up your part of the bargain." "And I shall. Though I have been thinking." "I thought I could smell burning." "Why not live on, free to do what you want?" "I have done that. I've lived 200 years as a fucking bird. I've seen half that many emperors and empresses come and go. I've seen parts of this world your maps don't even have names for. I am fucking bored. Done." "And why not throw your bell into the Nyx, reach the afterlife, duet?" "Why would I want to spend another 2 centuries amidst a crowd of fucking dead?" Nelith was confused. "Crowds? What crowds?" Basalt looked angry, as if remembering some past hurt she'd inflicted on him. "It's the great lie, Nelith. There is nothing beyond life but endless crowds of shades. Whining, crying, waiting, staring at nothing but dead stars. I hovered there for what felt like an age before the Nyxites dragged me back. Most souls don't linger there long enough to make sense of it. That's why it's not spoken of. I would rather be nothing than visit that place again." Before Nilith could reply, the falcon tore upwards into the blue so he could look around. She waited for him to come back down, a confession poised on her tongue. She had sworn not to spill her secrets until she was standing over the grand Nyxwell, but the bird had bared his soul, and Nilith felt the need to do the same. She knew all too well how sharing words could share their weight, and she was already withering under her burden as it was. But she never got the chance. Basalt announced his return with a screech. "There's a man coming this way!" Nilith buried her face in Anoish's mane, feeling exhaustion pour at her. "Dangerous looking?" "Can't tell. Looks the travelling sort. Coming from the north and west. He's riding easy on a wagon, 2 horses. If we keep going this way, we'll pass him before sunset." "Just one man?" "Unless he's hiding somebody else under the mounds of silks and jewellery he's wearing, or on the wagon. Got a sheet over some box." Silks and jewellery. Nilith trailed off, her thoughts turning inwards. She thought of pompous, vapid men standing over Girab's barge, speaking of tolls and yelling threats. "Keep an eye on him. And where's my goddamned husband?" "Maybe 10 miles ahead, going slower now." "Well, come on!" Nilith yelled, making her headache flare. "Let's deal with one idiot at a time." She kicked the horse with her heels, and Anoish put more speed into his gallop, throwing up a column of orange dust behind them. "Blasted beetle!" The confounded insect had decided it needed a rest. Though it might have trotted about like a faithful steed, it certainly did not follow the rules of day and night. The day before, it had resolved to take a break for 2 hours just because it saw a rock it didn't like. Now it was hunkered down and chattering at a distant sandstorm splayed across the western horizon like a smear of orange dung. Pharazar regarded the storm with the same distaste, a hint of fear tugging at his lips. His last encounter with a sandstorm had been far from pleasant. He spread his hands over his naked frame and remembered the hissing of the sand passing through him, of copper dust stinging him. It was occurrences such as those that reminded Pharazar he was dead. Dead as a doorstep, just another half-life that made up the glowing masses of the Ark. He snarled and kicked sand at the beetle. "Come along, I say!" He tried again to lead it away, walking a short distance to a cairn of rocks between the dunes and clapping his hands together. They made a soft whoomph noise, which was altogether disappointing. "You dull-witted bastard! I haven't the time to waste!" The beetle stared at him with black, soulless eyes, and then back to the storm, clicking its mandibles disconcertingly. Its forked toes dug at the sand, once, twice, thrice, and yet it did not move. "Fine!" Pharazar stomped to his body and laid a hand to the rope. It was hard to grip at first, but he had learned to channel his thoughts into his fingers, and soon he was hauling the corpse in foot-long increments through the sand. The beetle watched him impassively, wiggling its horns. Pharazar made it halfway up a dune before he collapsed to his knees, his concentration evaporating. "Ugh!" he yelled. He kicked at his own body in anger. There came a ripping sound, and one of his arms lolled out of the stained, half-shredded sacking. The limb was dried grey and wrinkled, like a prune left under a couch. Where the flesh had escaped the dry heat, it had begun to putrefy, turning black and gelatinous as oil. The plump rice grains of intrepid maggots squirmed here and there. A dark mould filled the veins where blood used to flow, and the nails were bile-yellow shards poking from shrunken fingers. Pharazar's hand hovered over the cloth. A blue tongue ran across his cold lips as he debated looking at the rest of his body. He held the cloth, lifting it gingerly and unhurriedly. Sunlight showed him a gaunt grey-brown chest, sunken and slimy, then his neck, where Nilith's knife had cut him to the spine. As he revealed black, rotten lips and the crenellations of white teeth grinning at him, Pharazar lost his nerve. He dropped the cloth and scrambled to move the arm out of sight. As he grabbed it, he felt its looseness and immediately plunged it back into the sack with a squelch. It flopped out again, and it took 3 attempts to wrap it back up. He was glad he had no sense of smell in death, nor a stomach to empty. Instead, he just gulped with a throat that would never again know saliva. With a glower, Pharazar stared south, looking for a galloping blotch in pursuit of him. His eyes had always been poor, and they were worse in death. With the heat haze, there was nothing but wobbly strips of red, yellow, and white, and spikes of salt gathered like misplaced stalagmites. In the west, the sandstorm was gaining on him. The barrage of sand had reared into the sky, curled like an orange wave poised to come crashing down. It tore across the dunes with all the speed of the gales that drove it. Sand roiled like river rapids at its base, devouring anything in its path. Time was short. With a curse, Pharazar wrenched himself to the top of the dune to look at the city beyond. The miles stretched between him and his shining home, and yet, if he squinted, he could just about pick out the spires of this tal or tor, that bank or chamber. And the cloud piercer, 3 towers thick even at its peak. Its marble flanks shone with the golden light of the afternoon sun, dwarfing every structure for districts around. The outsprawls were so close, he could see the adobe pimples of buildings, domes, minarets, the odd tower, and most importantly, the scratches of roads escaping Araxes. His gaze followed one road in particular, losing it here and there amongst the dune peaks until it joined up with a blotch lying in a broken crater at the edge of the sprawls. Pharazar shielded his weak eyes, leaning forwards. The structure shone with the brightness of polished metal, yet it looked to be made of black stone. There was a faint haze about it, and that was enough to give him hope. It was a Nyx well, by the looks of it. Pharazar began to grin. Unlike the wild peasant wells, no Nyx well in Araxes or her sprawls had ever run dry. The sand stirred at the peak of the dune, blowing in Pharazar's face, and he looked away, wincing. It was then he saw the traveller. A man, a wagon, and a horse for each, all travelling south. He must have been 1/2 a mile away, parallel to Pharazar's path. He trotted at no great speed, yet did not dawdle. On the wagon sat a large box, covered in a green tarpaulin. A coat of arms Pharazar couldn't make out was emblazoned on its side, and no doubt also on the man's flowing white silk trappings and wide-brimmed hat. As he bobbed up and down, Pharazar caught the glint of gold on his chest and arms. He was either brave or a dullard to wear such trinkets whilst wandering the wilds. There were far more bandits and soul-stealers in the dune plains and long sands than the ghouls. However, there was something in the man's demeanour that spoke confidence, and it perturbed the dead emperor. Pharazar was glad his course wouldn't cross the man's. Keeping his face close to the sand, he let the man make his way out of sight, lost between the dunes. It was then that Pharazar felt the wind growing. The sand around his glowing fingers began to eddy and swirl. He half skidded, half tumbled down the dune's side and kicked sand in the beetle's face as he came to a violent halt. "Up, beetle! Come on, you bastard!" But the beetle would not be moved, and instead folded its legs close to its thick shell, sucking its head into its neck. Pharazar stared up at his body, then back to the cursed creature, and then threw up his hands. By the time he reached his body and dragged it back down the slope, the sandstorm was poised to strike. Pharazar barely made it into the beetle's shadow before the wind slammed into them. The sudden roar was deafening, and as wave after wave of sand buffeted them, he gritted his teeth, sparkling white as the metal in the rushing storm bit into him. "Fuck this desert!" he howled to the winds. The beauty of hangovers lay in the fact they were wonderful excuses to sleep. All they demanded of the body was to sit, be still, and endure. Though the sitting still part was proving difficult on the back of a galloping, slavering horse, somehow Nilith managed it, slumped and crooked as a crone with her chin bouncing against her chest. It was a broken sleep, but sleep nonetheless, and the healing sort, good for ill stomachs and churning minds. As such, the chase had been one of pieced-together moments. A jolt would wrench her eyes open for a brief time, just long enough to see the limbs of the sandstorm curling across the sky, or Bazelle, a black kite against the endless blue, or a pillar of gathered salt, tall like a termite mound and stained with purples and pinks. Once she saw a herd of long-faced sand rabbits scattering before Anoish's whinnying. The sun hopped from one place to the next along its arc. When Nilith finally managed to drag herself from drowsiness, it was wallowing in the west, half hidden by the storm. "Where is he?" she croaked, throat clogged with sand. Nobody answered. Bazelle was still above her, wheeling in spirals to keep an eye on both their prey and their tracker. Nilith waved for him, whistling as loudly as her dry lips would allow, and he fell from the sky with all the force of a marble block. He took a rest on Anoish's head, much to the horse's grumbling, and kept his yellow talons curled. "Where is Pharazar?" "Closer. Seems to be trying to veer away from the storm. He didn't like the last one." The falcon eyed the angry orange storm, now spread from northwest to southwest. "That makes two of us. It'll catch us soon." "He'll try to hide or run for shelter. We'll find him." Nilith tugged the reins, spurring Anoish on once more. With a cooler wind on her face, she felt the best she had all day, which, by any other day's standards, was just past half dead. Her head still throbbed with every hoofbeat, and the anxiety still clung on, but she was gaining on the ghost, and that was all that mattered. "How long have you got?" asked Bazelle, taking to the air again. His pinions twitched in the growing breeze. "I've lost count of the days," Nilith said in a small voice. "Maybe a dozen left?" "You're cutting it fine." "I am painfully aware, Bazelle." Every day since slitting Pharazar's throat, the spell of binding had loomed over her like a second shadow, and each day that passed, it grew larger and darker, not unlike the sandstorm churning along the horizon. There was no arguing with the problem, no solution but to move faster. Though the tenets of the bound dead may have been written by man, they were God's given. Unfortunately for Nilith, the third tenet, concerning the window of binding, was unflinchingly clear. If she failed, Pharazar's ghost would fade into the air, and his body would be worth less than the meat it was made of. No binding, no claim. It may have been the manifestation of her hopes, but Nilith swore she could see the glowing lump of Pharazar appearing now and again as he mounted a dune. She wondered sourly how he had gotten hold of an insect to ride. More so, how in the reaches a creature had tolerated him this long without bucking him and striding off into the dune plains. Nilith thanked the dead gods for the fact she could see no shadows of towns or settlements between her and the outsprawls. No dark rifts spread across these plains, no lurking bandits, no Nixwell in sight. That calmed her, though she could not drag her eyes from the edges of Araxes. Those warrens of dust and desperate people were more fickle than the desert. Pharazar could lose himself in a moment's work. Even without the weight of Girab, Anoish was tiring rapidly. Nilith felt his gait slow as the dust clouds began to fill her view. Half the sky had been claimed by the storm. She looked up at its lofty red tendrils, reaching across the dune plains as they swirled on the air currents. Basalt spiraled down to take up residence on the horse's back. He hid his face from the grit with his wings. Wrapping cloth around her neck and face, Nilith hunkered over the falcon and Anoish's neck as the wall of sand came racing across the dunes to meet them. It almost knocked her to the earth, but she clung on with aching thighs as the bright sunlight was swallowed by a thick orange haze. As the storm howled around her, she kept her eyes up and open as wide as she could bear. Narrowed against the lashing grit, they desperately searched for a flash of blue or the spindly shape of a beetle fighting its way through the howling murk. And how it howled! This sandstorm was worse than the previous one, as if it knew Nilith's time in the desert was short and was intent on making a lasting impression. As well as the battering from the curtain of sands, spheres of barbed thorns cartwheeled through the gloom. One slammed into her calf and ripped a bloody hole as a brief greeting. Anoish cried out as another lacerated his flank. Nilith felt the sticky warmth spread across her leg. Baring teeth, she patted his side and he slowed to a trot, then a determined walk. Lightning fizzled in the high reaches of the storm. The bursts of yellow and white momentarily lit the rushing clouds of sand. To Nilith, it looked as though malformed creatures stooped over them, waiting. For the most part, they trusted completely in forward momentum and pressed on blindly. Nilith spared quick glances through her makeshift wrappings to make sure the ghost hadn't slipped by. They walked only a small channel of visibility. He could easily have wandered east or west. The more time they spent in the belly of the sandstorm, the greater her anxiety grew. An hour in the murk felt like a day. By the time Nilith felt its gusts weakening and saw spears of light breaking through the shadows, she had half a mind to swing her legs from the horse and sprint ahead herself. "Basalt, can you find him?" "The storm's not fucking over. Please!" The falcon irritably shrugged off his cloth trappings and held out his wings. The storm snatched him away, and she heard his keening shriek mix with the howl of the wind. He was gone some time, so much, in fact, that Nilith began to give ear to her doubts and fear the worst. Knowing to stay put, she withdrew from Anoish's back and paced back and forth. It was only as the storm was dying around them, blowing its way south, that she heard the thud of talons meeting sand. The sand still filled the air, hovering on the trailing breeze, and she had to squint to spy Basalt's waddling shape. I can't see him. Storm's not passed yet. Good afternoon, hollered a voice, Arctian lilted and clear as a brass bell. Nilith's hand flew to the hilt of her sword. The trigger bow was strapped to a nowish, too slow and too far to reach for. A large shadow appeared in the haze, growing darker by the moment. Basalt took to a nowish's back, and the Empress stood before them both, chin raised and muscles clenched. "State your business," called Nilith. There came no reply, only the rattle of something wooden and steady clip-clop of hooves. She bit her lip, fearing an arrow or bolt would fly at her any moment. Her blade inched from its scabbard as the figure materialized from the sand. A man riding a tall black horse emerged. His flowing silks were cream-coloured, tinged with red in the wake of the sandstorm and late sun. Great gold chains bearing glyphs hung about his neck. They were so numerous and prodigious that Nilith wondered if he struggled to sit upright. His dark-skinned hands were held out by his knees, manicured, open and empty. His nails were painted a shining cobalt. Red ink tattoos of cogs and number glyphs decorated his powdered cheeks and neck. Covering his head was a flat, wide-brimmed hat, the sort she had seen grand builders of the eastern districts wear. Every thread of him spoke Araxes, not dune plains. There was something both heartwarming and yet altogether disturbing about that. Nilith looked for weapons, but saw none. She stared past the stranger, eyes following a rope between him and another horse to which a small wagon was hitched. A dark lump of tarpaulin sat high upon it. Even in the baking heat, the hairs on her nape stood to attention. "State your business," I said. "I've had enough of chance meetings on this road." The man looked down past his heels to the spinning sand. "Not much of a road now, is it?" He smiled, showing a tooth studded with a ruby. A man this bejeweled should have had guards aplenty for a trip into the desert, perhaps a whole phalanx. Even making it through the outsprawls alone should have been a challenge for him. Nilith's wariness grew. Behind her, she heard a deep rumble in a nowish's chest. She flicked him a look and saw his dark gaze was fixed on the wagon. Nilith stood to one side, casting her free hand as though she was bowing. "In any case, it seems it was taking you south. I bid you good travels, sir. If you don't mind, I'll be on my way." The man did not move. He simply stared at her, eyes just a glint beneath the shade of his hat. Nilith gestured again. "If you're a trader, I have nothing to sell and no need to buy." "I am no trader, though my masters are." "Wonderful," Nilith replied, stepping towards Anoish's side and putting her hands on his back. Before she could hoist herself up, the man kicked his horse forwards and positioned the beast in front of Anoish. Nilith's sword emerged, a ribbon of silver. She held it towards him, double-handed. "I'd urge you to move. I don't want to hurt you." For a moment, the man seemed disappointed, as if he'd come out with the will to do a job, but had forgotten the heart needed to finish it. He sighed deeply and hung his head. "I wish I could say the same." A trigger bow appeared between his sheets of silk, aimed directly between Anoish's eyes. Nilith involuntarily yelped, but there came no twang, no thud, no whinny of death. She held up a hand, while the other patted the horse's baggage for her own bow. She felt the tension in the horse's muscles. "Just hold on one fucking moment. What do you want from me?" The gaudy man held the bow without a tremble. "Not I, madam. My masters. The consortium, a group of traders and businessmen who are interested in anything that earns silver." Nilith had heard that word before, in a white hell, Caltro. He seemed proud. Though one of many quarry facilities spread across the deserts, Caltro does rather stand out from the crowd, wouldn't you say? And what do you want with me? You refused to pay the toll for passing through Caltro. It is now overdue, and I have been sent to fetch your payment. Nilith could have laughed. Don't be ridiculous. The only thing I refused was to accept their right to levy such a toll, and to recognise your consortium, whatever your claims. Nevertheless, the debt remains. Her temper realised its shortcomings. Are you seriously saying you've come all the way out into the dune plains to find one person who didn't pay a horseshit toll? Surely this consortium of yours has more pressing matters, like digging more gaping holes in the earth. The demons are in the details, madam, not just one miscreant. Without breaking eye contact, the man produced a scroll with his free hand and let it fall open. I have here a list of 4 individuals sent by Hawk to Araxes from the Duat. A woman matching your description, I believe the description was bedraggled, an elderly bargeman, a shade, and 1 horse. Nilith gave the man a dose of royal fury. This is fucking laughable! What is your name, man? If he was shaken, he didn't show it. While I don't see that as pertinent to the case, you may have it. It is Joby. Chaser Joby. And if you pay the toll, all will be resolved. The consortium are fair in all business dealings. Nilith's eyes flitted between the shining bolt poised on the trigger bow to the impassive expression of this interloper. She thought her luck had turned after sighting Pharazar, and yet, even as the desert lay almost conquered behind her, she had already stumbled on the city's thorns. How much? She asked. I have little to trade, but if you insist, and it will put an end to this preposterous conversation, you can have it. Joby made a show of checking, rechecking, and then triple-checking the scroll. Your shade, he said. As you might have noticed, I don't own any shades. Oh, I shall find him, but I'm afraid you misunderstand me. I mean to take your shade, madam, your corporal being, your soul. Those are the terms. He shrugged. As I stated, the tolls are now overdue. Nilith waved the sword, standing between the bolt and Anoish. Go fuck yourself before I do it for you with my blade. Joby sighed dramatically once more as he tugged on the rope trailing between him and his wagon. The other horse came trotting up, face as glum as an empty wine bottle. Only when the rattling of the wagon had stopped did Nilith hear the hissing. Keeping the trigger bow aimed, Chaser Joby got down from his horse and trundled over to the tarpaulin. He seized one of its corners, but hovered there, unmoving. It is customary to offer you one last chance to change your mind before I proceed with the recoupment. I must warn you, I have worked as a reclaimer for the consortium for 17 years, 3 months, and 9 days now, he said. I am very good at my job. Nilith held her sword up, making the steel shine. And my offer still stands. Joby cocked his head, and the faint smile that had been smeared there fell away. You are not a woman of business, are you? Nilith was not. Had she the time or the inclination, she would have lectured this man on precisely why she loathed the leeches who preyed on those with too little or too much silver. Consortiums, firms, guilds, whatever name they slapped onto their coat of arms, they all put profit at their centres. That made them no better than the Tals and Taurs who traded in souls. Be it the banks and their half-coins, or the Chamber of Trade and their shipping routes, greed was the same in any currency. "I have no love for it," was all Nilith said. Joby sighed again, looking to Araxes. "That great capital was not built by shades or royalty, madam, but by enterprising, ambitious minds. It was built on success, on profit, on power, by those who understand the merits of business. And those who understand business know that a live horse is worth more than a dead woman. You, clearly, do not understand that at all." Thunk! The trigger bow let fly. Only Nilith's reaction saved her. The bolt was aimed low for her stomach, but with her dodge it dug into the sand between Anoish's legs. He reared up, hooves waving in fright and outrage. Nilith dashed forwards, sword poised to strike. Joby tossed out a swathe of silk to entangle her sword. In the same movement, he swept the tarpaulin from the wagon, revealing a black cage. As Nilith swiveled away, blade up and ready, she froze as she saw its contents. "Do something!" screeched Basalt, busy flapping around Joby's head, trying for his eyes. Ignoring the onslaught of beak and talons, the chaser was wasting no time knocking the thick bolts from the cage door. Part worm, part insect, the whole was a hideous creature about 4 feet high. Slate grey and purple, it glistened with either sweat or slime. Its sinuous body was curled around itself, and at its head 2 spindly, carapace-bound arms reached out. At their ends, blue claws hung curled, glowing softly like the vapours of a ghost. It looked sightless. The only features of its face were a disproportionately large mouth, a pair of nostrils, and 3 milky white antennae that waved like river reeds. The stench wafting from it was that of offal left in the sun, enough to make Nilith's eyes water. But it was the teeth that held her gaze. Like the claws, they glowed, translucent and ever-shifting. Despite its lack of eyes, the creature seemed wholeheartedly focused on Nilith. Blue claws seized the iron bars with a clang as it pressed its weight against them. Fear emanated from it, wafting across her like a winter draught. Behind her, Anoish whinnied fearfully and skittered away. 1. The monster salivated in great drips as its jaws opened wide, ravenous. 2. Nilith swallowed her fear and closed the gap in great bounds, sword high and a cry pealing from her throat. 3. The last bolt slid free and Chaser Joby cackled. "Go to work, my dear!" There was a burbling screech as the creature thrust itself from its confines. It flew at Nilith as her blade met Joby's arm, slicing a notch from it. She heard his cry before the wriggling body knocked her flat. She pushed it free with a roar, slathering herself in slime as she thrashed about with the sword. The creature's monstrous hunger battled her craving to remain alive. It darted and weaved like a cobra before a beggar's flute. Over and over the creature pressed her, sand hissing beneath its sinuous body. Its claws snapped each time they reached for her. Its jaws were open so wide, Nilith thought its head had split in half. 2 rows of glowing teeth gnashed at the air. All the while, it screamed like a cat being burned alive. Its ferocity was exhausting. Fear added weight to Nilith's swings and a tremble to her legs. As she stabbed for it, her feet tripped over themselves and Nilith fell to the sand. Her legs were immediately pinned by the creature's slimy weight. Frigid claws pressed against her chest, keeping her sword at bay. Over Anoish's fierce whinnying, the falcon's screeching, and the pain-filled shouts of Chaser Joby, she heard her own pathetic wail as the foul creature closed its jaws around her hand. Teeth hot like icicles met her skin. No! Chapter 20. A Chamberlain's Day. Of the estimated 1 million people that visited our grand city last year, almost half that number were reported as missing or murdered, supposedly fed into the soul trade. Out of that number, chamber scrutinizers and proctors managed to recover 3,010 wrongfully indentured souls. 41 soulstealers were stoned to death. Report from the Chamber of the Code to Emperor Pharazar, year 1002.
A magistrate! A bloody magistrate! One of our own!
Chamberlain Rebene waited for his howls to descend from the rafters before continuing. The scribe standing beside his desk scribbled furiously with her reed.
This is inexcusable, a damn shame, and a terrible loss for the city.
That was debatable, considering the calibre of the schools of nobles who had so far been reported missing. Rebene cared only for the loss of Gore. The man was a pompous, indulgent fool, but his death was more than a murder. It was an insult. It didn't matter that Rebene had an empress-in-waiting breathing down his neck. This was a personal prod at the chamber. Not in Rebene's history, nor in 20 of his predecessors, had a soul-stealer been so bold as to attack the code itself.
Where are the answers, the arrests, the justice, damn it all?
Do you want the cursing included, Chamberlain, sir? Rebene shot a look at his scribe.
Yes, I want the fucking cursing included. Verbatim, I said.
Yes, sir, Chamberlain, sir.
What of the scrutinizers' and proctors' investigations? Has nobody heard a rumour? A tavern bragging? Did no shade escape? Are you telling me a chamber magistrate can be murdered in his own home by ruthless thugs, and nobody can give me more than a nervous fart in the way of explanation?
He saw the scribe's hand pause over the scroll.
Verbatim!
Yes, sir.
I want results. I want justice. I want this uppity soul-stealer's head on a plate delivered to the chamber forthwith. Otherwise, it will be my head being served to the Empress-in-waiting. Rebene snapped his fingers. Change that to your heads. Otherwise, it will be your heads on a plate.
Of course, Chamberlain. The scribe looked up from her scroll when silence fell. Rebene was still pacing, white knuckles pressed to red lips, thinking. Will that be all, sir? She ventured.
Have a copy of that scroll sent to every magistrate and scrutinizer's post in the core districts, every proctor, every guardhouse, and while you're at it, find me that damned Hellas.
Yes, Chamberlain, said the scribe, seizing her chance to scuttle from the room. In an attempt to steady his heart, Rebene performed several angry circuits of his expansive office. It hadn't known calm since the disappearances and murders had started. He put a hand to his chest, feeling an ache behind his ribs, and shook his head. The more he clenched, the more he noticed the fear hiding beneath his outrage.
Calm yourself, Rebene, old fool. You're not next, he whispered to the silence.
Gore had been a lavish man. Unlike the rest of the city, rank in the chamber was decided by length of servitude, and scrutinizers were paid in silver, not shades. Gore had fancied himself a Tor instead, and built up quite the hoard. Once, he'd even petitioned for a change of title, noble consultant of all things. Rebene was not so fond of such opulence. The only shades he owned were house shades, and a few hundred at most. His title as head of the Chamber of the Code was the only treasure he feared losing. He had no family, no lovers, few friends besides colleagues, fewer now Gore was gone. Rebene prodded irritably at his temples, trying on his old scrutinizer mind. A fool has no enemies, went the saying. Over the years, time and time again, the chamber had been made to look like a fool, and yet it was beset on all sides. Fighting the continuous criminality that pervaded Araxes' streets and upper echelons was impossible. A toothless wolf, somebody had once called Rebene's chamber. That person had always stuck in his mind, a cheat he caught swindling a card den. A pudgy young man, all vim and fire, and missing a leg below his knee. Words like that are splinters. If they are not plucked out, they worm inwards and become as much a part of the body as a fingernail. Rebene heard the creak of his oak doors. A timid whisper followed. "Chamberlain?" He roared as he turned. "I've told you 12 times!" He was about to remind the scribe about the importance of knocking when he noticed a streak of blue standing beside her. The lump in Rebene's throat grew. Etain Tarlin stood in the doorway, dressed in a silk suit of green. He stared idly up at the vaulted ceiling and long tapestries that told the 1,000-year history of the code. Despite the chamber's rules, the shade was armed with a ridiculously large broadsword. The gold feather on his breast gleamed mockingly at Rebene. The chamberlain waved the scribe away, and Etain to a chair with a single annoyed gesture. "I shall not be here long," commented the shade. Rebene pasted a polite smile onto his face as he took his own chair. He steepled his fingers to keep them from shaking. "Am I to assume?" Etain sighed dramatically. Though he was the voice of the Empress-in-waiting, he did not look like he wanted to be in that office any more than Rebene did. "To assume is to admit a lack of facts, Chamberlain. As you do not have the facts, allow me to lay them out for you. Fact the first. After the greatest massacre this city has known in a decade, a magistrate is dead, along with a large number of Taurs, Tals, minor nobles, and Sarek Barinia. Let us not forget Hashia the Voice, either. Priceless bard, that one. Fact the second. As far as the Pirsa has been made aware, no culprit has yet been arrested for the aforementioned slaughter. And fact the third. Her Majesty, Cecine Tarlin Renala the 37th, is not best pleased with either fact 1 or 2. Nor is her father, your emperor. "Not best pleased?" Rebene shuffled in his chair, trying his best to retain his smile. Etain shrugged. "To put it gently, considering all the silver she has invested in you, not to mention all those soldier shades." "I see." Rebene kept his hands in front of his face, hoping it would hide the glow he felt in his cheeks. "I would like to assure Her Majesty I am doing everything in my power." "Suspects?" "Pardon?" "Suspects, culprits, lawbreakers, malefactors. Do you have any?" Rebene cursed his shaking hands as they reached for several scrolls scattered about his desk during an earlier angst. He gathered them up and peeled them open, reading names from scrutinizers spread across the city's core and inner districts. Scrutinizers he held in the highest regard, and yet now inwardly cursed for not doing better. Especially Hellas, having the cheek to ask for autonomy, then failing to deliver no more than a suspicion. "A gentleman named Araxes has recently claimed Tordom, supposedly after a lucrative trade with a scatter pirate. Pendrago, a skull man who is a known soulstealer in, the Dawa district. There's a Araxes the Pale, known thug and soul trader of Quara. Some of my scrutinizers have even suggested the consortium, that group of merchants who run the desert mines, might be behind it, making a power grab." Etaine's face hadn't twitched. He looked on, still waiting. Rebene snagged another few scrolls.
We have an Astarte of the whitewash beaches, and Boron Temsa, Bez district, from Tavern Owner to Tor just a week or two ago, though nobody's sure why or how. Definite soul trader, suspected soul stealer. The notes are from Scrutinizer Hellis. She's one of my best, and that's all.
That's all, echoed Etaine. Not a question. The shade took on a ponderous look and leaned over the desk to look at the scrolls for himself. Rebene shrank back into his chair, feeling swallowed by its grand back, and tried to hide his lip-biting. Etaine hummed. Overall, not very impressive. Rebene waved his hands at the scrolls, insulted at being brought to task by a house shade, even if he did belong to the princess.
I am doing my best.
Etaine raised a doubtful eyebrow.
Allow me to help you.
This Boron Temsa, he's a dead lead.
Your man, woman,
Hellis, is wrong.
She's rarely wrong, if ever.
The shade shook his head. Temsa is a distant relation of the Renala line, a far, far cousin, but is known to the piercer nonetheless. He is a soul trader, not a stealer. Ignore him. Pour your resources into a more useful avenue, like this Astarte or Barracks.
I trust Hellis.
The Empress-in-Waiting does not, and frankly, she is displeased with your lack of progress, despite her donation of silver and shades. You'd better redouble your efforts and catch this ambitious fucker before they pluck the courage to come for your head. Rebene felt cold seep into his cheeks as the colour drained from them like bathwater down a drain.
Her words, or yours, Shade?
Hers. Verbatim. Etaine winked then, rapped his knuckles on the desktop, and left. The Chamberlain sagged as the door slammed, wondering what witch or beldam had cursed him this day. He rested his forehead in his hands, and the sweat rolled down his wrists. Etaine strolled from the chamber and into the corridor with idle steps. He let the dry rush of air fan his blue vapours, making them curl around the seams of his suit. He wondered, had he a nose, whether it would scent musty papyrus and ink, the odour of endless towers of files and claims. He passed one of the domed halls on his way out, and ducked to see the peaks of the scroll piles. On the floor of this strange forest, lit by disparate sun rays, scribes and proctors beavered away, their reeds never pausing as they flitted from paper tower to paper tower. It was strangely refreshing to see no glowing blue amongst their crowded number. No half-lives worked the chamber's halls. Only the living could be trusted to handle their matters. Etaine had reached the chamber's vast atrium and its black-clad, tattooed proctors when he heard an all-too-familiar voice. "Etaine Tarlin as I die and glow." He came to a stuttering halt. "Enlightened Sister Lyria, and Sister Yaredin too, I wager." He turned with a sigh, finding two shades loitering behind him. They were hooded and cloaked, and they had forgone their usual scarlet attire for a rusty brown colour. "How did you get in here?" he demanded. "No cultist is allowed in the core districts." Lyria smiled, showing no teeth. "It seems the core guards, the chamber, and even the new soldiers of Sissene's have no interest in us anymore. Not while this murderer is afoot." Etaine crossed his arms, avoiding the sister's glowing eyes. He looked to the vast queues instead, weaving around in tight geometric formations between the doorways and a seawall of ivory and marble. The desks were manned by people with sage expressions. Most of them seemed to have nothing to do but shake their heads. How did these two circumvent the queues? "Who let you in?" he asked. "You know better than most that we have our sympathizers," replied Lyria. Etain hadn't bothered to give it thought. There was currently enough nonsense going on in Araxes to occupy his mind. And what could you possibly want in the chamber? Sneaking back in to favour, are we? I should have a proctor drag you from the halls, if only to see the looks on your faces. And yet, Lyria said in hushed tones, like scales sliding across sand, you promised us loyalty in return for our information. I did no such. Etain went to bite his lip. Still, after so many years, he remembered their conversation in the shadow of the banks, the deal he'd made, the deal he'd utterly forgotten about. What are you doing here? Lyria stepped around him, eyeing Etain as if she were planning how to climb him. We have an appointment. Yaredin piped up. A claim. We have not gone untouched by this chaos. Several of our free brothers have been stolen by miscreants, taking advantage of the panic. Etain cackled. What a shame. I'm surprised the cult isn't taking matters into its own hands. Church, Yaredin corrected him. And we bow to the authority of the code as deeply as we do to Sesh. These are new times, Etain. Unlike you, we move with them. Do you now? Lyria spoke up again. That gold feather never suited you, brother. Freedom would. Yaredin raised a blue eyebrow. Etain lifted his chin. At the cost of wearing your crimson robes, tried that. I am loyal, but not to you. Just you try and change it. He patted the hilt of his broadsword. Freedom. Pah! I don't see you trying to prize my half-coin from the royal vaults. Lyria wagged a finger. Alas, our business awaits. I am sure Cicene awaits you. Yaredin chipped in again. All these murders must be keeping her busy. We bid you a good day. They swept away from him, heading for the warren of corridors that led off from the atrium. Etain watched them until they were swallowed by the masonry and crowds. It was at times like this he wished he had spittle to decorate the ground with. Striding out into a morning choked with the haze of a passing sandstorm, Etain walked west, towards the dark shadow of the cloud piercer. He could see its shining pinnacle above the murk, where yellow and orange bled into clear blue. He found himself rolling his eyes at it. He took the next turn and approached a tar-black, iron-plated carriage waiting in the road. 2 concentric circles of armoured men stood around it, spears tucked into the cobbles and bristling outwards like a sea urchin. Etain gestured for them to move, and a narrow corridor parted, leading him to the carriage's door. He opened it a fraction, enough to see Cicine's face wreathed in a golden veil. Her eyes were narrowed and questioning. Our good chamberlain suspects Temsa, but I made sure he won't pursue him. Some slick scrutinizer sniffed him out. Rebene will steer clear and focus on some other miscreant instead. Good. I know you gave Temsa a slack leash besides those you named, but 6 Taurs, 9 Tals, a Seric, a magistrate, and a dozen nobles. The man's rabid. What are we— Cicene cut him off. Is there anything else? Etain looked back to the bastion walls of the Chamber of the Code, rising high above the surrounding buildings, as though they had fallen prostrate before it. He thought of 2 crimson-cloaked shades worming their way through it. No, nothing, apart from the fact that Rebene looks fit to pop. I hope putting all this pressure on him doesn't come back to bite you,
or the dog you've let loose on this city." Cecine scowled.
"I'll replace them both once I'm sat on that throne."
"Of course you will, your regalness."
Attain barely managed to hide his impatience. Had he a brain, he swore it would have ached from all her insidious scheming.
"Of course you will."
He pulled the door wider to climb up, but she thrust out a foot bound in silver laces, blocking him. "Feel free to walk home," she said. Attain forced a smile as he pushed the door shut. He heard the thump of her fist against the wood, and the carriage moved off slowly with the soldiers jogging alongside it, armour clanking long after they'd faded from sight.
"Feel free," he whispered, with a curl of his lip.
Spending 100 years indentured did not curb the yearning for freedom. It stoked it like the sun of the desert stoked the dune plains, day after day, until life itself bent before the heat. Rebene had just about finished sweating when there came another knock at his door.
"What is it now?"
he yelled, his voice hoarse from all the terse chiding of himself, the city, and all things royal. The scribe poked her head around the door again. "Your next appointment."
"Why don't I ever get to review these appointments?"
The scribe pushed the door open, revealing 2 skinny brushstrokes of rusty brown. The chamberlain sat straighter in his chair. He scowled deeply.
"What are they doing here?"
"Enlightened Sisters Lyria and Yaredin."
"I know who they are. I asked what they are doing here, in the core. Fetch me the proctors."
"It will only take a moment, Chamberlain Rebene," interjected Lyria, her voice floating effortlessly across the expanse of marble. The scribe looked to the visitors, then to her employer, and shrugged. With a whimper, she retreated behind the door as the chamberlain roared after her.
"I want to see my diary, woman!"
Silence answered. Rebene yelled once more.
"Proctors! Scrutinizers!"
He did not try again. With a weary sigh and a pinch of his brows, he gestured for the shades to approach. They did so without a sound, gliding to the edge of his desk. Rebene jabbed a finger at both of them.
"You have moments before I have the proctors tough you out. Emperor Pharazar's orders still discourage your being here, or 20 streets from here."
The 2 sisters spoke in turn. "We come here with benevolent intentions. No meddling to be done. What has passed is the past. We wish no ill will on the city, Emperor Pharazar, his family, or this chamber. Or you, Chamberlain. Unlike some."
"Stop!"
Rebene yelped, holding up his palms.
"Speak plain, sisters. I haven't the patience for riddles today."
Yaredin put her hands on his desk. Rebene saw the polished wood fog at the touch of her cold skin. "You have a tumour in this city, a soulstealer bolder than any other you've ever seen, a murderer of wealthy Taurs, Tals, Serics, and magistrates. Slaughtering them in their own towers and bringing panic to the streets. We have heard the rumours and the worried whispers," added Lyria. "The city treads on glass shards."
"Do you think I don't know this? Have you come here to torture me?"
"We want to help," Lyria said. Rebene thumbed his nose.
"Why? Why would you want to help?"
"Our church..." Lyria paused to let the chamberlain snort. "Our church is committed to helping restore Araxes to its former glory, to its namesake. It is why we have recently opened our doors to the living as well as the dead. In doing so, crime could be washed from our streets, instead of our streets being washed with blood." Rebene raised his hands to his vaulted ceiling. Part of him wished it would come crashing down and end this troublesome day. First Gaul's murder, then the prick Attain, now these melancholy outcasts.
Wouldn't that be wonderful? A pretty dream for any city. Tell me your great secret, then. What is this magical solution that's escaped chamberlains and scrutinizers for 30 generations? And mark my words, if it involves the throne in any way, I'll have your ghostly asses tossed to the flagstones."
Yaredin smiled. "Allow us to assist you in guarding the streets. We have many shades who've earned their freedom from the Chamber of Military Might. They already help keep some of the Outsprawl districts safe." That was news to the Chamberlain. Uncomfortable news.
"Ridiculous," he croaked. "The Emperor would never stand for it."
Lyria shook her head. "We have no intention of interfering. We will follow your every order. Our resources will be at your and the Emperor's disposal."
Rebene held up his hands for quiet. His temples throbbed with the beginnings of a headache.
He looked at the scrolls still spread across his desk, their inked names dark against the white papyrus. Plain to see. He saw Yaredin's eyes follow his and read them. "We are aware of several of these men and women. Barracks, Astarte, Farasi," she said. "We have watched them for some time." Rebene's hand paused in mid-air, undecided between snatching the scrolls back to his side of the desk or dashing them to the floor.
"Why? What business is it of yours?"
"We have always dealt in information." "For the city's welfare, Chamberlain."
"The city's welfare,"
Rebene echoed, and yet, shamefully, he could not think of anyone's but his own. Yaredin leaned closer. "It is a shame what happened to Gore, but in a way, perhaps his murder can provide opportunities for more than just his murderer. The seed of change." The Chamberlain pressed his fingers to his aching forehead, thinking, balancing, trying to trace the threads of consequence as he had done as a young scrutinizer. He stayed like that for some time, until the silence became heavy and uncomfortable, until the cold of the sisters spread across his desk. When Rebene looked up, his mouth was a thin line.
"How many shades can you offer?"
The sisters smiled. An hour had passed since the departure of the so-called enlightened sisters, and Rebene had yet to push himself up from his desk. A pact. He had made a pact with the cult of fucking Sesh, and with zero input from Emperor Pharazar or the Empress-in-Waiting. Not even a magistrate had been consulted. The words had left his mouth like vomit after one beer too many. It was a good deal by all accounts, seeing as it cost Araxes nothing, yet bought thousands of shades. Information, too. And yet it hadn't stopped the silence damning him for the past hour. Shaky and slick with sweat, Rebene finally managed to reach his feet. The knocking on the door sent him straight back down again.
"What?" he shrieked. "I said no more!"
The door burst open, letting loose a stormy-faced scrutinizer Hellas into the room. There was lightning in her eyes and a glower on her face. If it were possible, even the tattoos swirling over her neck and through her shorn hair looked darker. Behind her, the scribe hopped from one foot to the other, utterly useless. Rebene pressed himself into his chair, already hiding behind a hand. "Chamberlain Rebene!" Hellas barked, banging her palms on his desk. She poked at the gathered scrolls. "Why haven't I heard anything about my report?" At her cheek, he almost summoned the energy to give her the dressing down of her career. Almost. Instead, he adopted a withering tone.
"And what report is that, scrutinizer Hellas?"
"The one on Boran Temsa. Tor Boran Temsa, if I can stomach to say it. I need men to move on him, and quickly too. You know better than anyone that I wasn't Gaule's biggest fan, but he was one of our own. I believe Temsa's the one behind it, perhaps in league with old Tal Horrocks too." Rebene spent an awkward moment brushing the creases out of his robe. He felt pinched, like the arms of his chair were the jaws of a vice, the cult and the crown, and now Hellas was slowly winding them inwards. "No," he whispered. Hellas's eyes became saucers. "What do you mean?" "I said no, Hellas," he yelled. "Temsa is not the man. You're wrong. Look elsewhere." The scrutinizer took her time measuring her words. Rebene stewed in the meantime, trying not to bend under her avid, damning stare. 12 years, she said. 12 years, and when have you known me to be wrong? Once or twice. When? Fine. Never. But there's a first time for everything. Rebene started to gather the scrolls together. "I'm sorry, Scrutinizer Hellas, but that's an order." Hellas leaned so far over the desk, Rebene felt the heat of her breath. It was no more pleasant than the cold waft of the sisters. "Autonomy. You promised me, Chamberlain. Now is the wrong time to try and fuck me." Rebene stood. "Times are changing, Scrutinizer. It's time you changed with them, as I intend to." Hellas laughed then, and he had never heard a more mirthless laugh. It was the harsh and sudden crack of a whip, and he flinched. "Fine," she seethed. "Look elsewhere, eh? So I shall." With an animalistic snarl, Hellas swept from the desk and barreled towards the door. The handle popped clear as she slammed it behind her, most likely locking Rebene in his office. With a groan, he sank back into his chair, fingers reaching up into his hair, grabbing a handful and pulling until he roared.
Chapter 21. Spooks and Zealots. 1,000 years is time enough for fables to evolve, and unsurprisingly, most Arctian fables involve ghosts. There are tales told in the desert quarries of phantoms of the dunes, great ghostly dune worms and giant antelope, tales of ghosts changing shape into wolves or bat-like creatures, or screeching so loudly they can shatter glass. There are even stories of ghosts reaching through walls, or worse, reaching into a living body. Though the tenets are absolute, there must be fear deep down in the populace over the fact the dead walk among them. It cannot help but bleed into their mythos. From Shadows Around the Campfire, a historical study on folklore, by Jim Jameen. In my armpit of a cell, I felt like some ape confined in a zoo for paying customers to gawp and laugh at, except my visitors weren't laughing and I had no shit to hurl at them. Curse my vaporous body. 4 visits I'd had that day, one from Temsa checking his prize was still where his people told him it was, 2 from Danib, flat-faced and dull as ever, and 1 again from another ghost, who was promptly told to scarper to the sound of a crashing tray. The dust showed the work of my prowling, a fine figure of 8 surrounded by a circle of scuffing. I lingered now by my pathetic excuse for a window, my face pressed to the bars, and stared out across the dust of the busy street. The passers-by afforded me some entertainment, at least. I mouthed along to the shouting of the nearest grocer, bellowing out his dubious claims and complicated deals. I knew all his shouts by now. 4 oranges or a bug fruit for a Debon, or 6 and a grit apple for 2. Get your lemons. Best lemons this side of the scatter. Nobody serves pommy juice by the Hecate in this district. Then there was the farrier, and his penchant for beating the hot iron in a galloping rhythm between his quenchings. I heard another hiss of glowing horseshoe from across the road. I had even begun to recognize the wagons of various couriers and traders. Some of the ghosts, rushing by on repetitive errands, had begun to lock eyes with me. The wagons had been streaming in and out of the rusty slab all day long. Mostly out, to the banking district and to the soul markets, I wagered. Even by what little I knew of Araxes standards, Temza had bagged quite the haul, as my old master Doban would have said. Blue feet encased in gold thread stomped by, flicking sand and a chunk of dung in my face. Her again. A ghost had been performing circuits of the busy junction all day, and part of her route passed my bars. She was dressed all in white powder and moth-bitten silks. She tossed her glowing hair at any man with flesh and blood and the silver to afford her. I hadn't seen her getting any luck yet, and now her circuits were becoming quicker, her smile tighter, eyes more frantic. I had no sympathy for her. It wasn't distaste for her profession. We all had to make money somehow. I just hated her because she was outside and I was not. As the hours dragged by and the shadows began to stretch, I saw the masses of the streets change. Those with homes or taverns to occupy, mostly the living, hurried to them. The dead dragged their heels, drawing out the minutes before they went back to their masters. I saw one ghost, naked save for a loincloth, pushing a cart full of broken reed bird cages. It must have had no weight, even to a fresh half-life, and yet I had to squint to see if the wheels turned. The pointy shadow of a nearby building had almost swallowed my window when the hatch slid back with a snap. It was clearly viewing time once more. I silently placed a bet as I turned, and lost it immediately when I saw a furrowed brow and beady eyes. "Good evening, Temza," I greeted him, crossing my arms. He didn't bother to open the cell door. His words came muffled by metal. "You're being moved on the morrow." I wandered closer, mostly to show him my indifference. "To your new abode?" "If that's the crass term for tower, then yes, Caltro." I knew this tavern couldn't hold an ego the size of yours for long, no matter how far down you dug. Temza narrowed his eyes at me. "Seeing as that cell can barely hold yours, I would agree. Did you come down here purely for an exchange of wits, or—" The black and silver blade of Pointy slammed up against the slot. "Hello, Caltro." His voice was clear in my head, as metallic as usual. "This sword, where'd you get it?" "I stole it from Busk." "And where did he get it?" "How am I supposed to know?" "The man liked to brag long and loudly," Temza spat. "What do you know of it?" I made a show of thinking. "That it's bloody sharp?" "I've taught him that a few times now," Pointy interjected. "Anything else? Did Busk mention a curse? Anything about a soul blade?" "Curse?" "Like a charm or a spell on it," he replied irritably. I pulled a face. "What have you been doing with him?" I asked this more of the sword than Temza. Temza seemed flustered. Specks of spittle darkened the sand at my feet as he snapped at me. "What a stupid question! It's a sword, damn it, not a him!" "I've been whispering to him at night. Like this." Temza viciously waggled a finger in his ear. "Bloody thing has a curse on it, I say. If you know anything, you'll tell me." Busk didn't say a thing about it. Honest. I held up empty hands. "Poetry for the most part. A few insults every now and again. I get bored." I could have hugged the sword. "Bah!" The Tor slammed the grate. I listened to his angry footsteps recede down the corridor with a smile on my face. I almost laughed aloud when I heard a thwack and a guard's yelp. Instead, I returned to my bars to watch the sky bruise and blacken like a fist fighter's eyes. Sunset pounced quickly in the desert lands. No sooner had the sun receded behind the peaks of steel and brick and glass than the heat died. When its fiery glow had faded, leaving a wake of dark red and purple, the city began to sparkle with lamps and torches. Ghosts in cowls moved around the outside of the slab, lighting the tavern's lights as they went, and filling my street with their liquid gold. I felt their heat on my reaching arms, but they gave me no warmth. One of the guards accompanying the ghosts was nice enough to kick my hand back inside the cell. For the second time that day, I found myself wishing for feces to throw. Half of Temza's men would be bespattered by now. I took once more to pacing about my cell. Even though my muscles couldn't appreciate the effort, my mind could. My scuffing gave me a beat to which I could drum out my irritable thoughts. It helped me to drown out the doubt and impatience that were gnawing holes in my plan to wait for Temsa to grow complacent. I had to give it to Pointy. The sword was a marvellous irritation to more than just me. It could have been the day of boredom, the silence, or his mischief, but I found myself briefly missing my cellmate. He did have a spell on him, and I found myself wondering what other magics the Nixites had once weaved with soul and metal, or animal flesh, all for the fashions of the Ark, before they'd been banned from doing so, that was. I've heard of an hourglass that could shout the time. I'd listened to stories of statues coming to life with the souls of ghosts. I'd once even stolen a spear that almost always hit an enemy when thrown. How many souls had been dead or strange-bound just to amuse the living? It felt as if there was a locked door before this subject, and ever the thief, I wanted through it, if only for curiosity's sake. It was nightfall when my final visitor announced himself with a scuffle. When the moon had sandwiched itself between two lofty spires I could crane my neck at, the guard changed. It did so with some muffled conversation, talk of certain tavern girls, an irritable Temsa, and the like. I listened to the footsteps leaving while the squeak of stool legs told me this guard was a tired guard. I heard him muttering to himself, complaining to an empty corridor. This went on for some time, until he made a game of throwing nutshells, or that's what it sounded like to me, against the wall. Then came the thud, shortly followed by another. The first came from down the hallway. The second came from outside my door. I hugged the corner, wary as ever. The waiting made the shadows grow, and every noise from outside a clattering. Keys momentarily chimed. Then a hand silenced them. They rattled in my door before it swung open. There was a faint blue tinge to the light that spilled inwards. Caltro Basalt, hissed a voice I'd never heard before. I'd been waiting until he peeked past the door until I answered, but the spiked tip of a club preceded him, and I held my tongue. It was a ghost, willowy of build, bearded, wearing some dark leather garb and wrapped in a black cape. He was barefoot. Here, I said, curious enough to speak. Who's asking? White eyes turned on me. Widow Horrocks. I understood, but the situation called for some cheek. It was how I dealt with surprises and their usually spiky edges. A blanket of humour always dulled them. Horrocks, you've gained weight, found some manhood, and died since I last saw you. He strode towards me impatiently. I am Melba Crail, and if you want to get out of here, then I'd advise you to shut your face and come with me. Widow Horrocks has sent me. Temsa wasn't the man to dabble in idle tricks. This was no game. I recognized the glint in Crail's eye as one of impatience. He had as much to risk as I did, and judging by the white feather dangling around his neck from a chain, perhaps more. I wasn't about to complain. In fact, I may have even grinned as I followed him eagerly out of the door. At last. I'd been right in trusting the old bat. My solution had come to me after all. Fuck Temsa, fuck the dead gods. I stumbled over the prostrate form of a guard, face down, lying in a pool of his own blood. What are you? I asked my rescuer as I followed on the tails of his cape. I'm a spook. A what? Don't have us in Crass? Maybe I should move there, make a killing, so to speak. He hissed over his shoulder. We're hired by people who need things done, things only a dead man can get away with. He held me back at a corner, peeking ahead. I could hear the rumble of voices and feet above us, and the clanging of cage doors below us. If you're good at something... Crail finished my sentence off. Never do it for free. I grabbed at his shoulder. Wait, I need my sword. What sword? It's a special sword, family heirloom. I promised it. Myself, I would take it with me. Confusion twisted his lip. Where is it? He snapped. On Temsa's belt. I felt that thing they called guilt tug at me. It was still a new experience. I'd broken so many promises I couldn't remember the definition of keeping one. And yet, here I was, about to break another, and nibbling my nails like a tardy schoolchild over it. Impossible. I'm not even sure I can get you out. You'll have to come back. No, I have to take him now. Crail bared his teeth at me. Tough, it's my vapours on the line here too. If I don't come back with you, Horrocks will take a copper blade to my throat. I don't care if it's the Emperor's sword. We leave now. No. He shoved me back the way we'd come, his palms thumping against the vapours of my chest. All right, back to your cell it is. No, wait. He stared at me long and hard with burning eyes, daring me to disagree. Fine, I growled, consoling the guilt with the fact I'd at least tried. We stared down a corridor, empty save for the two black-clad men lounging at the end of it. Any other way out, I asked. Few, and each of them worse than this. Temsa is apparently at war with the city. He's not stupid. Now. Holding his cape out in front of us and sticking to the shadows, we pelted it halfway along the corridor, our bare, ghostly feet making hardly any noise on the flagstones. Say one thing for being dead, if you like sneaking around, it's the perfect state to be in. Crail produced a coin of iron and threw it past the guards, down into a stairwell leading to the slab's bowels. What the fuck? Came the combined grunt of the guards. As they wandered over to investigate, Crail tugged me past them and up another stairwell. The cape did us no favours this time, and one of the guards spied the flash of blue. Did I just... Oi! Run, Caltro, hissed Crail, thrusting me forwards. He paused briefly to deal the man a wallop around the head with his club, spattering skin and brains on the wall. With a kick, the body tumbled backwards into his colleague. Within 3 paces, the spook was back at my side, leaving me to wonder if being free meant being more alive. I resolved to find out one day as my feet thrashed the flagstones in an attempt to keep up. Left, Crail cried as another figure came around a corner. Right and up. More stairs flew by beneath us. I imagined I could taste the night air ahead. A door to the tavern passed us, momentarily dousing us in light and blaring noise. I could hear the clank of armour and thud of feet in hot pursuit. Crail could hear it too. He moved ahead of me, pulling me along as we weaved through more passages. He spied the archway before I did and barged me into its direction. Its glowing frame was lit by twin braziers from the street. A lone guard stood in its glow, and 2 more in between him and us. Crail raised his club, and I heard him utter shit beneath his breath. As Crail dashed the first man to the floor, I felt my brief hope come crashing down into a pit of anger. I leapt over the flailing body, somehow having time to admire the crater Crail's club had left in his skull. Shouts filled the narrow gap of stone and steel, squeezing the glowing door tighter. I reached out for it as I ran, face contorting in a noiseless shout. Hands groped for my shoulders, but without copper their fingers couldn't grip me, and I barreled on. Crail the spook close behind. One of the guards snagged his cape, and the ghost let him have it with a flourish that dragged the man to the ground and knocked him senseless. Almost to the street, he yelled, sounding almost breathless. Perhaps it was the worry I recognized in his wide eyes. He didn't look the sort who was used to failure, and this corridor of blood and yelling bodies screamed failure. The shouting had summoned the attention of the guards outside. I could see one poking his head around the archway, blocking my way. I launched myself at him as he ran inside, spear at the ready. Crail's club knocked the weapon aside as I dove into him. I don't know whether it was my desperation to be free or an accident, but by into him, I wholeheartedly mean into him. In an instant, I felt the warmth of a body envelop my coldness, and yet I was still falling, facing backwards now. A wall struck me, and I felt a dull pain lance through my back. I tried to draw breath, but I couldn't. Something was stinging my skin as if my chainmail was fresh out the forge. My chainmail? All too late I realized where I was, and the haunting broke, snapped like a frayed rope. I burst free of the guard's body, staying upright just long enough to catch Crail's shocked expression, frozen just like the rest of his body, club still raised over a cowering guard. The spook's hesitation cost him his legs. As I collided with the wall, a broadsword swung out from my peripheries. There came twin bursts of white light as the blade passed through Crail's thighs and reduced everything below to blue smoke. He crumpled, splayed and whimpering on the floor. A blue shine washed over me as Danib Ironjaw emerged from an alcove like a troll from his cave. He wore no armour tonight, just a bare torso that looked like a mountain range covered in scars. A kilt of mail hung from his waist, and a horned helmet encased his head. Without a word, he rested the tip of his humongous sword on the stone next to my head. Was all I managed. The guard I briefly inhabited was coming too, twitching as if spiders infested his clothes and mail. His words were condensed into one stream of panicked screeching. What the fuck? What the fuck? I winced as the sword arced from the floor, grazing my cheek before lopping half the chest from the guard. Steel bit through iron links and sternum with a horrific crunch, and the man sailed into the street. The corridor quickly filled with guards. They came upon the scene with horrified, confused looks. Sword still raised, Danib greeted them with a growl. He pointed to the half-ghost and then upstairs. "Come on, lads," said a self-appointed spokesperson. Gloved hands set to the spook, and Crail was hauled away through pools of blood, leaving a faint smear behind him. He had few glances to offer me. They were mostly reserved for his missing legs. But when I did meet his eyes, all he had for me was hatred. I lay there waiting under Danib's glow while the rest of the bodies were hauled away. I had no words or taunts for once, but plenty of inner cursing to be done. I should have known better. I should have taken my chance. I shouldn't have hesitated. All manner of self-made accusations rained down. They say there is a beauty in hindsight, but I say it's an ugly creature, almost as ugly as its daughter, regret. Life is made of many paths. The cruel joke is you can only choose one, and move only forwards along it. Regret is the bitch that follows behind you and paves the paths you didn't take with gold and glitter. Danib saved me from my thoughts by grabbing me by the throat and lifting me upright. The ease with which he did it was frankly unfair for a dead man. Once I was on my feet, I began to brush myself down. The only noises were armour scraping downstairs and the clamour of the tavern several walls away from us. A small crowd had gathered in the street, stopping to look at tonight's entertainment, the broken corpse of a guard bleeding all over the sand. I was about to make a pun about tough working environments when Danib pushed me ahead of him. He practically carried me down the corridor. Had I any less shame, I could have let my feet dangle and been held aloft solely by his grip on my neck. Even to my cold vapour, his fingers felt like ice. Out he took me. Not down, not up, not to Thames or the cellars. Out. I watched the corridors grow narrower until we came to a dark space with a thin square of light etched into it. Where are we? Danib pushed me forwards with a grunt, pressing me up against a door. "Okay," I garbled, my face against the rough iron panels. Light blinded me as his keys turned, 3 altogether. A brazier shone to my left, lighting a thin street bordered by 2 warehouses, stocky and windows dead but for a faint blue glow. I still heard the clanging of work within their walls. That and the rumble of drinking and singing from the building behind us. Danib guided me around the borders of the tavern and then across the sand and wagon ruts to an alley heading north. At least that's what the moon told me. I'd spent enough bored nights watching her passage to know her movements as well as the sun's. The ghost still pushed me before him, but at least he had released my neck. I rubbed away the cold echo of his grip as I idly stared up at the canyon walls of sandstone, and window ledges, and guttering. The sky was a speckled strip above me, and I followed its path more than the alleys. Danib spared as many glances behind him as he did for me and the road ahead. The noise of the tavern and the warehouses had died, but the streets ahead were brightly lit and offered their own clamour. We switched from darkness to light once again, and I negotiated the best traffic of shabbily dressed people and masses of ghosts. Between impatient shoves from Danib, like a battering ram to my spine, I caught sight of bazaar stalls glowing with candles and blue light. Ghosts stood behind their wares, both free and bound. They offered little in the way of food and drink, but plenty of trinkets, costumes, scrolls and books. I suppose when you had immortality to waste, spending it on books wasn't such a bad idea. I saw the sense in it. Books, at least the good sort, were doors into worlds beyond our miserable own. Perhaps I'd pay this night bazaar a visit when I had my own time to waste. That was if Danib wasn't escorting me to a chopping block. Temsa won't be pleased, I warned him, trying to avert any permanent fate he might have planned for me, whisking his locksmith into the night. Another shove was my only reply, and together we took another alleyway. This one wound about the busy areas, taking a curving route to the edge of the city's core. We walked in stilted and one-sided conversation. I probed him about his previous life, whether his armour chafed, and how heavy his sword was. Every time I got either a grunt or another knock from those ham-like fists. I was about to ask him what it was like working for a maniac when I felt his fingers around my neck again, and he brought me to a halt. Blue, knotted knuckles met the wood of a nearby door 3 times, and Danib stared at me through the holes of his helm while he waited. I avoided those blank white canvases. A man could have drawn any emotion on them. Perhaps that was Danib's secret to surviving so long in the proximity of men like Temza. That and being the size of a cottage. I stared at the door instead, finding it unremarkable save for its crimson colour. Freshly painted, its brass bars and the lack of a handle. The building it belonged to was a featureless wall of stone, reaching high into the night. Crimson. I flinched in the ghost's grip, a fraction before the door creaked open to reveal 2 women clad in red robes. They must have been sisters, for they were practically identical, both of shaven head, hooded, and sharing the same impassive expression as my captor. I didn't know whether to smirk or frown. This city was choked with treachery, and yet still I was shocked. My, Danib. Fuck me. You're not Temza's at all, are you? I asked. Without a sound, he slammed me against the door jamb. There was no pain, just a sheer crushing weight as he pressed. I waved my hand, his giant fingers covering my mouth. I waited while Danib bent low to whisper between the sisters. After some time, one of them pointed at me. Brother, please, release him. Danib released me, and I spent a moment with my palms on my knees, wincing the vision back into my eye. A softer, smaller hand alighted on my shoulder, but I shrugged it away. As I die and glow, Caltro Basalt, I presume? Asked one of the women, bowing shallowly. I stretched to my full yet modest height and tried to suck in my gut. I even bared my neck wound, seeing as I was naked of my usual scarf. That had gone into the troublesome sea with 4. You presume correctly, and I would wager you're from the cult of Sesh. Incorrect. We are from the Church of Sesh, the other told me. I thought for a moment. I felt tension in my chest that, in a past life, would have been my heart racing. Was I nervous? Naturally, as one was being marched to shady places with shady people. Curious? Absolutely. Seeing as the cult had come to me, not I to them. As usual, I retreated behind my shield of impudence. Calling a dead goat a live one doesn't change the fact. It's rotting. The 2 smiled and retreated into the gloom beyond the doorway. Won't you come in? Danib didn't hear that as a question. He picked me up and hurled me inside. The door slammed behind me as I picked myself up, brushing imaginary dust from my naked arms and thighs. I wished Temza had dressed me better, rather than gifting me with only a loincloth and a frayed linen waistcoat. My belly couldn't be covered. The sisters had already taken a seat behind a circular table with some sort of spinning device at its centre. Holes marked with coloured glyphs pockmarked its wide bowl. I noticed the gilding of silver and gold around the table's edge, and was drawn forwards as powerless as a magpie. Other tables sat at the edges of the wide, low-ceilinged room. In the thick gloom, I saw a half-finished game of ballast still standing upright, the precariously balanced sticks still waiting to tumble. I knew this type of place, and it seemed fitting for my first meeting with the elusive cult to be in a card den, a place of lies, a place of taking risks. I am enlightened Sister Lyria, said the left one. And I am enlightened Sister Yaradine, said the right. You already know our brother here? Intimately, I replied, hearing the growl close behind me. And who are you, Caltro Basalt? Lyria asked. Well, it seems you already know. Where did you come from? How did you come to be entangled in this mess? I traced my hands across the velvet tablecloth, noting the dried blood spatter, and gave the wheel a slight push to make it spin. A musical clinking played briefly. I'm originally from Tamar, in Kras. Ran away to Soraka in my 12th year. Was orphaned in my 13th. Healer parents died of swelterflux in winter on the barren steppes. Got pretty cut up over it. Ran back to Soraka. Studied with a master until I got real good at breaking locks. Then I got even better. Plundered vaults and lockboxes all over the place. Some have called me the best in the far reaches, hence why I came here. Turns out I got the wrong ship. Somebody had paid off the captain or the port guards, and I wound up dead, throat slashed, and my blood carpeting an alleyway. Since then, it's been a barrel of laughs going from the care of one lunatic to the next. Then I discovered this strange ability I didn't ask for, and all of a sudden I'm here, chatting to two ghosts I couldn't tell apart if you paid me. How about you? Lyria held up a sphere of what looked to be ruby. She placed it in one of the holes bored in the wheel and gestured for me to push it again. I did so, harder, and the jewel skittered around the bowl, along to the metallic melody. As the music and the spinning slowed together, the ruby fell into a hole and stuck there. You win, said Lyria. Win what? Yaradin spoke for her like a double act. Our kinship, Mr. Basalt, and more importantly, our protection. What have you heard of the church? Seeing as we were in a place of gambling, I held some cards tight to my chest. I wasn't about to tell them I'd had visits from the sworn enemies of their god, but I could be honest about the rest. All the rest. A great deal and none of it good, I'm afraid. From what I've heard, the city sees your order as a bunch of self-serving traitors after you tried converting some old emperor. Not only that, but you worship a very old, very dead, and by all rights very calamitous god of chaos. That rings several alarm bells immediately. But then there's the fact you can't enter the core districts without being arrested. I know Horrocks hates you. I imagine the Emperor and his daughter hate you. And Temza has a distaste for anything that glows, so he probably hates you too, despite working with you. The sisters traded knowing looks, and Lyria smiled. It wasn't a thing of warmth. A common occurrence in this city. We are very much misunderstood. It was not the response I'd expected to such a deluge of truth. I'd found people were not fond of the truth. I crossed my arms. Misunderstood. I can't see why, especially when you deal with soul-stealers and murderers. And that is why we thought it was time to introduce ourselves and show you otherwise. Yaradin stood plucking the ruby. She rolled it around her glowing hands, turning it purple. I watched as the ball wandered around her fingers, defying gravity and sense. For centuries, we have worked to help and protect our fellow shades. To do that, we must play the great game of power, just like everyone else in Araxes. The Emperor plays, the widow Horrocks plays, Tor Temza plays, albeit a most violent version. Even you play it, Caltro, though you find yourself playing unwillingly. It is the goal of the game that matters most. What each competitor strives for. There was nothing unwilling about my desire to be free. But you're working with Temza. You're involved in these murders, same as him. Surely your goals align with his. Lyria spoke up, still seated and smiling, but her eyes now pools of proud, bright light. Ah! Oh my, no, Caltro. We do not work with Temza. He works for us. He is but a tool for our motives. He is our wild dog, the rabid wolf Araxes needs to push it to the edge. We chose him, provided him with the excuses he needed to fulfill his desires, and let him loose. We gave him names, like rungs on the ladder to his bloody success. We even found him a princess to protect him. Yes, we pointed them at each other purposefully. And yet do our goals align with his? Scarcely. His sights are set far below ours. Like most players, he seeks to pry the Emperor from his sanctuary and claim his crown and throne. We are using Temza to achieve something altogether grander. Dead gods. The cult was behind it all. I had thought Temza the orchestrator of the mayhem in Araxes, the great risk-taker, the man who had conned both a cult and a princess into his pocket. But no. These ghosts, these sisters who looked as though they would struggle to count 60 years between them, were the masterminds. I glanced at Danib, who was staring resolutely at the ceiling, as if he was pretending not to listen, as if this was too much betrayal for him. And that is? I asked with a croak. Peace, justice, freedom, Lyria shot back. For both the living and the dead. For years, the Church of Sesh has stayed on the sidelines, helping what few shades we could while watching Araxes slip further and further into the gutter. Change is desperately needed, especially for shades like you who had their lives taken away through murder and greed. Wouldn't you agree? I hushed the traitorous voice inside me, though I had to agree. Finally, somebody in this city with some sense. How strange that it would be the bunch of widely loathed outcasts. Yaradin spoke up. We confess, though we trade in information, we have only watched you for so long. You were quite the surprise when Danib told us Temza had claimed one of the Reach's best locksmiths. The best. Yardin cocked her head. Saying that, we feel confident wagering that you long for your freedom. Caltro? Sister, it's all I've wanted since the moment I rose from the Nyx. But you can't help me unless you have my half-coin stashed in those threads. You're no better a chance at freedom than Temza is. I'll take my chances with the widow. You would trust Horrocks? Asked Lyria. I spread my hands across the desk, fixing her with a stare. My tone was sharp as flint. She's a means to an end. As I keep trying to tell everyone, I do what I want, how I want, I always have. I trust in myself. Nobody else. The cold smile returned to the ghost's face, and a clawing hand reached to spin the wheel. And how has that worked out for you so far? She challenged me above the rattling of music. I had no answer, and so she spoke for me. Her eyes drilled into me all the while as if picking through my thoughts and memories to furnish her argument. Lyria stood now and came closer. We know what it is to be indentured, Caltro. We are kin, brothers and sisters. You think you're the only one who has fallen foul of a blade, that nobody can understand your pain and loss, and so you've trusted yourself. You've thrown yourself at every cage door, but all it's achieved is another master, another mistress. You've been beaten, kidnapped, passed about like furniture instead of a human soul. You've seen animals treated better than being branded a half-life. The complaints were far too familiar for my liking. I had spent my life telling myself that nobody understood me. It had kept me mysterious. Now in death, these sisters seemed to know every inch of me. Lyria had stoked some curious fire in me, but I stayed silent and dumb, in case my speaking would shatter the moment of wisdom I felt coming. It was Yaradin who answered, stepping the other way around the table. Caltro, do you know why the living hate the dead? Truly? Because we are less than them. No, brother. We are more. Think. We shades are immortal. We are impervious to all but copper. We are innumerable. We are in their towers. We run their lives, guard their doors, even fight their wars, and yet they believe themselves our lords and masters through the power of a few laws and a half-coin. Yaradin's voice had become louder and harsher with every word. I felt the sister's cold wash over me, deeper than a winter's breath. I saw anger in the whiteness of her eyes, one I recognized very well. I felt my fists clench, my chin rise. Lyria whispered in my ear now. They fear us because they know the fragility of their grand system. Neither the tenets nor the code can truly control us. They are rules drawn up by the first kings of the Ark in order to profit from Sesh's sacrifice. Our church knows better. We know our true power. You know something of true power, do you not, Caltro? Asked Yaradin. And there, like the red crescent of a new dawn sun breaking over the horizon, I felt the purpose of my visit emerging. Once again, I looked over my shoulder at Danib, thinking of how he had killed the guard. I saw it in a different light now. He had not punished the man. He had silenced him. Danib had seen my haunting and covered my tracks for me. And now I was here, within an hour, standing in front of the cult. I imagine there's no point lying, I told them, laying some of my metaphorical cards down on the table, but not all. So I can haunt. I don't know how or why, but apparently I can. Question is, why do you care? You spin a good yarn, sisters. Best I've heard since I've arrived in Araxes, to be honest. But I've heard a lot of similar conversations during my times here, and they always end up with me doing something for somebody. Normally it's picking a lock, and normally it's against my will. But I get the idea that's not your style. Instead, given the hour and the swiftness with which Danib marched me here after our little corridor debacle, I would wager It's something to do with my ability to haunt. You call me kin, so don't waste any more of my immortality with further lies. Spit it out, please. What can I do for you, sisters? Both ghosts scrutinized me, with narrowed eyes. Lyria spoke first, after a lengthy pause. Nothing. Horseshit. We merely want to help you, Caltro, as we have helped so many others like you. Others with gifts. That knocked the vapor out of me. What do you mean? Others. I'm not the only one. Others with God's given gifts. I flinched as Lyria stole the phrase from my memory. It's rare, but not unheard of, she said. If that was true, then Hathor had been right. I wasn't special, it seemed. Perhaps I was one of a long line of failed experiments the dead gods had sent back to save themselves. I found myself clenching my fists. I don't fucking believe it, I hissed. You will see. Soon enough. But why? I snapped. Nobody helps anybody in this city, not unless it helps them. And perhaps that's the problem, sighed Yaradin. We will help you gain your freedom and justice, Caltro Basalt. You'll see. Although I had my doubts about the cult, numerous and sharp-edged, it was the first time I had been made a promise in Araxes and not wanted to laugh in the face of its deliverer. Somehow, the sisters' words felt as tangible as the writ of freedom waiting for me in the widow's tower. They certainly didn't seem like the world killers the gods had described. Then again, when had any of my dead visitors been truly honest with me? They certainly hadn't ever offered me freedom. Lyria extended a hand, a simple and innocuous gesture, for all the weight it carried. This was a pact in the forging. A pact with the servants of the god of chaos, no less. The puppet masters behind Araxes' panic. The true power in the city. The sisters whispered in turn. Are you with the church? Are you with your dead brothers and sisters? I realized I had lifted my hand, fingers twitching to straighten. What am I doing? My vapors flowed in spirals across the back of my wrist, agitated. The air grew brittle and polar as I continued to reach out. In the darkness, I saw the eyes of a dead cow, a dead cat, and a dead man. They had extended me no such promises of kinship, only duty. Lyria and I touched as tangibly as two passing storms. Finger to finger, our blue mists intermingled briefly before I snatched my hand back. I'll say so when I see my half-coin in my hand. Lyria smiled that frigid, withered little smile once more. And so you shall. But for now, you must return to Temsa. My mouth fell open. Whatever hope had been kindled was crushed. What the fuck? Why? I thought this was my escape. Lyria tutted. I wondered how with a lack of tongue. I had tried many times and failed with a useless hiss. Appearances must be maintained, she said flatly. You're too useful to Temsa. He sees you as his secret weapon. We still need Temsa to succeed for the greater good. You must continue picking locks for the time being. The flattery was welcome, but it changed little about my indignation. Then what about my half-coin? I spluttered. What if she melts my... Widow Horrocks is a curious player indeed. Cunning, sharp. Lyria swapped a look with her sister, like parents rolling their eyes over a misbehaving child. For some reason, she holds you in high regard, but like all the rest on our list, she will be removed from the board. Your half-coin will be reclaimed, Caltro. Fear not. It was poor comfort. I had plenty to fear. Yaradin hummed to me. I could feel her hand in the small of my back, guiding me towards the door. I wanted to shrug away, but Danib's hand was also on me. It felt like an anvil had alighted on my shoulder. My back was turned on the dusty games and velvet card tables. I wasn't sure if I'd lost or won tonight. Currently it felt as though I'd been robbed, and I was the thief. You're just going to send me back? You should leave the game to other players for now, Caltro. When the time is right, we will come for you. With our help, you shall have your freedom, whispered the sisters in unison. Be patient. I was growing tired of being patient. I wanted to call them both a pair of useless cunts, but I held my tongue tightly and allowed Danib to grab my arms and steer me into the night. Not that I could have stopped him. Stay useful, Caltro Basalt, the sisters chorused, before the door slammed behind me. Once again I was marched through the streets, though this time with a head full of words and half-promises. As I trod the sandy flagstones, I pondered the offer of freedom and kinship the cult had extended. Although the offer had come from the mouths of Araxes' grandest schemers, and I was still undecided on how genuine it was, to know I was not alone was somewhat warming to my cold soul. The weight I carried had lifted somewhat, as though I had shrugged off leaden boots. Once I'd spied the point of the rusty slab above a rooftop, I decided to break the silence. I turned to the scarred monolith by my side, my tone cheerily conversational. "I suppose you wouldn't like it if I told Temza about this? About your friends in red?" I asked. Danib's fist struck me in the nose, sending me ricocheting from a wall. Blue and white lights swam before my eyes until I was thrown into the cool of a stone corridor. I guess not then. My voice was somewhat muffled by my hands, and yet behind them I smiled. Leverage, however small, was always a gift for those with the necessary lack of scruples to use it. Whether I trusted the sisters' words or not, they had inspired me. Not in the way they'd have liked, I wagered, but I was grateful for their mistake. They had shown me that the cult's promises, the gods' begging, Horrocks' writ of freedom, and Temza's offer were all worth less than horse shit. I saw now that the price of their freedom made me nothing but a pawn. I refused to be a pawn any longer. I was done being patient, done doubting myself. I had power, value. I'd spent enough time in Araxes awash, floating about on the scant mercy and loose promises of others. I could feel that changing now. I would play the great game of Araxes, and I would win my coin. Gods, cults, widows, and soul-stealers be damned. At last, my tide was turning. I was coming ashore.
Chapter 22. Everybody's got dead. Law creates crime. Crime creates law. Like shadow and lamplight, one cannot exist without the other to define it. From A Reach History by Gavin Jubb. Noises were plenty in the fight pits. The pulsating cheering of the onlookers, stacked like the layers of a tall cake reaching up to the skylight far above. The cackle of winners, the cursing of losers, the wet smack of sweaty palms and beer-soaked gums. The tinkle of silver flicking from hand to purse to bucket to ever grubbier hand. The harsh spatter of the occasional patron pissing against the plain sandstone wall. But for all the various sounds, there was one kind that held Scrutinizer Hellas's ears. The noises coming from the pits. The straining, the grunting, the dying. Spread in a triangle under the dusty shaft of orange light were 3 holes. Each was the depth of 3 men and about 20 wide. Their walls were sheer and plain-hewn earth. Antelope and bullhorns had been drilled into their higher reaches, pointing downwards like teeth, as if the pits were the throats of some colossal dune worm. At their edges, the crowd stood, leaning as far as their daring and the railings would allow. It wasn't uncommon at the fight pits for an overly zealous soul to fall in and become part of the fight. Hooded and dressed in smart silks, Hellas was squeezed against the railing, watching the fight from the front row. It was a long way down to the sandy floor, strewn with palm fronds and blood spatter. This was where the noises emanated from, where the unlucky, the criminal, and the insane tried to survive whatever games the pitmasters had thought up. Tonight, it was gangs of naked shades against one living. The shades got a rock each. The man or woman got as much armour as they could stagger about in, and a copper spoon. The man in Hellas's fight pit, a skinny pickpocket, from what the announcer had bawled, had already succumbed, and was currently having his face smashed in. The crowd around the black iron railings were going wild. A miniature fight broke out nearby between 2 women. Somebody had clearly taken offence to losing. Muscle-bound shades moved in to break it up. They were perhaps the only half-lives in the crowds. Torturing the dead was a sport reserved for the living. Judging by the squeals and shouts, it sounded as if the living in the other two pits had also fallen to raging blue vapour. The cheers and bawls of outrage drowned out the sounds of rock finding skull. More shades emerged from hatches to drag the bodies away. The announcer appeared upon his lofty pedestal so quickly there was barely a pause between the loser's last breath and his first. It wasn't his shining baldness, nor the ponytail sticking from the side of his head, nor his heavily painted face that made Hellas hate him. No, it was the fact he was draped in a suit of yellow canary feathers.
"Well, fight fans," he bellowed through a cone of cheetah hide, "get ready to place your bets, for now we give our survivors one last chance to win their freedom!"
The grimy hall began to throb with the stamping of feet. Hellas looked down at the remaining shades in her pit, 4 of them, all pale scatterfolk shades, probably prisoners of war shipped in for cheap sale and back-alley soul markets. The saying was that being sold to the pits was better than being sold to the desert mines like Caltro. Shades survived at least a week longer in the pits.
"Last shade standing get their coins! Double or nothing for losers! Extra silver in it for streaks! Here we go!"
With the snap of a hatch door, a cage was pushed out across the sand and palms. The hungry snarling was immediately drowned out by the hubbub of fierce gambling. Bet-takers struggled to keep up, screeching terms as silver rained down on them. Hellas ignored the riot, watching the cage and the shades cowering from it. They hugged the earthen walls. It was an enormous ram, pitch black of fleece and apparently enormously short in temperament. 3 pairs of wild, milky eyes studded a face that was bared to the bone. Horns curled like gnarled tree branches. They had also been dipped in molten copper and wreathed in spiked rings. Sparks flew as the ram hurled itself at the cage's bars. As it half barred, half roared, Hellas saw the multitude of fangs crammed into its mouth. The hooves that raked the floor of the cage were claw-like, like the talons of a bear. No peaceful grazer this ram. The announcer waved a palm frond across the mouth of the pit. "All bets are now final!" Hellas had to brace herself as the press swung from the betting tables back to the railings. She winced as an extremely rotund woman leaned close and bellowed, "Go on, sheep!" in her ear. "Will we see freedom here tonight, fight fans?" came the announcer's call. A resounding thunder roll of laughter shook the hall. Chants of "Baphomet! Baphomet! Baphomet!" filled the air. In the pit, Hellas saw one of the shades crumple to her knees and close her eyes. "It's up to you!" yelled the announcer, waving a hand and grinning at the naked, quivering shades. Chains hauled at the cage's door, cranking it open. "Well then, let's release the beast!" With a bellow that momentarily conquered the noise of the fight pits, the ram burst forth from its cage. Scrutinizer Hellas watched one shade torn limb from limb in a cloud of sapphire smoke before she decided that was enough. Elbowing herself clear, she turned away from the fight, if this slaughter could be called such a thing. She was seething with anger when she reached the wooden plank they called a bar. A slam of a fist brought her a clay pot of beer, and she choked it down to keep from screaming. A hand alighted on her forearm. Hellas almost twisted it off before its owner yelped a familiar name. "It's Jim!" "Fucking dead gods, Proctor, I almost broke your arm!" It took a moment for him to squeeze the pain from his hand. He blinked at her, watery-eyed and puffing. The skin under his tattoos was flushed. "You're telling me? Ah!" "I told you not to sneak up on me," she hissed. "Progress report?" "Araxes doesn't seem to be here. I think it was a false rumour. And if you don't mind me saying, why ain't we investigating Temsa? It's strange the Chamberlain wants us to follow Araxes, especially after our report." Hellas surveyed the balconies one last time. "It is strange, isn't it? You're correct for once. You're learning, Proctor Jim." She saw him swell, even out of her peripheral vision. It should have brought some warmth to her heart to see a young proctor so proud of doing such a grimy, thankless job. Instead, it made her snarl. "What's wrong, Scrutinizer?" Jim asked. She briefly contemplated dismissing him with a wave and a curse, but he needed to hear the truth. "A pointless fucking night is what's wrong, Proctor. You might be new, but you better get used to failure. You'll see a lot of it in this job." Job. Ha! More of a curse. Because just when you see a glimmer of success, progress of any kind, somebody above shits on you. Like you don't already have enough mess to deal with while you're down here in gutters like these. Jim's silence was cold and awkward. At last he found some words. "I thought you never failed." "I don't. This is out of my hands," Hellas snapped, slamming a fist on the bar. Another beer quickly appeared after a shifty look from the barkeep. The Scrutinizer narrowed her eyes. "Temsa gets to keep on rampaging, going unpunished, and we get to stand by and watch. How fucking rewarding. He must have powerful friends to get Rebene on his side. And that's all it takes to ignore the code. Power. What use are laws if they don't apply to everyone, Proctor? What is the point?" Even in the face of her heresy, Jim's optimism refused to be crushed. It was deeply infuriating. "It's much easier to fail when there's somebody else to blame, ain't it? Like me leaving the locks open the night the soulstealers tried our family's door. I blamed them. It's easier for a time, but it doesn't last." Despite the fact he was right, Hellas shook her head resolutely. "Stick to the code, Proctor. You're a shit philosopher. And I told you, everybody's got dead. I know all about blame, like lighting fires in cellars only to see 2 families burn alive. How's that for you, Jim? I'm not angry because I think I failed or because of blame. I'm fucking angry because others have failed me. There's an infinite difference, and that is why you will stay here. Stick around in this shithole and make sure Araxes isn't just late." The proctor licked his lips. "And if he does appear?" "Do what you're supposed to do. Fucking scrutinize." Hellas thrust her hands into the pockets of her cloak and stood straight, like a watchman over a stormy sea. Jim retreated slowly, as though wondering whether he should press her for more, but he wisely refrained. The proctor melted into the crowds and left her be. Escaping from the stuffy air, Hellas returned to the streets. An hour she spent standing in a doorway, several down from the muscle-bound shades guarding the fire pits, until the sun moved overhead to scorch her face. She let it for a time, before striding west for the rim of the core districts. Hellas had calculated. She'd measured. She'd weighed. It was what she had done for a decade, and it was what made her feet move now, despite all the risks and orders that stood against her. Fine. She couldn't go after Temsa, but Rebene had said nothing about his conspirators. Conspirators like the widow Horrocks. With cloak-tails swishing behind her and a stride that paused for no bumbling pedestrian, Hellas weaved through the crowds like an eel through a forest of kelp. The walk from the outer district was long, and sunset was falling by the time the Scrutinizer found herself in fancier surroundings. She hovered by a cart full of steaming pastries and decided to quiet her growling stomach. Eating was such an inconvenience. She wished there was a magic draught she could quaff and never have to eat again. The The streets would be better for it. There she waited, until the half-eaten pastry in her hand grew cold, and the stall owner started to give her leering looks. She gave him a withering glance, and chose another spot to linger, one that sold spring water instead. The salt and spice of the frankly foul pastry had given her a thirst. Araxes' tower began to sparkle as the lamps were lit. It seemed the widow was being scant with her whale oil. Barely a dozen windows glowed across the entire tower. "Lying low, are we, Arax?" Something beneath Hellas's feet trembled for a moment. She looked around for any dropped barrels or passing carts, but the street was still. Busy with people and shades, yes, but no more than usual. Hellas crouched to lay a hand on the stone, but felt nothing but sand clinging to the grease on her hands. When the darkness had reached an appropriate level for her duties, Hellas stepped out into the thin flow of people and edged her way past Araxes' tower. 2 laps she did, before spying a garden through a narrow alley. A wall blocked the way, spiked and tall, but she could still see the fronds of palms and the open space of a courtyard. She'd contemplated the front door, showing Araxes' men her chamber seal, but that usually just meant long waits, lies, and heavily abridged tours of dark and overly legal buildings. Back doors were always better. Hellas ducked into the small gap and crept along it. Brick and sheer adobe brushed against her fingertips. When she reached the wall, she found no door or hinges, just sandstone and crumbling mortar. Her fingers could touch the top at a jump, but there was nothing to grasp but spikes and chiselled stone. Pressing her feet against one wall of the alley and her back to the other, Hellas tensed herself and began to climb, shuffle by shuffle, step by step. When she'd shimmied above the spikes, she saw a sparse garden hemmed in by walls and the flanks of the tower. 2 guards and a shade stood watch at a door a good stone's throw from the last of the plant rows. The foliage below Hellas was far out of the reach of their lamplight. It was her last moment to think, and she used it sparingly. The chamber believed in evidence over suspicion, but evidence was hard to find when nobles hid behind their locked doors and lofty games. Evidence had to be rooted out, hunted down, and a scrutinizer couldn't do that by standing on street corners. Fuck it. Hellas's hands found the edges of the wall, and she yanked herself towards them, falling down into a bush below. Fortunately for her, it was the fruity sort, not the thorny. Even so, she felt the cold of something squashed bleeding into her thigh. She stayed put, watching for moving shadows, but none came. The plant rose gave her darkness, and from it she watched the guards to measure their movements. They were turning out to be pretty stationary, until a shout called them inside, and the heavy door was locked with what sounded like 6 bolts. The widow was playing cautious, too. Even though the twin lamps stayed burning, this side of the tower lacked windows. For security, of course. Hellas grew bold enough to creep beyond the foliage and onto the dry scrub separating her and the building. She could have marched more than a score of steps and not reached the sandstone. By the door, she noticed a pole stuck in the ground, with a thin rope coiled about it. It looked like something fit for a hound. Hellas's foot knocked something solid and metallic. She looked down at a divot in the dust and saw what looked to be the head of a bolt. Hellas, painfully conscious that she was visible in the lamplight, bent down to pick it up. The thing didn't budge. Clearing the sand, she got a good grip, but all it gave her was a squeak. Scraping with her nails, Hellas dug deeper until she found its base. A seam of cold iron met her fingers, and "Wood," she muttered, as she watched some of the sand grains fidgeting. Hellas knelt pressing her ear to the ground. She heard a low rumbling, something akin to chiselling or hammering. It was constant, yet ever-changing. At one point, she swore she even heard a shout. Hellis's mind was already scrambling over possibilities, like a recruit over an assault course, desperate to survive until the end. The solution. She felt stuck at the base of a 10-foot wall. There! She heard it. A shout.
More like an order yelled by a foreman. What in the reach?
6 sharp bangs sounded as bolts were dragged back. A man swollen with muscle and 2 lesser creatures burst into the garden with purpose in their eyes. Hellis drew herself to her full height and reached for the seal in her pocket. "Scrutinizer Hellis of the Chamber of the..." The big man's fist came swinging. Hellis threw up an arm to fend it off, but his fist kept coming, clobbering her in the shoulder. "I'm here on official business," she yelled.